I'm not late.
Many insects have a compulsion to
I'm
follow
not
the
late.
light. And
I'm not late.
I'm never late. I'm never late. I'm never late.
Anyways, what's the also
Whatever you need.
the one?
Leave me alone. Never mind. Let's go.
That is why I titled the stream this way. Also, I didn't even realize this was happening. I planned the title before. It's Citlali's birthday today. Wow. Which means, oh yeah, actually, okay. I was planning to go sit in Citlali's house for the background music for this unit review video. The problem is, they get particularly, like, after that, I stopped caring much about birthdays. I mean, look, I stopped caring about birthdays much. I didn't have to become immortal to stop caring about my birthdays. So, anyways, the problem is, right? The problem is, I want to go sit in Citlali's house for the background music, but the issue is, I think Citlali it would have a similar mindset to me, where she wouldn't want anyone bothering her on her birthday. Like, what I prefer on my birthday is, no, I just want to sit in bed and, like, read some trash or something. Like, read trash media, watch trash media. I want to have a nothing day where I think about nothing. I don't think about myself. I don't think about other people. I don't want to have to deal with talking to other people. I just want to have a nothing day. So it feels kind of rude, maybe, to do this stream and sit in her house on her birthday. No? Right? That's my problem. So maybe I can't. Am I allowed to do this? I feel like it'd be rude to go in here today. I want to go in there because it's nice background music. But like, not if I sit as Citlali. Oh yeah, this is true. This is true. That counts. Yep, you're correct. I just have to make sure. I only have Citlali active, because then technically no one else is here other than Citlali. Perfect. She's a video game character. I know, Zoivet. I'm joking. I know. Anyways, is this a different book now? Because it wasn't the. Or no, it's the same one. Anyways, yeah. All right, let's go. So, anyways, thank you, Timothy Gilson, for the 4 months. I like how you used your 4-month message to not request a unit review. Thank you, Timothy. Citlali has made you and me a Burgeon even better than it was before. Yeah, Burgeon actually does gain some meaningful value from having Cryo, is my experience as well. It is literally your strongest team for this Abyss. You're so happy. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, Pyro and Cryo is kind of what one side of the Abyss wants, and I suspect you and Mia probably feels pretty decent on the first half. But yeah, so if you're not aware, I do these unit review streams on occasion, and the goal is to basically, so there's the pinned comment in the live chat, which, by the way, there was 2 people that submitted into the forum after, like, after my stream last time, like in the days after the stream was done. Like, they watched the VOD, and I only put the link for the forum in the live chat. So these people, like, went and, like, typed in the form manually or found it somewhere else. I don't know where they caught it, actually. Maybe they just had it open, and they submitted January 1st and January 7th. And these ones, by the way, are excluded. I just leave them here to make sure things are working properly. They will not get selected up here. But anyways, I left these 2 in because I figured, you know what? If you're gonna go to the extra effort of somehow submitting to the forum when I try to make it so people don't, you know what? I'll give you a chance. So, anyways, yeah, basically this just randomly selects one of the submissions, and then I go on to Enka.network, so like for this one. And if we need to, we can go to Akasha or whatever to see old builds, but generally speaking, my preference is to just do through Enka. In the future, I might try to use these streams as a way to, like, pick out people's accounts to do an account fixing on, but I was considering doing that this stream, but I think I gotta rework the form to have, like, an additional entry line, be like, Are you interested in account fixing? And then I'll probably title the stream differently maybe when I do that as well. So, anyways. Your Wi-Fi is no longer cooked? That's good. Better than 0.03 megabits. Yay. So, anyways. Let me think of drinking water quick, because, yeah. Anyway, I was late because I did not keep track of time. But, no, I was never late. Never mind. I don't need to explain myself because I'm not late. You like bad characters. Good, good. Bad characters oftentimes tend to be more fun. Alright. Dia and Albedo. I use Dia on Dia, Farina, Kokomi in the future Sijuin. Alright, yeah. I do like me Dia, Farina, Sijuin combo. And Mavuika. I have not actually tried that. It always gets on the ult on cooldown too. I think it's fun. Does it? How? Actually, it shouldn't. Because Dia doesn't do... I can't test this because I have C1 Mavuika, unfortunately. But Dia doesn't do... So for anyone unaware, so if you're using support Mavuika, my main thing why I maybe wouldn't want to do Sijuin, Farina, Mavuika, and Dia together is just because I think Mavuika's off-field pyro would overshadow anything that Dia does. But anyway, we'll ignore that for a second. And so her fighting spirit, right? Is you need to get 100 fighting spirit to be able to use her burst at all, right? And that means so approximately 87, 88 of that can be from Mavuika herself. And the reason it's 87, 88 is because when you use her burst, she goes into, or she gets 10 Night Soul when you activate her burst, but the reason it's not 90 because of the baseline 80 from her skill, and then 90 is because she has a cap of 80 Night Soul, right? So if she gets an extra 10 Night Soul and has a cap of 80, then she only can gain as much as she consumed in the duration between the burst animation and pressing her skill, whatever. So you can get up to 90, but anyways, at most 90 fighting spirit. So you need to do like 6 normal attacks, or you have to have another Natlan unit on the team. So in the case of Dia, Farina, Sijuin, Mavuika, or Kokomi, that team has to do normal attacks. And Dia's not doing normal attack damage. Like her burst should only count as physical damage, or physical. It only counts as physical. No, it only counts as burst damage, right? It's like Raiden, right? Where Raiden doesn't count as normal attack. So that's why I'm confused. In that they said that they get their ult on cooldown. I'm assuming they meant Dia and not Mavuika. But yeah. Anyways, oh, is this you, Osorio? You meant burst on Dia. Okay, yeah, you did meant be burst on Dia. So anyway, that's the notable downside. I'd say that this team is with the C. This is one of the reasons I wanted C1. Oops. This is one of the reasons I wanted C1 Mavuika is because I hate jungling. And like I only care about Mavuika. But like since like the release week, by the way, she's been on the support set. I just don't care. I don't need her to do on-field things. So, and quite frankly, she's staying at level 1 burst. And I know for sub DPS, her burst level is still relevant. But I think I'm going to crown her skill and leave her burst level 1 forever. I'm sorry, and I'm not going to apologize. Is TikTok banned yet? No, TikTok is not banned because apparently the whole thing was a 4-year-long PR stunt where Trump decided to say he's going to ban TikTok. And then TikTok, the law was enacted, basically unanimously. It was bipartisan. And then TikTok's like, oh, President Trump saved us, even though he's the one that started in the first place. Okay. Anyways, it's a good thing that's not banned, in my opinion, in some ways. I think it was a violation of freedom of speech, so that's why I think it's a good thing. But anyways, yeah, C1 Mavuika, you can't burst consistently in that hypothetical Dia team. In that instance, with Mavuika, the value though of course putting Mavuika there is like 50% damage bonus, or not 50%, but, 30%-ish damage bonus if you have C1 Mavuika, bursting consistently from her passive for Dia, or Siegeween, notably. Don't underestimate Siegeween's damage in a Dia Siegeween Farina team. And then, and then the damage buff from this, right? So we're talking 70% damage bonus, pyro damage bonus potentially for Dia is actually nothing. I haven't tried it yet. How did I not try that team? I guess I will put that team in my party list so I remember to try it. Anyways, thanks to Astorio for immediately distracting me from not doing your unit review, and instead, to be clear, this is part of the point of unit reviews, is to do things such as this, to have that thought processes, these thought processes going on, and be like, yep, this is things we can talk about and learn from my yapping. That's the idea of these streams. It's not just to review, but also hopefully to get meaningful information out of it. But yeah, political talk in my Genshin stream, I described things as they were. It wasn't political. If you think stating the truth that Trump was the one that started the TikTok ban is political talk, you're f***ing insane. I'm sorry. Like, you're literally denying reality. Go research it yourself. You can go and look up Trump was the one that started the whole thing. Jesus Christ. It is not political to state the facts of the situation. I didn't take any side on it other than I believe that as a violation of freedom of speech. That was the most political thing I said, to be clear. But it is not political to say Trump's name and to say that that is the process of what happened. Anyways. Wait, is it? It is MLK Day. Holy sh... Okay. Really? He's being inaugurated on MLK. Now I want to get political. Now I want to get political. Yeah, that feels really wrong. My god, does that feel wrong. Anyways, thank you, Fawn. You've been doing a lot of work optimizing your DPS Telma and Kazuha, but that's just flex. Alright, we'll take a look at it in a little while. Thank you, Fawn. For donations, I actually think thanks for bringing that up. We will switch between, we will alternate as need be, but my focus tends to be until later on to focus on just the free-to-play, or not free-to-play, free randomly selected reviews, and then I'll finish up donation reviews later, but I will also do some donation reviews in between to not be stuck doing donation reviews for eternity at the end. It's a pure coincidence, but it's kind of wrong, indeed. Indeed. Alright. Oh boy. Thank you, Louis X. You guys don't necessarily have to donate yet. You might get randomly selected. But thank you. Albedo. So, Albedo, it's worth mentioning that I think, like, Albedo has gained value because they buffed some transformative reactions, and he has an accessible defense sword now, and, Shatter is a thing, and he buffs EM, so, like, Shatter Albedo, actually kind of a real thing. Is it that significant? No, not really. But, anyways. This is a very strong Albedo, obviously. If I had to guess... Wow, the circlet. Also, I thought this was crit damage. That's actually crit rate, so that's also an extremely good goblet for an on-site piece. Wow. This Albedo's ridiculous. Yeah. So, anyways. Also 19% defense on a 37 CVPs. Okay, anyways. Good lord, Osorio. You have spent so much resin in this domain. Or in Strongbox, I guess, at this point. Yep. That's a strong Albedo. To say the least. Obviously, this Albedo does not get that much shatter damage, but this Albedo probably does get, much larger burst damage than you expect. If I had to guess, probably easily over 100k bursts, if not higher with certain characters and buffs going on. So, yeah. My test 1 shatter is equal to 1 tick of this hyper build crit. Wait, So just a full EM build is better? Or are you saying Shatter without building a bunch of EM is equivalent? But anyways, the fact of the matter is there is slightly more value to doing EM Geo units now with Shatter. The main limiting factor, of course, is still whether or not enemies can be frozen, which is, you know, a problem. But yeah, Dia, triple crown. I haven't even triple crowned my Dia yet. I know, I'm sorry. It's just her normal attacks really aren't relevant, so it feels bad. like Citlali, I won't feel as bad crowning her normal attacks because I do intend to do that eventually. But like, I actually can use them, like her normal charge attacks for DPS Citlali things, whereas Dia is just kind of like, well, why? like Bennett or whatever other infusion plunge things is basically the main reason. Anyways, this is a strong Dia. Obviously, this does seem to be more of a mono pyro focused Dia is what I would describe this as. A very healthy amount of crit with a slightly low amount of ER on forward cautious, of course. So yeah, without this might be enough ER with a C4 Dia, or might not. Osorio mentioned they were doing double pyro, to be clear, with Mavuika, and Mavuika generates 5 pyro particles. If you funnel those to Dia, I'd say it's probably fine. In that specific context that Osorio mentioned before, right? The double hydro, double pyro. So yeah, it's probably functional. Yeah. Do you think Mavuika's weapon works on Dia, or is it just me? It doesn't really work. So the reason Mavuika's weapon, I mean, it does, to be actually, sorry, it does. The notable thing is though, one, the duration does count down when the character is off field if they do not have Night Soul Blessing. So this buff is only up for 6 seconds, which means like if you do like what I do, which I usually like to say, do a rotation where I start with like Dia skill, and then I'll do like Dia skill, or actually no, sorry, I normally I do like Farina EQ into Dia skill into Sijuin EQ, right? And then you have some Dia off-field damage getting like buffed from Sijuin. Like Dia can get some pretty meaningful off-field skill damage while you're doing Sijuin burst, and then you know this only lasts 6 seconds though. And how do you extend it? Well, you extend it by normal or charge attacks dealing elemental damage. She doesn't deal elemental damage with normal charge attacks unless you have an infusion and you're doing elemental, like a Bennett C6 infusion, right? So to use this for like Dia's burst damage, you have to not use her skill until she comes into on field. And like, I don't know. Like, I think it makes it really awkward to play Dia and mitigate some of the value if you are really dedicated to trying to get the most out of Dia's damage, like talent damage. And in the context of the team we were talking about specifically with Dia, Farina, Sijuin, it's like just not a good option, especially in conjunction with the fact that like, yes, it's a high amount of stats, but like this will make her really annoying to build. She's already really annoying to build even with a crit weapon because of her conjunction of ER needs and wanting crit stats if you're doing carry Dia. But then on top of that, now you're lowering the amount of crit she gets in exchange for just more attack, which means you need even more crit substats, and you still need the ER. Like the only thing that this changes is that you care less about attack percent substats. But then having less attack percent substats also slightly reduces the value of having a really high base attack weapon. So I think this is kind of garbage weapon for Dia, in my opinion. And it's one of the examples of like where it seems like it should be pretty good on Dia, but when you actually think about how it forces you to use Dia in a particular way, it's annoyingly restrictive and not very good. That's what I'd say. So, yeah. Anyways. Are you leaving burst at level 1 to prove a point or just be different? Yes. Because it's unnecessary. I do not need this past level 1 to use this character. And what I find fun about her is her off-field skill damage. So, yes. It's staying level 1, because it's literally pointless. I don't need to do 500,000 damage. And I still can't do 500,000 damage with a level 1 burst. It's pointless. I don't care. Anyways, let's go actually do more reviews. Thank you, Oreo. Osorio. Yeah, this is what happens when someone asks me to talk about Dia in the very start of the stream. I go 20 minutes in and I've finished one review. Oh, good lord. Let's do a couple more randoms. This, by the way, this number here updates either anytime I check this box or anytime a new submission is added. So whatever the number, if the number here is different than whatever I was previously, then I can just use that as the randomized one. We'll do 2 more random ones, including this one, and then we'll do one of the donation reviews. So yeah, I really do think, like, if you have Arlecchino, other than, like, obviously there's the factor of, like, this current Abyss cycle. Mihoyo, Dory gets burst off cooldown and every team of not heated Dory, Sucrose beta. Okay. Yeah, sure. I assume it's a C6 Dory aggravate team. I really do think if you already have Arlecchino, ignoring Mihoyo being cringe and trying to force you to pull, or trying to, not force you, but trying to heavily incentivize pulling Arlecchino and Mavuika in this current Abyss cycle, I really do think that if you already have Arlecchino, or wanted Arlecchino more, because you don't have it right now, just because you like the character more, the damage difference between the two when you're comparing their ideal teams just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that Mavuika does more damage. Like, is power creep a problem? Yes. Do I think it's... I think it is a lame AF part of Mavuika's design, that she's just stronger in her strongest teams with no downside, basically. But I still think Arlecchino's gameplay is more interesting. I think her teams are more interesting. And she has a bit more versatility than Mavuika. Some downsides to Mavuika with, like, her healing, whatever, but I think that just makes her balance. Point being, if you like Arlecchino, have Arlecchino. I think the only reason to pull I think the only real significant reason to pull Mavuika with Arlecchino is either you just love power creep, or you love the gimmick of Mavuika, or you wanted Mavuika's off-field utility, which is, like, what I like her for. But then you have the stupidity of, oh my lordy. Then you have the stupidity of... Okay. C1 Yaoyo. Wow. C1 Kachina. Wow. Anyways. Yeah, so you regret pulling Mavuika, but the stupidity of, like, how Mavuika doesn't get her freaking burst pack consistently, in some off-field situations. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Anyways, yeah, we'll ignore things there, and we're just gonna review the characters' builds. Dory. C6 Dory. Thundering Fury, very nice. Yep, makes sense. Red Horn, very nice. With a little bit of a non-ideal amount of crit rate. Like, you should really use a crit rate circlet, yo. Also, I'm pretty sure your Dory does not get your burst back off cooldown. She does refund energy. No EM. I mean, I don't know how big of a deal it is that they don't have EM when they're using Sucrose and Nahida. I don't think that really matters. But anyways, like, I haven't played it. I'm skeptical though that your Dory gets her, like you're not even playing Fischl, yo. Like, you're not even playing with Fischl. Like, if you specified Fischl, I'd be like, okay, whatever. Fischl generates enough energy that maybe in conjunction with Dory refunding her own energy and Thundering Fury, maybe 100 ER is indeed enough. But, like, I'm pretty sure... I don't know. You're saying she gets her burst off cooldown. Maybe she does. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Like, I wish Binge were here. Binge is very well acquainted with trying all the different things with Dory. And his usually has a more of a reaction focus rather than a crit focus on her build, to be clear. So a heavier EM build than this. But, you know, doesn't... yeah. I'm pretty sure he doesn't run 100 ER, right? So... That's my like aspect going on, but I could be wrong. Anyways, you should run a crit. So ignoring the ER, you should run a crit rate circlet. Right, like this is just an extremely scuffed ratio, and if you're gonna go this much into crit Dory specifically, you should really run a crit rate circlet. I don't know, but if you just like seeing the slightly bigger number, I guess you do you. if you don't value your sanity and you just full on like the RNG of only seeing crits 60% of the time, it feels like you get so much less value out of having like a weapon like this and having this many crit damage substats in your non-circlet pieces, right? Like if we assume the same CV crit rate circlet, right? This build goes from 280 to like 240 crit damage, and then goes up to 83% or 84% crit rate, right? Like a lot better. Like 84 240 is so much better. So, anyways, yep. Nahida. Also, C6 Nahida is carrying her team. Let's be real. Let's be real. Although I if I recall, I think do you have to do normal attacks for her? I don't remember. I think you do. But anyways, this is obviously a very strong Nahida build. If they're playing with Sucrose on the team, Sucrose probably has near 1k EM or near enough that, you know, they're getting a meaningful EM buff. But yeah, yep. Anyways, polling for Astriao tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Frick. Yes, with asterisks. I don't know if I actually want to go to pity. It's going to depend on what the characters in version 1.6 are. Yeah, I don't know. She gets crit rate, of course, from her skill, so there's not much to comment here. I do think this is a good enough build to not care about crit rate circlet in this instance. I don't remember if she gets any crit from her C4 or C6. I don't think she does. But yeah. Do I still fix accounts? Yes. I just have continued postponing the next account fixing video because it's a lot of footage to go through. I'm sorry. It's procrastination. It's procrastination, and in December I got very distracted with getting creator server access and holiday things outside of that too. But anyways, Klee. C2 Klee with the Death Shred is her most interesting constellation because it turns Klee into a support. Crit rate circlet. Did this person the RPG ground? Did you submit this to me just on the grounds of I'm gonna yap about crit rate circlet? To be clear, again, I don't remember if Siege or Klee's gives a bunch of crit, but like I'm pretty sure her C6, C4 doesn't give any crit. Yep. A crit rate circlet. Other than that, seems pretty strong. It's probably fine if you optimize around RNG. Really? C2 Siegewind. You know you can do MH on Siegewind, right? Because Siegewind and Farina are basically glued together. To be clear, for a non-Farina Siegewind, this is fine. That's an okay approach. Skyward Harp doesn't really do that much, though. Like it's like considering how much you're just like, oh, I gotta stack all the crit damage on all these characters, and this is one of the characters where like Aqua Simulacra is better for Siegewind than her signature weapon, quite frankly, in her highest damage builds. And like either her signature weapon is good for enabling a her non-Farina teams to be a bit stronger. Like the no compromise, like her signature weapon is better for like the no compromises mix of buffing potential Siegewind has with her flat damage buff and healing a little bit and damage, I guess, right? That's the argument for her signature weapon. But like Aqua's just better, I think, and more fun in my opinion. Not guys, I respect you for holding off and not C6ing her, I guess, but where Aqua at though? like you can do this and this and you get Kagras for them, multiple Kagras, and then You don't have Aqua for Siegewind? I don't know. Anyways, at least you have a decent amount of ER. It is a good emblem build, I do think. It is amusing seeing like a Yelan build on Siegewind. It's just funny. Yeah, okay. I mean, fair. Like, fair. It is Chi-Chi. It is Chi-Chi. Do you even pull for the characters that buff your Chi-Chi? Or buff your not your Chi-Chi, these characters? I mean, you're playing Sucrose and Beto. So anyway, Yao Yao. Last one. DPS Yao Yao, let's go. Emblem does make a bit more sense than DPS Yao Yao. Doesn't necessarily make sense, to be clear. I don't think Jade Superior is the most compelling weapon option for her either for DPS Yao Yao. And because of the fact that her talent skillings are so low, I think you do an EM focus build. Because her attack scaling damage is so nothing that any real damage is going to come from her ability to trigger spreads. So in my opinion, you should do an EM timepiece. And then Jade Spear is still fine as a stat stick, I guess. But the Battle Pass weapon would be stronger. I'm fairly certain of that. The one that gives EM. Or honestly, Deathmatch might be stronger too, just because giving more crit rate would be better. As far as 5-star weapons go, if we are comparing that, like, yes, Staff of Scarlet Sands. But, yeah. I don't think there's any reason to spec Yao Yao into her attack scaling damage, essentially. Like, her entire damage potential would be behind her burst, and its ability to trigger a bunch of spreads, notably in AoE situations. In non-AoE situations, she's not going to trigger that many. But, yeah. Anyways, it doesn't matter that much, not really. Should you DPS Yao Yao? Not really. But, anyways, you should DPS Kachina, and you have a day left to get C1s at Lolly to make DPS Kachina decent. Anyway, I'm not actually trying to force you to do that or anything. Just saying. If you want to get, DPS Kachina is kind of fun. I do like whirly twirly ground pounding. It is kind of fun. So, anyways, I am joking, but at the same time, yep. All right. Well, that was an interesting one to look at. Let's do one more random, and then we'll do the donation one. Right. Oh boy. Sarah Bennett Chev. You're doing Raiden Chevreuse with Sarah. I'm sorry. I don't like Sarah. I'm sorry. Like, yes, you can play Sarah in a Chevreuse team. But, like, where's your off-field pyro? Like, your uptime on your Chevreuse buff is god-awful here. And then Sarah is annoying to play. Like, I don't know, you could... Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say you could, like, Chevreuse burst, and technically you Chevreuse burst and immediately swap off into Raiden, and you slightly extend your Chevreuse uptime, potentially, with, like, the timing of the Chevreuse bomb explosions that take, like, a second. But that wouldn't be relevant, because you have to go from Sarah into Raiden, because that's how Sarah... Sylveon, can you give a timeout to Katos? Not like a day timeout, just like a 10-minute timeout. Anyways. Yep, it helps if I... C3. Sorry, Banship. Okay. Ryan's ER and crit damage is fine. A bit lower on ER for crit. Do you have it engulfing? The answer is you could, but it doesn't really matter. Also, do you think I should run a Hydro damage or HP Goblet and Nubilet? Trying to find new characters. I don't know what team you're playing with Nubilet. If you're doing Farina Nubilet, it is basically just a matter of, okay. So, like, it's a matter of, are you getting his burst back consistently? You also have C2 Nubilet. Does it really? You have C2 Nubilet with C2 Farina. Does this really matter? I'm sorry. And your Hydro Goblet is good enough. Like Hydro Goblet, I think can theoretically basically be better, because of the fact that it can have HP substats. If you have a really good HP Goblet, is it worth considering? Yes. But it's definitely one of those things. Like I don't think the specifics of like me telling you should use an HP or a Hydro Goblet matters, versus just if you happen to get an HP or a Hydro Goblet, which one is better? Like you have one with a good amount of crit, like an HP Goblet with more crit, then test out the HP Goblet with more crit and see if it feels better, right? And that's kind of it. So, yep. Anyways, I don't think it matters. I'm sorry. And with your signature weapon, I do think like Hydro Goblet is probably better. I think you have a good enough build that, other than like you're a little bit low on crit rate, right? This is a 82% crit rate build, which is not that much. That's the only thing you really could improve realistically, but I wouldn't necessarily stress out that much about it. Maybe if your Nuvula has ER issues, just put Farina on Fab. It's her signature weapon anyways. I'm joking, mostly. Anyways. Yep. C6 Chev, C6 Benny, C6 Zara, C3 Raiden. Yeah, I mean, this Raiden team will do fine anyways. I can clear with the C1 Raiden team. I'm pretty sure you can clear with the C3 Raiden team. Raiden? What was I misspeaking there? I don't know. Anyways, yep, your Sora seems good. She will do decent damage. Probably gets her burst back without a problem. Your Bennett seems mostly fine. This is so much less ER than I would like. I want Skyward Blade for my Bennett. Like I just can't. The game's like, no, you don't get to have a Skyward Blade. Instead, have everything other than Skyward Blade, which is like the one. It's the one standard Bennett weapon I would actually appreciate getting, and it won't give me it. Fishboy, use the pinned comment. I don't just pull. I do not pull UIDs from chat. But I want like 300 ER on a Skyward Blade build. Like that's what I want. Why I want it. I just want a Bennett 1,000,000% of the time always gets his burst back build. I don't think he has that much of a problem to be clear in this team, because you have double Pyro, Chevreuse, particles for Bennett, and then Raiden refunding some energy. That I don't think this matters that much. I'm just saying I would still probably use an ER timepiece, because like really you already have C6 Chevreuse with her healing. Do you need Bennett to heal more in this team? You may as well just like get to the point. Like it might actually be beneficial for this kind of team to do as fast rotations as possible, by not Bennett Eing, right? So I don't know. Maybe you do ER timepiece and then you just skip Bennett E. I don't actually. You might not do that. No, you probably wouldn't want to do that because you probably want the overload. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think these three are all for the context of this team should all be fine. It's just funny to me that you have Skyward Blade and then you're running less ER, significantly less ER than I run with the Kilo Favonian. And if I got Skyward Blade, I would switch to Skyward Blade and leave the current ER at like 300 because don't want to think about it Bennett burst ever. Anyways, it's the only annoying thing about Bennett, other than situational problems with circle impact, but that depends on the unit you're playing it with and the enemies, not inherently Bennett's problem. I still maintain circle impact is like a good balancing factor for Bennett's strength, to be clear. His ER needs are the only actual annoying thing. I don't think there's any need to improve this Raiden build, quite frankly. It is a very well-balanced build, all in all. Like you were asking if you should sacrifice some ER for more crit damage, and the answer is yes. Sacrificing for more crit rate or crit damage could be better, because like you don't really need these ER substats with an Engulfing Lightning and Energy Recharge main stat, right? But it also contributes additional damage value that like, unless we are literally talking, you have a piece that has, 30% crit damage and 6.5 ER. Like, that might be slightly better than this, but not that much better. Like, it's fully in the hyper min-maxy territory at this point. With what this build is at. It's in the very, very min-maxy territory to care about, like, swapping one ER roll for one crit roll kind of thing. And I just don't think it matters. There's not much improvement to eke out on your Raiden build for this kind of build, is where it's at. So, yep. If you want Raiden, if you're not happy with how this Raiden team feels, then quite frankly, it is replace Sara. Like, unironically, I think I would rather use either Mavuika. Actually, no, Mavuika doesn't work without C1. Sorry, you wouldn't get the damage bonus. Well, you get the damage bonus in the artifacts. So I guess Pyro Traveler. Unironically, I think I might prefer using Pyro Traveler over Sara. I'm sorry. So, yeah. Anyways, yes, we are sitting in Citlali's house. That's where I'm at with Sara. If you feel like you need better options for this team to deal with different situations, because it's just, you know, you're finding it inconsistent, it's because of her. That's my guess. So, but if you understand the downsides of using Sara and how it restricts your rotations and whatever, it's fine. Obviously, your damage will be fine as far as what you see on Raiden here, in this kind of play format. Blah blah blah. What I do is I do a basic attack with Raiden before burst because it's Bennett C6. That's fair. That helps a little, not a ton, but a little. It does help a little. It also wastes a little bit of Chevr's uptime though, or not Chevr's. It wastes a little bit of Sara uptime. Like, it actually might not be beneficial to do that. I'm not sure because of how short Sara's buff window is. That taking the time to do a normal attack might be bad. I don't know. Anyways. Sara's a more fun carry than Raiden. I mean, that's a fair perspective maybe, but I think they're playing on-field Raiden here, not on-field Sara. Anyways, next we went into the game. Is that everything? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. This is an interesting one to look at, to be clear. I am not a fan of how Sara plays, but yeah. All right, we'll do 128 next. So this one. Another Raiden man. You won Yoimiya was gone in 1 temple on your birthday. Wow. Wow. Can I see your best build character? I don't know who my best build character is, so no. Sorry. I guess we could check Akasha. What is my best build character? It's probably in my Akasha profile. 645 208 216. This is the best way to theoretically check what my best build character is. Can I see my profile? Apparently it's Farina. There you go. Why is my Nahida top 3%? Oh. That's because I was checking to see how high I could get Nahida. This is not the normal build I use in Nahida. I see. My Dia, by the way, would probably be higher if they had real categories. But they don't have real categories. Actually, I don't know. Would she be higher? I don't know that she would. Like, they do have the 180 ER category, but it's still Monopyro, which is a stupid category. Monopyro D is boring. Anyways, so, yeah. Wait. Okay, no. I had to look at my Yelan because of the fact that it said top 7%, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm using a Death Circlet and a attack time piece on my Yelan. I'm pretty sure top 7% couldn't be possible. That's correct. All right. What happened to Arlecchino? What? What happened? Oh, a deathmatch is there. Okay. Arlecchino, I think, actually might be... No, I think Arlecchino, because of people farming for the new set, is technically below Farina now. So, yeah, it's Farina. There you go. Anyways. Oops. Polearm's Arlecchino rank? I have no idea. I don't remember my UID for Polearm's, only at the top of my head, I'm sorry. Last I checked, it was like number 14. And I've given up. I've given up, I'm sorry. Alright, let's do Fallen R's donation review quick, and then we'll do this one. Why is Mualani so low in the ranking? Because it doesn't value energy recharge as a relevant stat on her. Akasha rankings are dumb sometimes. My Mulan build is not necessarily that good as far as Akasha min-maxing goes. I don't know. I just don't care about min-maxing builds most of the time for characters I just enjoy using, but not characters I don't use all the time or really care about. And Farina was only min-maxed because like I saw the path towards improvements and then I got lucky with elixirs. Like the Farina jumped from like probably like a top 5% to top 1% build in one day. It was during the stream that it happened. So anyways, what are we looking at, Fawn? They're doing optimizing their burn DPS Toma. Oh yes. So burning set, yep. I assume played with Emily, of course. I like that, you're putting the burn set on Toma and then Emily gets the deep wood. It's amusing. I like it. Anyways, also very nice Emily build, good lord. 74, 173, 107, 135 ER. I assume you're probably playing with Benny. So if you're funneling particles to him, it's probably okay. Oh, you're also doing Fab Benny. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yep, it seems like a good burning build. I have no idea again what the energy situation looks like. Does Toma meaningfully do damage? Look, we don't question this. The better question is, does Toma's burning damage do? No. We don't need to ask that question because the answer is no. His talent damage should be higher than burning because he wouldn't even be the one triggering burning most of the time. I had 1999 attack, it's funny. Although this is without Pyro Resonance, so presumably with Pyro Resonance, this would be more. Yeah, ER needs, I have no idea. Because Toma would not have to stay on field constantly. You could do multiple Bennett skills per rotation, funnel them to Toma. There's ways to work around that. It's not the same situation as Gaming, who can't get extra skills on Bennett, and notably a Fab Bennett, which means you can trigger multiple Fab procs per rotation with an R5 Fab here. You could literally get at minimum two Pyro Particles and the 3 Fab Particles all funneled to Toma twice per rotation. That so vastly reduces ER needs. Whereas you can't do that in a rotation like with Gaming, right? So yeah. Anyways, also nice Gaming build. Yep. Anyways, yeah, that feather indeed. 48 crit value and attack percent and ER roll. Yeah. Yep. Wow. Yeah, like the Tomer dedication. Doesn't have Staff of Homa though. Staff of Toma, I mean. So let's be real. How can it truly be a DPS Toma build without the Staff of Toma? Right? I think we need to acknowledge that. For shame. Anyways, I'm joking. Don't pull just for that joke. I just do think it's funny. I do think Staff of Toma is funny. Also Kazuha. Oh yeah, they want us to look at Kazuha. Kazuha Flex. 1013 EM with 198 energy recharge. Wow. What the frick? Actually frick off. Yeah. Also this goblet, by the way. I didn't even notice the double crit. What? He doesn't need the crit, to be clear. It's just insult to injury, let's be real. Wow. Extremely rare to see a build with Kazuha with Freedom's Warren that has enough ER to actually burst, which you kind of need to do for Kazuha to be relevant. Not if outside of situations with where the grouping is very relevant. So anyways, wow. Rarest piece in the game right here, maybe. Oh, lordy. Alright, yay for EM goblets. I love it. 2.5% baseline drop rate. What are you doing, Mahoya? And elixirs, if elixirs let you choose 3 stats, elixirs could be so much better, right? If it was 4 elixirs for a goblet, but I could choose 3 stats, or I could choose double crit and ER, alright, I like elixirs more, but instead it's 2 stats, and then you get F by RNG after spending 4 pieces, 4 elixirs. Yeah, anyways. Thank you, Fawn. Nice Kazuha. And your Tomer seems pretty good too, obviously. Alright. Raiden, Kokumi, Arlecchino, and Yoimiya. Yeah, Raiden main and the C1 Yoimiya. Oh, yeah. Okay. We've read that before. That goblet was crafted? Wow. Wow. I mean, that's what the freaking elixirs are. They're high risk, high reward. And sometimes you get the reward. And sometimes you don't. And that's it's like I still think elixirs are best like used mitigating your risk and balancing how much resin it could save you for not if you get a good piece from it, a usable piece from the elixirs, it would remove the need to continue farming for that like last artifact from the domain. That's I think when elixirs make the most sense. Raden, Cocofish, Arlecchino, Yoimiya. Oh, they're all here. We don't need to. Sweet. C2 Raiden with an engulfing. ER timepiece is better than attack timepiece on an engulfing Raiden. I don't know by what percentage. It's possible, like, if you have no ER timepiece or like the only ER timepiece you have is a 6.2 crit rate and no other relevant stat piece, maybe the ER timepiece is not better, right? But you should do an ER timepiece with engulfing. It is just better. Unless you have like literally a really, really terrible ER timepiece might be better. So I'm not exactly sure though where like the breakpoint would lay. In your case, you would ideally want, you know, probably the issue this Raiden has, of course, is going to be very inconsistent crits, to say the least. And unfortunately, man, Raiden's such a pain in the arse to build. Like, these artifacts are not bad. Other than needing the different main stat piece here, but like pretend this is ER main stat and just looking at substats, right? Like this is a good amount of like a healthy amount of substats, but then like this is the crit ratio. It's just why is Raiden harder to build with engulfing lightning than with a catch? Why did Mihoyo punish people for pulling engulfing lightning? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. The circle is kind of meh, yeah, but that's not my point. Is like the yes, 20% crit damage here would be nice, getting to 150 crit damage. Like, the main way they get more crit damage is by having a crit rate circle with crit damage. Yes, duh. But that doesn't fix their crit rate issue, right? The way to fix the crit rate issue is to just get a timepiece or flower with a ton of crit rate, most likely. Because I don't think you want to replace this piece. You're probably not going to replace this piece. I mean, maybe you will actually. If you have an electro goblet with an off-piece electro goblet with a lot of crit rate, that could be an option as well. Or an attack goblet. An attack goblet is viable as an alternative. Or fix play EM Raiden. Yeah. So, anyways, and you already have C2 Raiden, so like C2 Raiden is uplifting your damage enough. That's like okay. I don't think it's too worth getting bent on having the right amount of crit damage versus just making sure you have enough to crit semi-consistently. So I would definitely in this build bias towards a bit more crit rate. Even if it means sacrificing even more crit damage. I don't know. Yeah, Raiden sucks to build. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lulu. Yep, seems like a good Kokomi build. You have the donut. Wow. I don't remember. Does this refund energy? I think it does. If it doesn't, even if it doesn't, I think you might have a perfectly fine amount of ER. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice Kokomi build. It's a nice fish build. Yeah. 5-piece clam? I mean, that's just a flex. I didn't notice it, but that is just a flex. Yeah. Why not? Why not if you can? It makes it easy. You never. What pieces to put on her? Sort to 5-piece clam, or whatever, the filter to 4-piece clam, and then you just go equip, and you're good. If you need to change your build for Nilu or whatever, this person probably just never plays or never changes the build, but yeah, yep. You know, how many reviews in queue? There's only one more donation review in queue, so I'm not too stressed out about trying to alternate or anything right now. Shimez, Thundering Pulse. She says a crit rate, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like a pretty decent Yoimiya build. I don't remember what her C1 does. Yoimiya's time to shine, realistically, is this current Abyss cycle. because 75% normal attack bonus seems nice for Yoimiya. Yeah, seems like a good Shimenao's build. Nothing insane. Is it possible to get more crit damage? Yes. But I don't think whether or not, you know, a Yoimiya has 200% crit damage versus 180% is going to make or break your ability to clear with her realistically, right? So, yeah, seems like a more than good enough Yoimiya build. And, welcome to the land of not enough crit rate. Yep. This, yeah, a lot of attack percent in that circlet. Wow. This, you have attack percent goblet too. This is a circumstance you triple ground. Wow. Alekino's skill and burst are very not worth leveling past 6 in my opinion. Or burst maybe, arguably, but like, need to pull her signature. I mean, that would help, probably, but well, I don't know. You'd lose so much crit damage. It wouldn't be that much of an improvement necessarily. We know what they need. They need to do double cryo with Citlali and Rosaria. That's what fixes this build. Do double cryo with Citlali, Rosaria, switch to an off-piece EM timepiece, and bam, you're done. You're fixed. You're fine. The main suggestion I would have actually though is this is probably a case. I don't know what Lulu's artifacts look like. They're AR-58. I don't know how many characters in total they've leveled. I don't know how long they've been playing the game. They might not have very good gladiator artifacts. They might have made the decision to go and farm this set because they didn't have good gladiator artifacts. But I do think this build is probably at a balance where it is possible either 2-piece or 4-piece gladiator pieces that they have could be meaningfully better. Like switching to 2-piece for a better, what would be the most obvious options to keep the, you probably keep the circlet and you keep the flower, right? So if you have like a different goblet and a different feather, for example, in 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack percent, 2-piece normal attack bonus, 2-piece MH, right? 2-piece pyro, obviously, especially because you already have an onset timepiece. Would any one of those things could be better, right? So, yeah. They're gonna have to sell fates. Oh my gosh, the amount of people are like, no, they're just gonna have to sell fates, guys. The order literally defines a covered mechanism as any game mechanic where you where it's a system of chance that involves the ability to exchange real currency for virtual currency, right, that engages in a system of chance, like Genshin's wishing system, like loot boxes. And then Order 2 in that settlement said that they have to offer a method of direct purchase other than the covered mechanism. What about fates? Like if they change this from buying Genesis crystals in the US to you buy fates. Fates are just a virtual currency of engaging with the wishing system. That does not comply to the order. So again, unless the order gets changed or they just ignore it and try to get away with it, they can't just like change it to you can buy fates. No, it's not. Whatever. I mean, I'm sure there is some loopholes or whatever. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not gonna go and pay a lawyer to read it. But like, I'm sure there's loopholes that MiHoYo can comply without actually complying to the spirit of it. But yeah. Anyways, we'll see. I think the most realistic thing they could do is just add a character to the shop that you can buy instead of having to gacha for them. But you can only buy one of them. And they're probably going to be overpriced too, right? In some form. That's like the middle ground realistic expectation. I don't think they're going to be $1,000. That'd be stupid. They're not that dumb. The reason because like they don't want in their shop. Like the easiest way to tell someone to never play a gacha game is to go take a screenshot of like, here's the price of characters and it says $1,000 for Mavuika in the shop, right? Like, they're not going to do that. Fates aren't loot boxes. Yes, they fucking are. Sorry. Yes, they fucking are. This is a loot box system. This is a covered mechanism based, like, go read the freaking thing and what they define as a covered mechanism. This is a covered mechanism. Fates for this, for RNG system, is a covered mechanism. Yes, they are. This is the Fates are a loot box system. Just like Prima Gems are. Just like Genesis Crystals are. They're all a slot machine. Just because you can use different forms of virtual currency in the slot machine does not mean it's not a slot machine. God. I had to stop looking at comments in that video because of like how much like I just whatever. Like I said, they might not implement it the way that I expect they could implement it. But Fates are a covered mechanism. They are part of the covered mechanism. Just offering direct purchase of Fates does not comply to the order. They'll have to do something else to comply to the order. That isn't just that. So, anyways, are we done here? Yes, we are. Sorry, Lulu. I think I finished everything I had to say though. Yeah. Let's do one more random one and then we'll do Louis X's donation. I'm not backlogged on donations for once. Yay. The term loot box is kind of misleading. Loot box is just using as a genericized term. Like them saying loot box in the press release is a genericized term, you guys, for gotcha. Like you see loot box when it comes to a legal thing from the US at least, replace it with gotcha in your mind because you're used to gotcha games. Replace loot box with gotcha with RNG item acquisition system. Anyways, 51. Geo ladies. I mean, that's a simple way to put it. Geo ladies and Mualani, who is honorary Geo lady. Uh-oh. Rip. Arna Lane. Make sure your profile is visible. Edit profile. Show character details. Make sure that's checked. Loot boxes used as a buzzword? No, loot boxes used because that's how they have referred to those things in the past. It is a loot box system. Anyways, we'll do another random one. We'll keep this one open. So hopefully you're in chat. Are you in chat, Arnoline? What even is this argument? What is this argument is not an argument. It's that you go look at the godforsaken order and you look at the definitions of the things they put in the order rather than looking at what the press release says and us arguing about what the press release says and the uses of the terms loot box. It puts loot box in the definition for like covered mechanism because it uses loot boxes as an example of a covered mechanism. Like, go look at the order. Go read the agreement yourself and look at what the definition of covered mechanism is and go read the part that says there must be a way of direct purchase offered that is not the covered mechanism. Whatever. Anyways, so Jeff mentioned you. Are you talking about in the Citlali video? Yeah, I left a comment on there. I also messaged him and I said thanks. We need to open a new tab. Yeah, he plugged the for anyone knows, he plugged my Superconduct Citlali video as interestingly as an example of why he wishes Citlali had Cryo Res Shred. Which, you know what? Oh, sorry, we're gonna get distracted a little bit. I kind of disagree with that. Not because, again, I don't think it would be a bad thing for her to have Cryo Res Shred, to be clear. I just don't think it matters. Because I don't think it matters for on-field cryo DPSs. And it doesn't matter for Citlali herself. Citlali's damage itself, generally speaking. Because her talent multipliers and her scalings would just be reduced slightly if she gave Cryo Res Shred. So like the damage she deals would be the same regardless of if she has Cryo Res Shred. But his point was that Cryo Res Shred would have improved superconduct damage, like transformative reaction damage, which is an interesting point I hadn't considered before. The problem is that in my experience, I kind of feel like just like a faster normal attack chain or higher cryo application or whatever would have mattered more than having cryo res shred. Like being able to trigger more superconducts in single target would matter more. Like being able to get more charge attacks out with less stamina cost kind of thing. Or a faster normal attack chain, or a multi-hit chain in her normal attacks. Like more cryo application from her normal attacks, I think would matter more than cryo res shred as far as like total potential superconduct damage, because that feels like the main limiting factor as far as single target superconduct damage goes for a transformative reaction like carry playstyle. Is she just doesn't, or the fact that she can't like her passive requires having a Hydra unit to get extra Night Soul. So if you watch the Superconduct video, I ended up switching to Sack Frag, so I was like, oh wait, I'm losing cryo application because I'm not getting, I'm losing several seconds of uptime on her skill because I didn't have freeze or melt happening in the team, right? Like this part of her passive and her on-field cryo application not really adding a ton. It wasn't nothing, it was something. Like, I think there's parts about her kit that could change that to improve her ability to be a superconduct trigger more than cryo res shred would. So I don't disagree that cryo res shred could be a addition to her kit that would make it better, but I don't think it's actually the most important thing for the specific context of like transformative reaction carry, is what I would say. So anyways, I think the superconduct Citlali thing kind of just shows the potential superconduct can have, and mark my words, you will probably see it work far better than you might expect in an AoE Abyss. I'm quite confident of that. I would not be surprised to find if I end up being able to get better clears with a superconduct team than I do an electrocharge team in an AoE Abyss, which next month. So yeah. What do you mean cryo res shred wouldn't increase her damage? No, it wouldn't, because no. If they gave her cryo res shred, like Mihoyo wants Citlali's personal damage as the support defensive or on-field DPS unit. They would want her personal damage to be whatever it is, right? And being that like they could add cryo res shred to her kit, yes, adding cryo res shred to this passive and changing nothing else about her kit would increase her damage. But Mihoyo, in trying to balance his character, right, tries to have her damage be at a set approximate target. So if they were going to give her cryo res shred, they would reduce the multiplier of this, for example, or reduce the multiplier of her burst, because they wouldn't want to just significantly increase her damage. There's a give and take, right? like maybe she would have ended up being net slightly stronger, but like they wouldn't have just like if in the beta process, right? In the beta, she started with 2400% EM scaling, and they reduced it to 1200% EM scaling. And then if in the beta they also added cryo res shred to this passive, they would have probably reduced this further and maybe reduced the multipliers in the talent levels as well, in conjunction with adding the res shred, because of it increased her damage and them wanting to keep her personal damage contribution at whatever level they were targeting. Right? Like they would keep it balanced. Like adding cryo res shred would not have buffed Citlali meaningfully, I highly doubt, unless they decided that they needed to have her, they wanted her balance to be better. But clearly the balance they settled on was where it's at for her potential damage contribution. And I think it's fine. The only thing I don't like about her balance for her potential damage contribution is how her ER needs make it extremely hard to make her crit consistently, even with really good artifacts. So, Kaveh. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at Kaveh. I mean, yeah. Hyper carry DPS. His damage scales off of attack. Okay, I guess we'll talk about that. I switched between a lot of different teams for him, but mostly Raiden, Nahida, Zhongli. Alright. Did this person update theirs yet? Nope. Alright. Well, sorry, Arnolane. Too bad. I'm guessing they're just not watching. I love my Princess Kaveh and his boy failure nerd, I guess. So, ER. With Nahida Raiden, you probably... I mean, your extent... what does rotations even look like? Like they're doing Raiden, Nahida. You do Raiden burst a little bit. You probably end Raiden's burst early. You just burst just long enough to refund Kave energy, I guess. They're doing 2Ps. 2Ps. So, as far as the builds overall, they're pretty good. You are getting EM from Nahida in this team. So, like, yeah, and you're getting 250 EM from Nahida. So, in this instance, I don't really think it matters that much whether or not you do attack versus EM timepiece. And attack might be better just because of the fact that he doesn't do that much Dendra application. But yeah, if you didn't have 2Ps, if he didn't ascend with EM and he didn't have 2Ps EM, right? And he didn't have the EM buff from Nahida, you might very likely find it better to do an EM timepiece as far as crit Kave goes. But also, Shatter Kave. Like, I don't know. Anyway, to be clear, Shatter Kave I think really only makes sense in the specific conjunction of Farina Citlali Kave. Without Citlali, it's a lot more rough. Is what I would describe it as. But yeah, and it's still like a little bit, you know, obviously against bosses, it's not particularly compelling. I did try to use Shadowbloom Kave in this current Abyss cycle, and it does not clear, as you might expect, because enemies can't be frozen. Because bosses, yay. I shouldn't say it can't clear. I do think I can clear if I use a really, really strong team on the second side, or the other side. But anyways, Shadowbloom Kave, unironically, is really fun and quite decent. And carry Kave is a thing you can do. And I think it might be worse than Shadowbloom. In the but in single target situations with bosses specifically, not single target, it's not correct because single target might be freezable enemies, but with a single target situation, you can probably get more damage from a build like this. So it's a completely fair approach. I don't know specifically about using Raiden versus like, who do you use instead of Raiden? I don't know. Fischl is probably better, realistically. Like the energy Fischl generates is probably better than Raiden. I don't know. The problem is, like, I think if you Raiden burst in this team, one without, I mean, maybe you have a C2 Raiden, I guess. Oh, you do? Okay, well. Let's be real. I think you're playing a Raiden team where Kave happens to have a... You're playing a Raiden team where Kave... You're just choosing to extend rotations a bunch so that you can on-field Kave for the fun of it. Which is completely fine if you want to do that. But you're doing like probably 30-second rotations most of the time, I suspect. Or optimistically 25-second rotations, right? And that hurts overall damage contribution quite meaningfully, potentially. I don't know. It's a decent approach, I think. Like as far as dual DPSing things goes, there is like more potential. I think people give credit oftentimes for doing dual DPS things and just extending rotations. It's just a problem of Kave is not that compelling of a DPS to do dual DPSing with. So it makes it harder to do dual DPS with him versus dual DPS with someone else. So, yeah. I can't say it's the approach I would take, but if it's what you're enjoying, you know, don't let me stop you. I have found other ways to enjoy Kave that isn't doing that. But yeah, the ways I enjoyed crit Kave is basically doing plunge Kave, and the ways I have enjoyed non-crit Kave is doing Shadowbloom. So this of course could be a good plunge Kave build too, if it's not obvious. There's no particular reason it wouldn't work for plunge Kave. So yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like the Kave dedication. Is this one visible? Nope. Well, okay. I'll leave it open for a little bit longer. Arnelane, if you're still watching. But otherwise, let's do one more random one, and then there was 2 donations. Dilby wanted to change they paid $20. Thank you for the $20. They wanted to change the submission. They're confident in all your units to let you pick any 4 characters. I mean, if you're paying me $20 freaking Dilby, I'll probably just look at all your characters. Like, that's a lot of money, I feel like. So, and then Sylvian, £5 for Mika and Shenhe banner tomorrow. Oh yeah, of course, yes. Shenhe, finally I'll be able to do cryo things with Shenhe. Crazy. I'll finally be able to do hybrid Shenhe. I had the idea for hybrid Shenhe a year ago, guys. A year ago, I had the idea for hybrid Shenhe, I think. Or close to a year ago. Anyways, whatever. 149. Raiden again. What's all the Raidens again? Everyone always loves asking about Raiden. Probably because she feels bad to play. I'm joking. Mostly. Farina build to 10 total runs. Okay, yeah, let's look at Farina first. Oops, I just clicked in the game accident. Farina. Fav. Signature weapon. Wow, what? This took you 10 runs? I mean, the circlet couldn't be improved, obviously, but like... Wow. 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 Alright. Yelan. Obviously good for in a build. Can there be improvements? I mean, sure, theoretically, but like, are they worth stressing about? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The circlet can be improved, but I don't know. I don't think that's a reason to farm that domain. That's a reason to maybe consider using a circlet for it, but like, it's still fine. Oh, I didn't even notice it had HP. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't think you bother trying to farm for that Farina build anymore unless you just really want to improve Farina. Yelan, Mavuika Raiden. The 2 Raidens. It's funny how much like she really is just Pyro Raiden for all intents and purposes to most players is what I would say. But like how much less people seem to care about her than Raiden. Like they both have characterization issues. And their like fundamental kit design was extremely similar. Just one's a pyro carry and one's an electro carry. Anyways. But like Mavuika was actually designed to be not annoying as heck to build at C0. And actually feels good to like it feels like she does a compelling amount of damage without being hyper reliant on very good investment into your other units. Like she's a better designed Raiden, quite frankly. But yes, that includes with Natlan Racism. I still don't like Mavuika for on-field potential. It's just funny how much less popular she is, or more controversial she is. Anyways, this is a very good Yelan build. Yep. If you end up needing more ER than this, it would be nice to have an ER type as an option. Because there might be situations where that would be desirable. The downside, of course, is I suspect you do not have as good of an ER type piece as this piece. But I don't think you will need to swap to ER type piece very often with this kind of build. So, yeah. Raiden is from Japan. Yeah, there you go. that explains it. You have 54 crit rate, 200 crit damage in your Farina Waifu Slayer. Well, do you have the pipe? If you do, I think you're fine. Raiden doesn't want to make me throw bricks at her. Oh boy. What's interesting is with this Raiden build, you can use an off-piece circlet. With very heavy crit rate piece here, very heavy crit rate piece here. Double attack percent is probably not ideal, but you have enough ER, I think it's fine. I don't think it makes that much difference. I think... Hello, Seabell. Yeah, I don't know. So like to be clear, this is a 28.8 crit damage, right? So like the crit damage circlet would let's assume let's assume the ideal of they have a crit damage circlet that is the same crit value. So it'd be 14% crit rate. So they'd lose about 16% crit rate. They go down to 60% crit rate at a baseline, but catch is giving 12% crit rate. So this is one of those things where the catch versus engulfing, right? Where within a really invested catch build, you can consider running a crit damage circlet, whereas like engulfing lightning, basically you never run a crit damage circlet unless you have really, really weird, like a ton of crit rate, like this amount of crit rate in all of your non-circlet pieces. So if you switch to a crit damage circle in this build, right, you gain 30% crit damage, go to like 170% crit damage, and then you have 72% crit rate, right? Functionally. Versus this build, which is 88% crit rate with 144. Is one or the other better? They'd ultimately be pretty similar as far as like total crit value and the balance of like RNG goes, and I think, but Raiden is one of those characters where, in my opinion, sometimes you just get used to optimizing around RNG with her a little bit. So it's just pick how much you want to optimize. If you don't want to optimize with her a little bit, then probably this build is the better build. But they're already on an off-beat circlet. If they have a good circlet to test, right, a 14.4% crit rate circlet, especially if it has other relevant stats, ER, attack percent, is worth trying, I think. Because like that's what I'm running on my Raiden on formerly weapons only, right? She's using the catch. She has 60% crit rate and 180% crit damage. Something nonsense. It's a really good build. And I feel like she's completely functional at 70% crit rate. Like 70% crit rate is my like baseline where like I don't feel like I'm losing my sanity trying to play a character with 70% crit rate, right? I'll notice when they don't crit, but like I don't feel like I hate it. So, and then the catch kind of is like with the right conjunction of artifacts is what could enable you to potentially run a crit damage circlet, and then just, you know, you get bigger number fun, and you can optimize around it if need be. So that's my current perspective on Raiden building with the catch here. And a consideration, especially with an off-beat circlet already there. Yeah. Mavuikas. Wow. Overcat crit rate much, will you? One wasted crit rate roll. How dare you? Honestly, this build looks like utter trash, because, let's be real. How could you even seriously consider playing this Mavuika with one dead... What the frick is this goblet? With one dead roll. I'm disappointed. Yeah, I don't know. This is probably one of the best Mavuikas, let's be real. This is probably one of the best Mavuikas. I don't know, is there Mavuika leaderboards yet? On Akasha? Yup, there are. There are indeed, out of curiosity. Let's put this profile in. Yep, I'm not surprised. And it's just like, I don't know, yeah. I don't think it's really worthwhile to optimize your Mavuika this much. I do not think you should lose your sanity targeting top 1%, but yeah. Yep. Nice Mavuika. Could be better though. Clearly could be better. Like, did you get this from elixirs, by the way? Is this another example of someone who like got blessed by the elixir gods? I feel like it probably is. Wait. It's saying the roll value on this is only 520%. That's interesting. Why? I guess it's slightly low rolls on the crit, I guess, but like, whatever. Anyways, yep. Not even top 1,000. Yeah, clearly not even trying. Yep, nice builds. Nice builds. Alright. This was a... should we do donation one? I'm not backloaded donation. Yeah, we'll do Dilby's. Let's do Dilby's. I don't want to make Dilby wait. Dilby did pay $20. Sylveon can wait, because I feel like Sylveon will wait anyways. Alright, oh my god, but maybe I regret saying all characters. I forgot you can have 80 characters in your profile now, but it's fine. They said to pick 4. So I'll pick 4 to look at maybe more. Well, actually, I'll just glance through them all, and if I have meaningful dots, I'll spend meaningful dots, but I'll try to keep it lower. Highest roll value possible. So roll value is dependent on the character, but like in the 700% range, basically. Don't have to look at everyone. Well, I will glance at everyone anyways. You don't get a choice. Peas in love. Why peas? Is this a reference to something? Peas in love. Alberto. Seems like a healthy Albedo, other than I do think Albedo wants to burst normally, and I don't know what his energy needs are. But other than that, seems like a strong Albedo, but not enough EM, let's be real. Where's your EM? You have no EM substats. Shatter Albedo. Rip. Burst causes 40. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yep. I think you're fine. Yep. Strong Geo, man. But yeah, I don't think I've seen a Shatter Albedo build yet. All the Albedo players are really dedicated crit build players, which is fair. I get it. But also, why not embrace the chat? Festering Desire seems like a good Farina build. I would probably personally run an ER timepiece on this build. But ultimately, Farina is a big ol' it depends character. Certainly got a healthy amount of crit though. Children. Two-piece child. Seems like a very healthy child. I don't have meaningful thoughts about your build so far. I'm sorry, Dilby. or it's not Dilby, it's Dibby. Ah, sorry, I was calling you Dilby. My brain definitely did not look that close at your name. When I saw it in my YouTube chat, I definitely thought this was an L, but this is an I. DB. Anyways, he still won't crit. Yeah, this is an extremely healthy amount of crit rate for an Aqua build child. Yeah, look at all them crit rate rolls. Wow, very healthy child, well balanced. I think you have enough ER too. ER do be kind of important on him. If I lose my 50-50 to child, will I build a child when I'm going for Shenhe? I would prefer not. Like if I lose my 50-50 for Shenhe, I would prefer Baiju, because at least then I can maybe in the future get C2 Baiju. Actually, that'd be a problem. I don't know. If I end up getting C1 Baiju, then I'm gonna be tempted to go for C2 Baiju now, which would be stupid. C2 Baiju is just like not worthwhile. I want to emphasize, but like it's just a funny constellation that you could get off-field Dendro without ever having to switch to Baiju, and I think that's funny. Anyways, and it's one thing if I can have getting C2 Baiju happen accidentally, but if I have to intentionally choose it, it's a different question. But anyways, if I lose to Child, it'll be fine. Because, like, Child has an interesting kit, but he takes meaningful investment to get value out of, and I just, like... I don't know if I care. I don't know if I care. C2 Baiju is the only limited character I pulled cons for? Really? Wait, you don't even have your C2 Baiju on your showcase. DB pulled a C2 Baiju for the fully AFK team. Oh boy, yeah. I mean, you need Dia then. Dia on Ocean Hued Clam with Baiju. You get that burning damage going. Wait, is that the best AFK team in the game? Like a Dia with Ocean Hued Clam, and C2 Baiju. Is that the best AFK team in the game? Clear all the games content going AFK, other than the time challenges, of course. Anyway, should you go for J Cutter? I'm probably gonna record a video. Like the video, okay. Maybe I should make this video today and then have it posted tomorrow. I don't know. Here, let me do. I'll go do a poll for you guys. Let's see. Poll. But can the button work, please? All right. Start a poll. What is this? So the question is, do separate dedicated Yap video about things on Chronicle Banner. Because right now I can, like, my original intent was to do a Yap video about things on Chronicle Banner while wishing for Shenhe, right? So I was going to talk about, like, how Chronicle Banner is worse than it was before because of the good changes they made to the normal banner system, and like wishing for weapons is worse on Chronicle Banner now. Wishing for characters is worse on Chronicle Banner now than it is relevant relative to the normal banner, because capturing Radiance and weapon banner is less cringe now. That, like, wishing for weapons is just worse on there. So like it's more expensive to get a Jade Cutter on Chronicle Banner, right? And losing your 50/50 on Chronicle Banner does not give you a benefit down the line like losing your 50/50 on Limited Banner does now with the capturing Radiance mechanic. So, like, I feel like it just feels a lot worse to wish on Chronicle Banner now because of the changes they made, right? And it's still the same situation of, like, you only wish on Chronicle Banner if you have enough to get, like, if you, like, Chronicle Banner is your opportunity to get these characters that are featured. Like, if you want Child, you wanted Ganyu, you wanted Shenhe, Baiju, I guess, probably won't get a rerun in a long time now because of this too. This is your opportunity, but it's still definitely in the circumstance of, like, only wish on it if you have the 150 wishes to guarantee, like, you know you can guarantee it. Otherwise, you're potentially just wasting a ton of wishes if you can't guarantee the character. So my thinking though is, like, I could so I could do that Yap video during the wishing video, or I can just have the wishing video be the wishing video. And I'm kind of thinking I could maybe have the wishing video talk more directly about, is Shenhe still worth it? So I can have the wishing video be more dedicated to Shenhe, and then I can have a separate video maybe that I'll post tomorrow. That's just a Yap about the different things on Chronicle Banner. And I'll probably just literally go over, like, my thoughts on Child, Baiju, Shenhe, briefly of Shenhe, because Shenhe I'll probably have the more dedicated video about. Jade Cutter, and then talking about, like, capturing Radiance and whatever issues that Chronicle Banner has. So Chronicle Banner is 150/50 lost and guaranteed, yes. And it's like the weapon banner where the point goes away. So if you lose a 50/50, it doesn't carry over to the next Chronicle Banner even. Like, you have to use it this current banner. Yeah, if it carried over to another Chronicle Banner and they reran Chronicle Banners more often, it wouldn't be as bad. But yeah. So, anyway, thank you, Wankaroo Shyly, with the 40 of currency. Quick look at your characters. We'll do in a little bit. Anyway, the distracted by Chronicle Banner things. Might record that today, basically. So Chronicle. I'm gonna jot a note down before I look at the poll results. Chronicle Banner. Yeah. About Radiance. Things worthwhile. Actually, no. Chronicle Banner. Still, it'll be Chronicle. Is Chronicle Banner still worth it? Or maybe what was the title of the video? I gotta actually. You know what? Sorry. We're gonna workshop with you guys. What would the video even be? Actually, what's the poll at? Let me check first. Oh, I closed the poll on my one window. Oops. Gotta open it up. A new window. I love the Citlali house music. 89% for yes. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, well, we can end that poll. Well, that makes it easy. All right, so then workshop. What is the title? What is the title of this video? I'm gonna make a dedicated video on this. Is it just the Chronicle banner is worse now? Because like, is the Chronicle banner still not worth it? Yeah, that could be an option. But yeah, Chronicle banner was already like only worth it in the circumstance originally, right? Right. Chronicle banner was only worth it in the circumstance of you really wanted those Mondstadt characters like Eula last time, right? You really wanted Eula. Well, this is your opportunity to get Eula. Like that was where Chronicle banner was worth it before, but now it's even worse, right? So, like, what do I title it that communicates that in the title? I like asking a question in the title, but also a title that communicates that very problem. So maybe it's just something. Maybe I just do something slightly different. Like, so. Yeah, I think I can just try something different. Well, I'll just try an outright statement in the title this time, maybe. The Chronicle banner. The new Chronicle banner is worse now. And then I'll do like ... And then in the thumbnail, I can be like, but maybe it still makes sense. I don't know. Maybe, but what? But it's not pointless in the thumbnail. Maybe that's the title. The new Chronicle banner is worse now, but it's not pointless. Alternatively, if I wanted to turn it in, if that like doesn't work, I can do. Yeah, I could do is Chronicle banner still not worth it, or is Chronicle banner still not worthwhile? And then in the thumbnail it can be it got worse. It got worse, and it got worse not because anything has changed with Chronicle banner, but it got worse because of the fact that the other banners relative to Chronicle banner got better, which makes Chronicle banner worse relative to the other options. Like, the other ways of spending your wishes are now more valuable. You get more value per wish from the existing banners than you do Chronicle banner now. Before, it was at least like the same value as long as you had enough to guarantee the character, but now it's literally just worse value per wish, right? And that's stupid. So anyways, we'll see. Yeah, I guess I'll make that video. 90% say yes. And then I can have a separate video just yapping more in depth. The wishing video for Shenhe will just basically be about, 1, Gambit content. 2, why I still want Shenhe even though C1 Citlali replaces some of the things that Shenhe could do. So anyways, thanks DB for waiting. I'm sorry you paid $20 and now you've had to wait 20 years. This Kaching has like 80%-ish crit rate, I think, with Gilded Dreams. 122 EM attack timepiece on a Gilded Dreams build. Does that actually make sense? I'm not sure. You are using Mist Splitter. It's not like she does no talent damage. The Liyue Chronicle weapon banner would be worthwhile. Yeah, I mean, I'd talk about the weapons in there, but again, that's a problem of like the weapons are more expensive than if they just ran on their own weapon banner right now. Anyways, and also like there's not even whatever. Yeah. So anyways, I'm not sure about. I'm not 100% confident on like where the EM balance lies for Gilded Dreams Kaching. Obviously 4-piece Gilded Dreams gives a bunch of EM, right? So that changes the relative value of some EM, like an EM timepiece. This is also a very, very good attack timepiece, so I think it probably makes sense. Also, this Goblet, wow. Yep, very good Kaching build. Homer build, or Homer, Staff of Homa, on Raiden, which we should call Homer builds. Yes. Yep. With these kinds of artifacts, this is when it can indeed make sense to use a Homer build on Raiden. Theoretically, this could be not enough ER in some teams with Raiden, but yeah. I think it's probably fine. I think this is a good balance. Other than the ER needs question mark. Very, very healthy balance to say the least. Yeah, if you need more ER, it's just like, how do you actually get more ER though from this build? I have no idea. Like, you just have to probably switch to a crit circlet that has way less crit damage substats and more ER probably, right? You've never struggled with ER? Yeah, that's probably what I kind of figured. Underrated. He loves reviewing Raiden builds, huh? I mean, I have lots of thoughts on how to use Raiden if it's not obvious. We barely even mentioned hybrid Raiden. Like, see, I'm doing better. I'm not just yapping about hybrid Raiden permanently. Anyways, how's the GI damage calculator work? Yeah. Well, you can use they have a tool for just like scanning your artifacts if you want to like input it by image. But yes, you can manually enter your artifacts. I use the GI damage calculator to do quick checks of like whether or not certain artifacts make sense. So anyways, Wander Boy. Well, it's a good Wanderer build. But do you have C6 fars? it's definitely, they don't have C2 Wander. They have C0 Wander, right? So it's very possible they have like a C2 far along with a C0 Wander. Oh boy. Oh boy. Interesting. Huh. I've never considered quick swap Hazo for... Yeah. Quick swap Hazo doing you know, because so for anyone that's just in case you're unaware, 4-piece Skill of Dreams gives you the 70% skill damage bonus. If you're on field more than 2 seconds, you lose 25% skill damage bonus from the 4-piece effect. But if you just do his skill right away, you're kind of fine. After you swap into him, right? So that's interesting. I think his C6 gives some crit rate. I think. I can't remember for sure. Let me double check. Yeah, I know C1 gives a free stack. I also think... Wait, what am I doing? Let's use this. I also believe... Where is he? There he is. I also believe... But the main reason I never leveled him past 70, by the way, was just I'd never wanted to finish farming these, which I have apparently incidentally collected a few of them over time. But I still kind of don't want to farm more of these. I hate them. Oh boy. Anyways, yeah, C1 is the extra stack. Yep. Does he gain stacks from off-field swirls? Does he gain stacks? No, he has to trigger a swirl on field. So that means you have to... Okay, yeah, you do get crit rate. So you get 16% crit rate. So that means you have to swap off-field and swap back into him to use the skill, which is really awkward, I would say. But it's also probably one of the ways to get the biggest damage number possible from him. So I don't know. It's an interesting build path for him that I've never considered before. It might make him playing, particularly if you have a high ping, it would make playing him very awkward. With lower ping, I think it'd be probably fine. But it is definitely one of those instances where, like, it would be so nice if they just removed, like, the stupid cooldown on character switching, right? Because, like, having to wait 2 seconds to switch your character, or 1.5 seconds, whatever it is god-awful sometimes. like it does limit team ideas somewhat. And this isn't a case of, like, being able to swap instantly or near instantly would be such a boon to how you could play Hazo potentially. So I don't know. I like it. I like it though. It'd be interesting. I'd be down to mess with Hazo with this kind of build if it weren't for the fact that I need beetles to level him up. A Hu Tao's. This is a very good Crimson Hu Tao. Yep. Wow. This is not easy to have this amount of crit rate without neglecting crit damage a bunch. on a Hu Tao build like this. Yeah. Very healthy Hu Tao. Yep. No ER, which is a little bit not. I don't like one of the main reasons that like Crimson is good on Hu Tao is because you can burst consistently on her potentially. So that's a little not ideal potentially, but it's not that important in my opinion. Relative to like just optimizing your Hu Tao gameplay and your cancels and whatever, right? So, Alini. I wish. Imagine if C6 Bennett could give infusions to bow characters and you could turn Linny into Yoimiya. Why would you do that? Because it'd be funny. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. No, this is a good Linny build, obviously. Awkwardness of MH with him notwithstanding. Yeah. Alhaitham with a Jade Cutter build. Wow. This looks like a better version of my Jade Cutter build on Alhaitham. Actually, oh, you're doing 2-piece 2-piece. Okay. I might be able to get a pretty similar 2-piece 2-piece build, yeah. My Gilded Dreams build is less crit than this. Like, it's like 80% crit, 180% crit damage. 400 EM at a baseline, if I recall. It's a little bit more EM, but 4-piece Gilded Dreams stat bonuses as well, of course. So, yeah. I did record the Alhaitham in 2025 video with messing around with Mavuika and Citlali with him. I still don't know how to feel about it because like a lot of my testing with Alhaitham with doing Alhaitham, Mavuika, Emily, Kuki kind of felt like it was Emily and Mavuika's damage maybe just being what made the team feel good and not necessarily Alhaitham. But at the same time, it's been the first time that I enjoyed playing Alhaitham. So, I don't know. Like I don't think I like most of the time when I played Alhaitham before, I've been like, wow, why would I want to play this team over Tignari? Because like Tignari's more fun. You might be like, oh, but Alhaitham is better AoE. Well, yeah, because they do a lot of AoE situations nowadays. Not to mention if there's an AoE Abyss, I'd rather do all kinds of different teams that have like there's so many ways to like get extra AoE damage potential out in Genshin. I'm going to mess around with Electrocharge and Superconduct and whatever other AoE things more than like, oh, I need to use Alhaitham in AoE. So like, and yes, by the way, that is a team where, yeah, it's like using Alhaitham instead of like Kinich in that team. Yes, I did point that out in the video. So, I don't know. His gameplay is very different in how it feels to play compared to like Kinich. But it was a team where I could keep up the damage bonus consistently for him and had at least a decent uptime on spread damage on him. And it was, I don't know, it was fun. So I might play it more. Anyways. Sunny, you sent $1, I see. Also, thank you, Miles, for the $2. I don't know if you intended me to do a review for you, Sunny, but I think YouTube doesn't let you do a review, which is their setting, not mine. Or they don't let you put a text with your donation if you only do $1. Appreciate it, though. So yeah, Alhaitham is just interesting in the current landscape of Genshin, I feel. Especially with like how they'd like to throw the Dendro-resistant hamster or the chicken in Abyss. Like that's been their main strategy to push people away from doing Dendro DPSing, whether it be Hyperbloom or the likes of Alhaitham. It seems like they just like to put a Dendro-resistant enemy in the Abyss to at least slightly push people away from doing that. And it's been fine because you can still do Dendro things almost always on the other side of Abyss, so I haven't cared that much about it. But I don't know. He's been a character I just haven't felt any value of, being that I have plenty of other ways to do fun things with Dendro. And I really, really wish his kit was more versatile, particularly in like he had potential to be able to use him as a burst support. Because his burst lasts a not insignificant amount of time off field and does decent damage. But then like it just made him not generate energy without using him on field. It's so lame. Anyways. So yeah. Anyways, sorry, just had Alhaitham thoughts because I played him recently. Anyways, Yao Yao's a DPS Yao Yao build, nice 2-piece this time with EM. Yep, they're doing EM like I was talked about that earlier. Emblem is again theoretically potentially meaningfully better than something like a 2-piece, but also not necessarily crazily so because she doesn't have necessarily that high of ER needs if you're playing with another Dender unit, right? So it just kind of depends. I suspect with this build, you probably see pretty decent damage on Yayo. Plus you have Homa giving you extra attacks, so it's not like you're, I mean, okay. Yayo has like 0 talent scaling, so like it's just when she triggers spread again. But is a good build. Yeah. Also 2-piece HP, I didn't even notice it. That's a funny 2-piece HP, 2-piece attack. Yeah, I mean, you're converting HP to attack, so technically it's a damage stat. Technically. Anyways. Ocean Hued Yayo is fun. Yeah, I mean, that's an option to get damage from Yayo too. Yep. Anyways. There you go, DB. Hopefully you feel like you got something of value out of it. I think you overall, you obviously know what you're doing. Your builds are good. Hopefully you didn't mind my getting distracted. Yeah, but 100 different points. Oh boy. Alright, let's do a random one. Yeah, we looked at that one before, so apparently we're doing 2 of 4. You choose. Oh my. That's... The curse of choice is upon me. Oh boy. It's a Chungus. With no crit rate. How does this Chongyun crit? I mean, I guess... well, no. I mean... Oh, well, okay. Cryo Resonance plus Rosaria, I guess you could argue, is... Yeah. Is functional, theoretically, but I think this Chungus just doesn't crit sometimes. Most of the time. Freeze Chungus with 0-piece Blizzard Strayer. Yep. Yep. For Gladiator. I mean, for what it's worth, you do have 3,400 attack on a 4-piece Glad build with 200 ER. So if the idea is like to be able to use her to get some infusion damage or whatever, 30% of the time you see a crit. Like, I guess, you know what, I guess it's fair. It's also possible that you just like don't have relevant other 2-piece attack combos with the right amount of ER, although almost all your ER is coming from your off piece and your 2 onset pieces in the flower and feather. So like, this is like 3 attack percent rolls and 3 ER rolls on both these pieces. What the heck? And crit. This is a perfect fab build. You can just switch this to fab and it's anyway, whatever. You only have 1 ER roll each, I guess, on these. So like, and it's not like crit for a normal Shenhe build. What you would probably want to do is switch to a 2-piece attack build, right? A 2-piece attack is worse than Noblesse, but with it's not like so much worse than I think, as in, like, you never use it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this approach was on purpose or just this was what the artifacts they had with. But it's definitely still a functional Shenhe with a ton of attack, right? Functionally, it's doing a 2-piece, no-piece build is what this is. For normal Shenhe utility though. But anyways, I like it. It's actually funny. That's almost the same as your 4-piece Noblesse. You have 3,600 attack and 200 ER, but that's with your signature weapon though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I normally do donations at Ori. Yeah. Yeah, the Sunny, just hopefully it shouldn't take me too long to get to you, but hopefully if you're still here when you are here, I'll ask you for your UID in chat. They said choose one, right? You choose, or they said you choose. All right. Nice, Risley. Yep, nice. I mean, well, I'm sorry. I take it back. I can't give this Kazuo a compliment. I'm sorry. You should use an EM timepiece, and you should switch to like an ER weapon, like sack sword or Fav. You have a perfect build for Fav, anyways. I'm sorry. I take it back. Surfs up on Newbie. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's still a good stat stick weapon for him. So, yep, it's a healthy Nuvilet build. Yeah, that's a lot of crit damage on an Ayato. I'm pretty sure that's a non-ideal amount of crit rate. Unless you got something super funky going on in the team. Freeze Ayato. I don't know. Again, we could get into goofiness. Rosaria, Citlali, Ayato, I guess. Maybe. You have 90% crit rate, but so if you donate, do you get a review? Yes. Eventually. Not immediately. Yep. Another Aqua on Child, but with a little bit less crit rate than we saw before. See? Yeah. This is the typical Aqua Simulacra Child build. Here's a Cocoa Fish. Here's a Shalonin. Yep. Here's a Shalonin. Yep. Oh my god. Where's your crit ray? What is happening? Your crit rate, Where's your crit rate? An Emily with 40% crit rate. Just put a crit rate circuit on her, please, I beg you. Please. No. Okay, I'm just gonna assume you use White Tassel normally, and you're not just memeing with Halberd. What does Halberd do? What does they play too much Eula? Yeah, apparently. Amber dot dot. What does Halberd do? I don't even remember. Herbert? Halberd. And like, what, they can't even make an argument like, oh, the Halberd is for drip. Why? I forgot Amber had video ads. Can you guys F off? Oh my god. Like, I have very negative opinions of the Amber dev because of their decisions they've made with both rebranding this website and this crap, but anyways. Okay, I can see what they were thinking of with equipping this, I guess. But also, White Tassel exists. So, I don't know, hopefully, the circumstance of, I guess, you use Halberd is very low investment, free to play. Yeah, and you threw away all your white tassels. Oops. I guess that's the circumstance where you use that. But also you have this. So, like, I know it makes sense to use this on Emily, but you could also just use a different. Actually, what do you use on Emily instead of if you need to use both of them at the same time? Why don't I use White Tassel? Go explore the chasm. Go explore chasm or Chenyu Vale. There's. Hopefully you have some exploration left. Get a White Tassel. That's my verdict. Or at the very least, switch to a crit circlet, please, on both of these characters. It hurts. It actually hurts. Child is just like whatever. You could argue a funny number, whatever crit damage, and you're also already on a crit rate circlet, so that doesn't fix that. But these can be fixed somewhat by having a crit rate circlet. Emily would still be not amazing with the crit rate circlet, but yeah. Anyways, interesting. I didn't even notice you're running an ER timepiece, which is it's an option. I would probably, generally speaking, not recommend an ER timepiece on an Emily without doing like emblem or something. But yeah. Anyways, interesting glance through, to say the least. I would not want to play some of your builds. They seem annoying. I'm sorry, Cassidy. I'm sorry. They seem annoying. Alright, let's look at Sylveon's. We need to do a glance at Sylveon's, Mika, and Shinha. Sylveon has been planning a while. Can I copy this properly? Can my browser work? Just copy it. Thank you. Good lord. Alright, Sylveon. £5 for a glance through at C6 Mika and a soon-to-be, presumably, C6 Shinha. I think you'd have to get pretty unlucky to not get C6 Shinha. But yeah, Sylveon's been saving a lot of resources for a while for that. And then she got screwed over by the Chronicle banner. Having to dump, she's gonna have to dump hundreds of wishes into the Chronicle banner instead of like actually like getting whatever. Well, hopefully you'll get, I don't know, Baiju. Do you have Baiju, Sylveon? Hopefully you'll get Baiju. This is not Mega as a Chungus. It's a nice Chungus, but it's not Mega. Doesn't Calamity Queller suck on Jenna? Yeah, kind of. To be clear, when you have this good of a build, Calamity Queller is arguably her best weapon if you don't need the extra energy from Vav for your other teammates. Sometimes the extra energy from Vav, though, can beat out Calamity Queller as far as team damage if the extra energy from Vav lets you get lets you get your burst back when you otherwise wouldn't have gotten your burst back in your other characters, right? Like if you need the team energy for the builds you have in your characters, for the artifacts you have in your other units, the Fab team energy could be better than Calamity Queller, to be clear. But with this kind of a build, this much attack and like this much buffing going on, like it's a strong option, right? So yeah, have fun building ER if you get Calamity Queller, basically. Yep. Anyways, Calamity Queller is a better generic stat stick than it was in the past too, because of the fact that there's like the new crit sets, but with the big asterisk of not really, because of the fact that not many polearm units can use the new crit sets, because Mihoyo has just refused to release polearm units that use the new crit sets. So, like, it's not actually that useful of a generic stat stick. It's just theoretically a useful generic stat stick if they ever choose to release units that can actually use the 4-piece crit sets more easily. So, anyways. I like how Hoyover's learned how to design support weapons. Yeah, I mean, now their current support weapon design is make 5-star support weapons, either refund a bunch of energy, or give a bunch of damage bonus to your on-field, at minimum your on-fielder. That's current Mihoyo support weapon. It's just always some damage bonus to your on-fielder, or some energy with that. That's basically the current support 5-star weapon design. Anyways, Mika, sorry, Homers, Staff of Homer build, 120 ER. What do you even do with DPS Mika? I'm sorry, Sylveon. What do you even do with this? You just see an occasional 40k hit from him or something? Is that what this is? Or are you just doing cryo infusion with Chungus? Is Chungus C6 Shenhe? Oh, the plan is Chungus C6 Shenhe. Okay. So C6 Shenhe, for anyone unawares, makes it so that normal attack, it's a normal and charge attack. I think it's normal and charge attack, but it might be only normal attacks. So normally, right, or you have a limit of how many instances of cryo damage can get the flat damage buff from Shenhe, and it's the same how like every flat damage buff in the game has a limit of how many instances of damage it applies to. Otherwise, flat damage buffs could be nonsensically overpowered in some limited contexts. But C6 Shenhe makes it so specifically cryo, normal attacks, and maybe also charge attacks do not count towards the stack limit for how many instances of damage get the buff, which means you can, C6 Shenhe plus Chungus combo in the game can kind of turn any melee unit into a cryo DPS, and you don't have to worry about any limitations on it. So, yeah. Also, triple cryo is funny. What are you doing for the 4th unit? Just Xiangling, probably, I guess? I don't know. Has to be Xiangling, I feel like. Oh, solo pyro Xiangling. Maybe just Hydro, I guess. Hydro unit and just do freeze, whatever. Or C1 Citlali. Do full cryo. No, yeah, full mono cryo. Just do full mono cryo, because yeah, you got C1 Citlali. Full mono cryo. Min-max the value from your Shenhe buff from every single unit on the team getting value from Shenhe buff. And like Citlali built for, you don't have her built with that much crit right now, but like if you had her built with a bit more crit, you're using sac for eggs, right? You could very, very well potentially get meaningful off-field damage with Shenhe's buff going on from Citlali in this team. So C1 Citlali, Shenhe buff, Chungus, Mika on field, or any of the cryo units on field, really. Probably pretty strong. There you go. Anyways, that's my thinking. Why, if you're gonna do triple cryo, may as well do full mono cryo with C1 Citlali. And with sac frags, yeah, you lose a little bit of skill up time, obviously, by not having a cryo unit, or sorry, having a hydro or pyrene in the team. But sac frags allows you to still have good enough cryo and skill damage uptime that it won't be a problem, in my opinion. So, and sac frags lets you reset the flat damage buff on her. Anyways, yep, there you go. Or you could do like an animo unit, whatever. Shallonen would be an option too, I guess. You do have C6 Shallonen. Just Sylveon things. Yep. Anyways, should have some fun shenanigans going on. C6 Shenhe is definitely one of the most unique C6 abilities in the game. Oh, we've had no more new submissions, or did it just somehow random the same one? It's possible something's a duplicate. It's possible it randomed the same one. I don't know. Or just no new submissions had happened. Anyways, 92. Mavuika. Well, that's simple enough. Who does Lonyon replace? Why are you operating on a context of why does Lonyon need to replace characters? Go watch the Jeff's pre-release video on Lonyon if you want to see ways to use Lonyon. See him talk about it. But she's an animo support unit. She will have a place for being for the fact that she can do VV stuff, and she can be your defensive unit on the team. Is pretty significant. So, yep. What we got? Mailed flower, nice. I do believe normally attack percent timepiece is better on a mailed flower build. This gives another 96 EM, by the way, when you hit with your skill, I believe, or activate your skill. So 83% crit rate, 250 crit damage. That's a lot of freaking crit damage. Yep, this seems like a very strong Mavuika build. Indeed it does. I don't think it makes sense to do this, by the way. I'm pretty certain for on-field Mavuika, you would probably want to level your skill up a bit more than this before crowning her burst. I don't think her burst matters that much more than her skill. But it's not that big a deal, to be clear. It doesn't really freaking matter. Like, if I wanted to use on-field Mavuika with my level 1 burst, I'll be perfectly fine. So, yeah. But, anyways, I don't get how people can have good builds in a new set. This set isn't new at this point, DB. This set has been out for how many months? When did it come out? It came out in the end of August, right? So, like, it's been out for 4 months at this point, basically. So, I don't know. I spent a lot of time in ley lines. I've spent more resin in ley lines since version 5.0 than this domain, and I still have good build options on it. So, I don't know, DB. You might be under prioritizing, like, or over prioritizing double crit, maybe. It's possible, but statistically, if you spent like a month or two of resin-ish, like if you spent half of your resin in this domain since the launch of the domain, you should have plenty of decent options on a statistical level. But yeah. And elixirs really help, to be clear, for like you farm this a bunch, and then if you saved your elixirs for like, okay, you didn't get any timepieces that, or like you didn't get any attack percent timepieces, that's where you use the elixirs, in my opinion, right? Use your elixirs to prevent you from having to farm for that one last artifact. That's my vibe. Anyways, good Mavuika, but I don't have anything else to say, Ray. I'm sorry. I don't think there's that much need to improve your Mavuika build any further. Could you get more attack percent in your feather or more crit? Sure. I mean, yes, you could. You could get more crit rate, and then you don't have to worry about optimizing around landing your crit, because like whether or not you land your crit and your big burst hit will matter. But just restart. I don't know, if you lose the 15% chance to not crit and your 1 million damage hit or whatever. So yeah, level 60 Citlali, how dare you? How dare you? There's a pinned comment. Imran. It's not a line. It's just a randomly selected. Although it is a line if you donate, but most of the reviews I'm doing are randomly selected. If you absolutely need to see a review, then you would have to donate. But the most fair way I can get through the hundreds of people that potentially want a review is to randomly select them. All right, Farina, Navi, and Arlequinos. You're moralist? I guess it's a fair excuse. Ren. Back to the ley line mines you go. How many people applied? About 240. Although some of these could be duplicates theoretically, and it does filter out duplicates. Pipe build, C1. Yep, just seems like a pretty healthy Farina. Nothing insane, but definitely a functional Farina. Alexander, welcome to my bosses. Thanks, Alexander. I think it should allow you to send some... I don't even know how it works exactly, but I know you should be able to send some kind of member message, I believe. And it'll let you do that, but anyways. Oh yeah, there is a member-only video now, which is a video. It's just a variant of video I already made, but it's the version of the Mavuika video that did not end up getting posted. So publicly, if you care, if you remember. What am I doing? Oh, Farina, Navi, Arlequino. Oh, yeah. Such a funny weapon. If I was actually motivated to, I would like to mess around with this weapon a little bit, but it gives a ton of attack percent, so, you know. Anyways, it seems like... Oh, it's an MH build. Okay, I was going to say, it seems like a fairly low investment Navia build. Also, a lot lower crit damage than you would normally expect on a Navia. I guess, well, no, you're not using a crit weapon. I guess it's fair. I feel like... doesn't make sense to switch to a crit damage circlet on this build. The problem is they don't like have any crit rate in other than the 2 pieces. So right now, right, they're at like 90% crit rate with MH. So that means they're using Farina, of course. Yeah, healthy amount of ER thanks to the ultimate overload's Mega Magic Sword. Yeah, I don't know. If you switch to a crit rate circlet, right, they go down to, like, assuming they have 10% crit rate, they go down to 70% crit rate, but they gain a bunch of crit damage. I think it might make sense to do that on a math level, but also at the same time, Navia is one of those characters that I personally was more annoyed by not having enough crit, like not having more than 70% crit rate. Or I should more specifically, I had a build that was 75% crit rate, and a lot of times it was just like, well, Navia felt like she did nothing this rotation because I got unlucky and she didn't crit twice somehow. I swear my Navia crits like she has 50% crit rate with 75% crit rate. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's like a Geo Goblet with crit rate as an off piece, and then it's crit damage circlet instead. Is the play for this build? Maybe that's what you do? I don't know. Oil's Navia in theater has 50% crit rate. Oh boy, that's like 10% crit rate for Navia. Anyways, so yeah, that's what I think that's what I would aim for. This would be a Navia build. Like, I don't, if you're enjoying playing Navia, I'm assuming you are, based on you're asking for me to look at it and whatever. I think that's what I would aim for. I would actually continue farming to try to get to the point of having a crit damage circlet on this build, and then some conjunction of swapping some artifacts around. The timepiece is a likely target, actually, potentially more likely than the Goblet, because the Goblet does have pretty high stat value with the attack percent and crit damage rolls. This timepiece is obviously pretty meh. Improvements could be made elsewhere too, but I think the timepiece is the most likely one. You could target, 2 elixirs for attack timepiece maybe in the simplest scenario, but getting a little bit more crit rate in substats and getting a crit damage circlet with crit rate substat would probably improve this build and your experience playing Navia quite meaningfully, is probably what I would say. Assuming you stick to, the Farina Navia team. Thank you, Kurumi. Although, again, reminder, anyone, like, you have to, I think, I don't know what the threshold is. If YouTube, when you do a donation, doesn't let you put a message, you can't. It means it wasn't like enough money. I don't know. I couldn't find any setting that let me tell it or change the number amount for how much you have to donate that can let you do a message. But it's just a default setting on YouTube's end. It's possible you just didn't put any message with your thing. But thank you, Kurumi. If you're still watching when I get to your donation, you can let me know your UID. It is at least $2 USD. Okay, maybe they just didn't put a message with it. Yeah, if you donate to get a review, you know, I don't magically know what your UID is, so it would be nice if you put your UID there. But if you're here when your review comes around, that's fine too. You can put messages. For some reason, it's not accepting your messages. Oh, weird. Okay. I don't know. Anyways, Arlecchino. This seems to be a fairly decent Arlecchino. Yep. It's certainly not the most insane Arlecchino, but overall well balanced. She crits pretty consistently, which is nice. Oh boy. Yeah. Yep. I don't think it's particularly worthwhile to stress out improving this build in any form other than, you know, if you get, I don't know, like the main obvious improvement is getting a better goblet, of course, but you're using an onset goblet. So this is definitely a circumstance where like your Arlecchino can improve over time as you like farm more bosses or whatever. If you really want to use Arlecchino more, is it potentially worth it the strong box for some pieces? Maybe. Yeah. Because it's like the strong box has a higher chance of getting 4-line pieces than like boss farming does, right? And if you get a onset circlet for your Arlecchino and maybe a slightly better feather, and then you can switch to an off-piece goblet, suddenly this build can be improved a lot. But I also don't think it's anywhere near dysfunctional because Arlecchino's a really strong character. I cleared Abyss without building any crit on her. I'm pretty sure I could still do that today. I'd definitely do that today in the current Abyss. That benefits her a lot, but yeah. Anyways. Thank you, Catherine. Level 90 Dory. I mean, Dory can be an interesting reaction machine. And that is how they build Dory. Yep, they actually built Dory for that reaction machine weirdness, and with a little bit of crit, which is interesting. It's kind of a hybrid build, I guess. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. Thank you, Gore. Was this a donation one or was this a? No, this was not a donation one. This was a random, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's try to do a donation one quick then. So I might be getting a little bit behind in donations at this point. Wonkibrew Shylea. What a username. They said a quick look at their characters. All right, quick look. Fab Farina, nice. A little bit low in crit rate, but yeah, I think it's completely functional. I don't know. I feel like Farina is not a unit. I have ran this amount of crit rate on Farina in a number of instances, and I felt like it was fine. Farina is not a character you usually notice the slightly lower crit rate on. So obviously you don't want none, but like the difference between this build and a build that has 70% crit rate is not that significant. And so I don't know. It is like on the line of like, hey, is it worth it to maybe switch to a crit rate circlet in this build? Maybe. With a really good crit rate circlet, probably. But I think it's kind of a wash, and it doesn't matter that much, is my guess, most of the time. That's a strong Mualani. Yep. That's a lot of freaking EM. Oh, you're using an EM circlet. Interesting. Okay. Didn't even notice. How much crit damage you have in substats? Jesus. Yep. Wow. Alright. I mean, yeah, if you have that many crit damage in substats with her signature weapon giving a whack ton of crit damage, and you still have a healthy amount of crit rate because she sends with crit rate, and that's just how she rolls. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, doing an EM circlet like this kind of one with 2 HP rolls even on top of it, like, yep. It kind of makes sense. I think it's the first time I've seen an HP or an EM circlet on her, but it kind of makes sense. Yep. I'm actually kind of curious. Where does this Mualani rank in Akasha? Whoop, whoop. Load. Top 8% only? Huh, that's lower than I would have thought. Interesting. Alright. None of that matters. Mulan is strong enough. I don't think that the nuances. Also, again, the Mulan leaderboards I think are a little bit. But yeah. Anyways, nice Yelan. Level 89 Nilu. Why 89? Going for the natural level up on Nilu. I don't know. Yep, seems like a normal Nilu build though. Yep, that normal Ayaka build with the what is her ideal crit rate? Is it 35% or is it 45%? I don't remember. It's possible this might be slightly overcapped, but I also think overcapping Ayaka slightly is fine on Blizzard Destroyer because of how many times you're like if you're really seriously using a Blizzard Destroyer Ayaka, freeze Ayaka's team still today, you're probably going to run into situations where you're not going to get the full Blizzard Destroyer passive up because, you know, bosses exist. And yep, that means you just deal with you might want a little bit of extra crit rate and overcap against normal enemies for the sake of having more crit rate against bosses. But yeah, 45 is the ideal. Okay, yeah. So maybe you do want more crit rate than that, but it's still a good Blizzard Destroyer build, obviously, with Omen Omen, whatnot. End user license agreement. That seems like yep, this is a Eula build. It's on Pale Flame, has a bunch of crit damage. Has a healthy amount of ER, a very Eula amount of ER. Benefit of this weapon giving 30 ER, obviously. Seems like a healthy license agreement. Yep, healthy riding. Vav is a better weapon for her than I think people... Wait, I missed the crit rate. Why did I just looked at the crit damage in ER for some reason? Okay, I mean, slightly not ideal amount of crit rate. But Vav is a not terrible weapon option for her. I'm assuming they're using the catch on Xiangling. If you're not using the catch on Xiangling or anyone else, I would probably use the catch on this Raiden, realistically. Fab is not a terrible weapon option for Raiden, though. Has ER, high base. This is not even a level 90 Fab, though. Okay. I'm just guessing they just normally use the catch on this build. Because, yeah, I'm just assuming they don't use level 70 Fab lanes normally. Nice 2-piece build on Yai. Yep, just healthy overall balance. That's a lot of EM. What in the freaking world, this circlet? Yeah. I mean, very healthy balance. I like it. It's a nice universal Yai build. I do like it. It's just funny. 102 EM there. Yep, nice Navia. Potentially maybe some ER issues, but you also have Shalonen, so potentially no ER issues. Yep. Very healthy Arlecchino. Indeed. And healthy Mavuika. Yeah. This one has a little bit more EM than the previous one we looked at with Mailflower. Overall, very nice. Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Wonkaroo. I didn't have that many little lots. I think you know how to build your characters. I think Raiden was the only one that needed improvement, but yeah, you could argue that just the catch kind of fixes the build, mostly. 67% crit is a little low, maybe, but it's probably usable, right? You pulled Engulfing for the sole reason you didn't want to fight fish for the catch. Well, congrats. You now have Engulfing, and it's even more annoying to build Raiden. Yay! Like Engulfing Lightning on this build does not fix this build, but the catch kind of does. Not as ideal, but the crit ratio is much better balanced with the catch than it is with Engulfing, right? So, yeah. Let's do a random one. Number 33, an earlier one. Gomming. Alright, and then donation ones, by the way. We have Miles, then Sunny, then Alexander, I guess, if you will still be here because you did join membership, and then Kurumi, Catherine. Alright. Let's go. Welcome, Wonkaroo. Thanks again for the donation. Alright, Nelotus. What is this? What are these symbols? They look like a weird font for numbers and then mirrored, but I'm guessing they're actually just a character in language. Anyways, I know, like, I'm assuming the this is supposed to be like a little butterfly or something, but I'm at my linguist curiosity brain is, or a ribbon, yeah. I guess ribbon would make more sense. My language curiosity brain is like, what are these symbols actually intended to be used for? Like, is this from a particular language? I understand that it's just meant to be used as a little emoticon symbol for something else, obviously here. But what where are they originally from? What do we... Gaming, Arlecchino, Nilu, Raiden. Dude, why all the Raidens today? I was always Raidens every day. Here's another Raiden build. It's like almost close. Actually, okay, this one has so much crit damage from the circlet. I think that you'd gain less relative value from switching to a crit damage circlet on this specific build. But yeah, no, this is just a really, really healthy catch Raiden. Yep. I would not switch to a crit damage circlet on this build, not with this good of a crit rate circlet. C1 Chaskers. Not on VV though, how dare you. Mostly joking. Mostly. 1,452 achievements. Is that the achievement cap right now? Good lord. There's so many people that have way more achievements than me. I'm just like, yeah, wow. Please try again. Oh, is that Arnoline? Oh, I appreciate the donation, Arnoline. I don't know if I ignored you. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. We'll try to get to yours next then. I'll skip to yours. The max is 1458. Wow. Anyways, there's so many people that achievement hunt. That's kind of surprising. Nilu, Key of Caution Suit, 70k. So 74k is what the cap is, but Hydro Resonance, I think, gets probably this build close to the cap. I think they are at the cap, or they're very, very close. Not the cap is for the. It's not technically a cap. It's a soft cap for where her passive bloom damage buff maxes out. You can still build extra HP and have slightly higher value from building extra HP with Key of Caution Suit, converting that to EM for her and the team, technically. But it doesn't really matter that much. Also, they have C2 Needle, so it really doesn't matter. Yep. Arlecchino Gaming. Alright. Gaming got such a humongous buff. Oh. That's sad. Wait. Well, no, you know what's not sad? Look, this is a circumstance. You should probably choose Gaming from your Lantern Rite thing, I'm assuming. It will be a significant difference maker. You should probably choose Gaming from Lantern Rite, assuming you like playing him. If you're one away, or if you're someone who's like a couple constellations away, I guess. It might be seriously worth considering, because getting his C6 is a notable difference maker to his performance. But also Citlali is a very big difference maker to his performance as well. He got substantially buffed by Citlali. So, yeah. Look at your signature, C6 gaming waiting room. That's fair. Yep, makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, your build though. The main thing is ER. That's the most annoying aspect of Gaming is his energy needs. So, yep. I don't think this is enough. What does KQM even say? KQM Gaming for his like double pyro ER situation. Yeah, with Bennett, C6 is 125 to 135. So yeah, aim for the. Personally, this would mean if KQM is recommending 125 to 135%, that would mean my personal target is like 140. So, yeah, and the 125 to 135 range is dependent on like how many Favonius procs you have in the team, right? So, and this is with 2 Bennett tap skills and feeding the particles from 1 tap skill to Gaming, so you have to funnel. And if you do not funnel, it goes up about 10% higher. So, yeah, depending on how well you play, he might functionally have 150% energy needs, even at C6. So, or past C4. C4 is the energy refunding constellation. So, yep. Oh yeah, did we look at it? No, we didn't. Okay. Yep, that's a strong. Oh, 2Bs. Okay, yeah. Still a strong Arlecchino. Yeah, again, Arlecchino is strong enough that it's like, does it really matter that much to force the 4Ps? I don't think it does, personally. Is it worth it to farm the 4Ps maybe eventually for her? Potentially, yeah. I don't think it would be crazily hard to get a better 4P set. Like, this flower is obviously very good. I gotta sneeze. That came out of nowhere. like this flower shouldn't be that hard to replace, right? And then this feather, sorry, the feather should be not that hard to replace, and then the flower is a bit harder to replace. But because of the value of the 4-piece of Whimsy, like you already have an onset goblet and a decent circlet, because of the value 4-piece Whimsy provides, you can have meaningfully worse substat value and still have the build be better potentially. But I would say this build is still definitely good enough overall that I wouldn't really worry about that until Whimsy comes into Strongbox, right? Because the domain itself is kind of awful, both to farm for most players, I think, and also because if you don't have Emily, the other set is a lot less valuable. Not useless, but a lot less valuable. So, yeah. Bless you, thank you. Oh yeah, R4 spear is nice. I mean, it's actually, how does an R5 Jade Spear compare to her signature weapon? I've never considered that. Because, like, do you pull, like if you were heck bent on getting the drip weapon, right? Like, you really, like, if Nilotus, sorry, really wants the drip weapon, right? And again, I'm on the side of I think Arlecchino's weapon is kind of bad. Let's see, does KQM have Arlecchino calcs, weapon calcs? Arlecchino. They sometimes have oh, they don't even have a full guide. Oh boy. Let's see, weapons. Do they have a link to their calcs? No, they don't. Frick. Okay. Sometimes they link a spreadsheet that they use to have a breakdown. I don't feel like doing the math right now. But it's possible in R5 Jade Spear, and between her signature and R5 Jade Spear, or R4 even, might be like R1 versus R1 is only 10% different, which is not that significant. So R1 versus like a high refine might be only like 5% different. So links are at the bottom. Oh, did they have links at the bottom? Okay, I haven't looked in a while. Well, not this one. They credited people, but no sources for data. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. They're a bit inconsistent with that. Oh well. Zyx has a spreadsheet in his guide with the refinements. If it has the refinements, I'll look it up. But if it doesn't, then it's kind of whatever. Yeah, good builds. Let's do, who's next? Oh, Sunny. Sunny, you here? Get your UID. Let's let the next random one while I wait. Actually, wait. No, sorry. I'll do, while I wait for Sunny, I will actually do this one. They have calcs credited. I mean, yeah, I mean, crediting is good, but it wanted the spreadsheet, so. Oh, Zyx's guide does have refinements. All right. Thank you, Sunny. Yeah, I don't think Sunny does have the onset timepiece, but for like gladiator potential, I would probably only worry about 4-piece of Whimsy since they already have 2 good Whimsy pieces, or 2 usable Whimsy pieces. When it comes to the Strongbox, personally, but up to them ultimately. What did you want me to look at, Sunny? And then we'll look at, and I'll do Arnolane's because they were randomly selected earlier anyways. And I'll also look at Zyx, Arlecchino. Whoop, whoop. Oh god, we're gonna get Zyx's voice for a second here. Whoop, mute it. No, oh, that's not Zyx's voice, that's even worse. It's a joke, by the way. Zyx's voice is not that bad, but he does tend to be a loud boy. His guide voice, to be clear, is reasonable. His live stream voice is a little bit not my vibe, personally. Where's your spreadsheets? Oh, it's the Jeff spreadsheets. I see no spreadsheet. Guide Ziox and Stream Ziox are not the same person. This is true. And Guide Ziox is just a Jeff. I'm sorry. No, I'm joking. Obviously Ziox does a lot of work that aren't just calcs, to be clear. There's a lot of work that goes into guide making that isn't just calcs. I was just joking. Anyways. Yeah, let's review characters. It's fine. I don't think the nuance of like high refine Jade Spear versus her signature is that important, but just know that, like, yes, the refines on Jade Spear, if you have them, do reduce the value of signature of Arlecchino's signature weapon even more, and it was already not very high in the first place. And I've already yapped in my previous live streams about how I think you can make a compelling argument for Homa in conjunction with like the potential for doing double cryo things in particular. And I a couple streams ago, was this the last stream? I don't know. You want to see like me do min-maxy things with Arlecchino on Homa and comparing it to a crit rate weapon, notably with Staff of Scarlet Sands. I illustrated the context where like you could min-max if you're really bent on min-maxing Arlecchino. Like I was able to like hypothetically configure a build if I had one different artifact, which is just a better EM timepiece. In Gladiators, I could have like a 70 crit rate, 300 crit damage build, functionally doing Arlecchino on Gladiators with double Cryo Citlali Rosaria together, which could get some truly nonsense amount of damage. And it's not that it would be damage optimal to have that amount of crit rate, because it was technically like 40% crit rate at a baseline, and then it was Rosaria crit rate buff and Cryo Resonance that gives me functionally 70% crit rate. But because of the fact that you can very easily optimize your damage for landing melts with 70% crit rate to get those crits, right, on the hits that matter the most, we're talking that could be an Arlecchino build that could like do so much front-loaded damage to like wipe out the vast majority of content in one rotation if you optimize around that RNG a little bit. Like Homa is what I think enables that more than other weapons. So I could genuinely make arguments for Homa over Arlecchino's signature weapon if you're considering pulling it. But anyways, sorry, Sonny, what are we looking at? It's on screen during the video. Oh, okay. Well, I wanted a spreadsheet, not going into the video itself. Sorry. If you guys want the calcs, then for the weapons, you can go look at the Ziox video guide. I suspect people are going to make new Arlecchino guides, by the way, which they probably should, because yes, they should. Also, Sunny, I understand the desire to use Thousand Floating Dreams on her, but all of them? Okay, sure. You're trying to get C6 Diona? Sure, yeah, that's fair. Wait, you got Capturing Radiance and got Mavuika? Oh boy. I mean, that's why you don't wish for 4 stars. I'm sorry. That's why I really wish there was a way around it. Oh boy. And like having the option to directly buy 4 stars to not have to risk your pity. Oh boy, I'm sorry. But yeah, if you have risk of triggering Capturing Radiance on an early Vi star, even more reason to not risk your wishes on 4 stars, but especially for Diona C6. It's not relevant, but not that relevant, right? So, it's on New Year's Eve too. Wow, what a slap in the face. I mean, at least, okay, C1 Mavuika is pretty good, to be clear. Assuming you like Mavuika. Like, it is good, and it enables her, like, I would be disliking Mavuika much more than I am if I didn't have her C1, because I'm able to use her in, like, she completely replaces Xiangling, basically. Basically, completely replaces Xiangling in every situation. Not every situation. There are situations where the slightly higher pyro application from Xiangling might be relevant. Or the way that Xiangling applies pyro in an AoE around you versus Mavuika's AoE for her skill application is weird, is the simple way to put it. So, like, doesn't completely replace Xiangling, and that's a good thing. But for me, replaces like 95% of the reasons to use Xiangling, and I hate using Xiangling. So, yeah. Look at the upsides, that's my opinion. But yeah, overall build balance here I think is pretty good. I can't remember, I think normally EM timepiece is better than an attack timepiece with Serpent Spine. Is it better enough to be stressed about trying to get an EM timepiece? Not necessarily, but I would go check out whatever people have calcs in their guide videos for Mavuika. I think TGS has one where he had a list of weapons and whether or not like EM or attack timepiece worked better on them. But also if you have EM buffs going on the team, maybe it doesn't matter that much, right? So I don't know. It's again, she does so much damage. It's kind of splitting hairs of whether or not does it actually matter that much if you have an EM versus attack timepiece for the clear times you get. Like, yes, it's going to be more damage ultimate to EM timepiece, but you might end up killing the enemy, and if you're killing the enemy in 2 rotations regardless, EM timepiece doing 20% more damage, and it's still taking 2 rotations doesn't matter, right? Because it just makes you see a bigger number, but it takes the similar number of total hits to kill the enemy, right? So, yeah. Anyways, Xiangling is so fi. You want her skin so bad? Yeah, it's available for free, thankfully. So, only a few days, but anyways. Yeah, Citlali, ER. If you're gonna run an EM weapon like this, run an ER timepiece. You don't lose that much value from like her shield or whatever. If you want to run an EM timepiece, you basically either have to use Fab or you have to use sac frags. Or you have to have an insane amount of ER substats, which you have not. you have not. I'm sorry. Like even the build I'm currently running is my min-max. Can I have my mouse? Is my min-max 2piece build because of the fact that I'm playing her a bunch with Shalonin and other units that already have scroll, so I don't feel I need scroll on her very often. So I have 2piece Gilded Dreams, 2piece Cinder City. So delete 80 EM from this for the equivalent build on 4piece Cinder City. But you can see I have a lot of ER with an EM weapon. So I can like just barely most of the time I can get away with her being solo cryo in some teams without like part of the problem is like, I have no fabs in this team, right? That's why I need as much ER as I need, to be clear. You can get away with less than this potentially when solo cryo. But sometimes there's also been situations where I found I needed more. But generally speaking, this has been enough. Right. So ER timepiece though, for most people. And then part of the main reason I only really cared about what is happening? Why was she making those noises? The only reason when I'm sitting, I think the idle lines were still playing from the menu or something. Sitting is difficult. I know, right? True. She needs a better chair. Like, my God, we know she spends a long time just sitting in this chair reading. Well, no, she has her pillows. She has her magic pillow power, so I guess she doesn't really probably sit that long in the chair. Anyways, why is the chair so big? That's true as well. Why is the chair so big? But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, the only reason I care about building so much extra EM on her is because I have C1, which gives you more flat damage buffing from having more EM, right? So without C1, the only reason the reason to care about her EM is, yes, you get slightly more damage, but it's mostly just shielding. And like, it doesn't matter that much. And again, if you're getting the extra EM from 1,000 Floating Dreams, just run an ER timepiece on her, and it'll be a lot better. Probably is mostly what you'll want to do. That was the point of that whole yap. And like ideally, if you have EM substats, it could be nice, right? But yeah, I thought EM made her buffing better. Nope, it's only C1 that does that. It's the only thing that increases is just her shielding and her personal damage. And her personal damage is, generally speaking, not going to be so relevant that you need to min-max her EM. So, yeah. Yeah, if you want an alternative, use sac frags. If you have a high refined sac frags, 2 skills per rotation, could enable you to spec her into crit like you kind of have already, and get her energy back. You might still need a little bit more energy with sac frags even, though. So, yeah. Level 80 R5 sac frags, yeah. You can try it out, see if you like it. It does extend your rotation times a little bit. It can make things slightly awkward. But I did have a lot of fun. It was my preferred weapon, even with her signature weapon. Sack Frags was my preferred weapon with a C0 Citlali, because I found it the most fun for balance of energy needs, letting me build other stats like crit and seeing big numbers on her occasionally. The current build I have on her with 7.7 crit rate obviously is more of a buffing focused build, but doesn't get, you know, as satisfying fun value for big crits on her burst. Crit rate circlet Navia with only 50% crit rate. Oof. This would be a Navia build I personally would use a 2-piece on, because I would not be able to stand having this much crit rate on Navia. But I think you understand that. C1 Hu Tao's, oh, you're using MH. Okay, never mind. You're fine. Still a little bit low on crit rate for an MH build, but it's fine, obviously. Yeah, Polar Signature. I mean, does that fix the build? Oh, and that kind of fixes the build, yeah. Signature would get you to 70% crit rate. You lose a lot of crit damage, though, but yeah. Anyways. See when Hu Tao was accidental? I mean, that's probably a pretty nice accident. I still think Hu Tao is not particularly engaging to play without C1. I find her gameplay without C1 jump canceling not super fun, but yeah. Yep, nice Rosario build. Although, well, okay. Wait, I lied. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Is this meant to be like a Shenhe placeholder build, maybe? This is Shenhe. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Then as a Shenhe placeholder build. Seems pretty good for a fab build. Actually, well, no. Engulfing Lightning. Engulfing Lightning is probably one of Shenhe's second best weapons. So it's probably a functional Engulfing build. I think. You still might find you want fab in some situation. So, I don't know. Keep Fav as an option is my point. But Engulfing Lightning Shenhe is I used it for a while on polearms only, so, you know, it is potentially one of her best options. Overall, though. It's not an insane Noblesse build. I'd say that ultimately this is probably a fairly average Noblesse Shenhe build. Don't have a ton of ER substats or anything. Not a low amount, but not a ton. You don't have any attack percent substats, just some flat attacks, so, you know. It should be a usable Shenhe build, to say the least. It's not super important to min-max anything on her, other than, you know, really do want to burst normally on her consistently. So if this is not enough energy to burst consistently, you either switch to Fab, or you could try 2-piece attack combos, to be clear. Yep. What more do we need to say? Have you maintained your sanity with this Raiden build, Sonny? Is 2-piece better? I'm not saying it would be better. It might be better for you if you have more ER needs than this build will meet. If it meets your, the only other reason 2-piece attack could be better is if you have way more attack. If it lets you get way higher total attack than Noblesse, then it's possible the 2-piece could be better than this Noblesse build. But yeah, you've not recovered from, yeah, okay. Well, if you ever do recover, I would suggest a crit rate circlet with less than 1000 flat HP. And you might be able to actually use this Raiden build without losing your mind. Just get all the crit rate buffs in every single Abyss chamber, right? Get the crit rate buffs in every single Abyss chamber, and this Raiden build goes up to 64% crit rate, and it's completely usable in chamber 3. Oh. Refuse to farm for the catch. I mean, the catch wouldn't fix your build. I'm sorry. It wouldn't fix your build. Seems a good Blizzard Ayaka. Realistically, the only thing that could change is the weapon could be improved. I think Amenome is probably better than Blackcliff on an optimized Ayaka build. But Well, actually, I don't know. With Shenhe, Black Lib might be better than Amenoma. And a healthy Mulaney. Yep. Maybe you want more EM in this. I think an EM timepiece might be better, but also look how freaking good this timepiece is, so never mind, I changed my mind. Just use instructors or something. Use instructors or use Sucrose with her, you'll be fine. You'll have a bunch of EM. It'll be fine. Yeah, no, I don't think you bother replacing this. It's too good of a piece to replace. You either get more EM through substats or through like instructor's buff or through Sucrose or all of the above. So, yep. Yeah, that is a lot of circlet. That's true. Or it is a lot of circlet. Anyways, thank you, Sonny. Let's look at armor lanes because they were randomly selected earlier, but now their profile is visible. And then we'll do another random one. C4 Chiori. Oh boy. Why C4? Is it just how many wishes? Are you free to play trying to go for C6 Chiori? I forgot what was their name in chat. Swing. Swing was their name in chat. And they specifically asked me. They asked about ER on Chiori and too much HP on Mulaney. All right. There's not usually. Oh, actually, okay. So I'm gonna say there's not usually a circumstance where you have too much HP on Mulaney. This might be one of them. You do have a healthy amount of EM and substats at least. Switch to an EM timepiece at least. You do have an off piece. So yeah, I would recommend an EM timepiece. Or EM goblet, honestly, but your goblet is a decent onset goblet with pretty high stat value, right? I can see why you'd use that. HP goblet would be ideal. Or sorry, HP. Hydro goblet would be ideal. So a Hydro Goblet instead, like the theoretical ideal would be an EM timepiece on this set probably, and then a Hydro Goblet. But like, that's a lot of assumptions that are easier said than done, right? The feather and flower are also, actually I didn't even know so the flower was kind of cope. The flower could definitely be improved, obviously. The feather could be improved. I don't know. This is an example of like a probably still a usable Mulaney build. The piece that you're basically never going to replace is the circlet, which is good because it's one of the more annoying pieces realistically. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of stat value in the circlet. A little bit lower rolls on the HP, but like that doesn't matter that much. And the goblet I think is good enough that you use. So yeah, my verdict is either off-piece flower to just get more crit, and you're probably okay. And then you maybe use elixirs for an EM timepiece. Or you farm a little bit more for a better flower, and then use an EM off-piece timepiece whenever you eventually get an off-piece EM timepiece that's usable. That'd be my vote. Yeah. But yeah, I think you definitely have a bit more HP than you normally would want. And EM would serve you better. EM and more crit, obviously. So, yeah. Is it too much, though? I don't know. It's better than having a bunch of attack. Like, it is doing something for your damage value. It's a lot of HP. With HP timepiece, or HP goblet, and HP circlet. Or HP timepiece, HP goblet, and HP weapon. Bleh. Mulaney doesn't need ER, not really. I mean, you can give her extra ER if you get enough ER to the point of bursting consistently on her, then it is potentially compelling to have extra energy on her. My Mulaney build is actually that specific conjunction of a build. Like my Mulaney build doesn't look that good. Oh wait, that is not correct. Why are you on that? Oh, because I was doing DPS Kachina recently. Yeah. There we go. It's also... Didn't I get a Hydro Goblet recently? That could be better? Is it that? It was this. Yeah. I got this. This could actually be an upgrade for me. Just haven't upgraded it yet. Do I have anything to... No. No. I do not have fodder. But anyways. If you have the... conjunction of stats. Yeah, that's correct. Right, I'm using this weapon, right? And I happen to have a whole bunch of ER rolls on my pieces. That like, it's just how the build seemed to go. Like I have a healthy balance of HP substats, right? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 HP rolls, EM timepiece, and like I just still a healthy amount of crit going on still. This weapon means I don't need any crit rate substats, so crit rate is a dead stat on my build because of this weapon, but it's giving me a whole bunch of HP and some more EM. So like my overall balance for my Mulanni build is pretty dang good. And yes, there's a couple dead crit rate rolls, whoop-de-doo. But this build can burst consistently, and that means like ER is a relevant damage stat, but it's pretty hard to get to the point where if you're doing like double Hydra with Candace, by the way, then you probably don't need as much ER as that, to be clear. But the point is, if you get to the point of being able to burst consistently on Mulanni every single rotation, then yes, ER is a valuable damage stat. But if you don't reach the breakpoint of bursting consistently on her every rotation, then it's not a valuable damage stat, right? And not to mention that, like, oftentimes there's going to be content where you're just going to you're going to one rotate content with Mulanni anyways in her strongest teams when you're like playing optimally. I think for most players, they're probably not going to one rotate most content with Mulanni. So there is potential relevance to ER, and that is why I don't like that. That's why I don't like that Akasha does not have any leaderboards for energy recharge leaderboards. They have different team contexts for Mulanni and different weapons, but they don't have any energy recharge. So energy recharge for Mulanni leaderboards, I believe, is a dead stat, right? And I think that's a bit stupid. I think there should be energy recharge factored into some leaderboards, but it's a little bit weird to balance that out when she's a character that can be used to clear in one rotation sometimes. So, yep. Anyways, is weird. I would not prioritize building extra ER on her. It's just like if you happen to have a circumstance where it happens to happen, like my Art of X did, it's a benefit kind of thing of ER. Anyways, was this everything? Was this? Yeah, I think this is still Sunny's, right? Yeah, this is still Sunny's build. Obviously, this is a pretty good Mulanni build. Yep. I don't remember how we got in the whole topic of conversation though. You should probably level 90 your surfs up, but it's not necessary, I guess, if you need the resources. It's just 8% crit damage is functionally all it does for her. It doesn't do anything else. So yeah. Required to calculate the energy per rotation of certain teams, and if Mulanni doesn't meet her threshold, then she might as well have no ER. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So it's just going to depend on the team. For what it's worth, by the way, that 155 ER is, generally speaking, enough in the teams that I've been playing without doing double hydro, so solo hydro. But there's also circumstances I've seen she just barely doesn't get her energy back, like at 155. So with solo hydro, which is annoying, and I think I have to wait. Like usually in that circumstance, I just wait to get like one random extra particle from like Emily or Dia, because I like to play Emily, Dia, Mulanni together. And once I get that extra particle, then I can burst. But I have to like wait a second or two, which is kind of goofy. So yeah. Anyways. Oh wait, no, we were looking at Artelane's, not Sunny's. I'm stupid. Boy, my brain just lost with its old track, with that tangent. So, anyways, yeah, I think I said what we needed to say about their Mulanni build and potential improvements. Yeah, my vote would be trying to get an EM timepiece and the better feather, or sorry, better flower. Feather could be better too, but better flower would be more likely. Pretty well balanced Navia build, yeah. As I said before, Navia does kind of feel like she has 0 crit rate with 70% crit rate sometimes, but this is still definitely a good 4-piece Navia build. Obviously could be improved, but I don't know. Navia's domain is definitely one of those domains I don't think is very worthwhile to farm that much into. Is it possible you have a 2-piece attack combo that is better, is I think the main question here. or or whatever their 2-piece combo, 2-piece geo damage bonus. Potentially, depending on what you have for timepieces and whatnot, I would say. So yeah, I don't know. Don't forget that you can do 2-piece combos on Navia. Play around with it, see if it feels better with her. That's all. If your account comes up, could I look at your Mulani? Yeah, just try to remind me if your account shows up, Lani. Hopefully I'll notice you in chat. This you have C2 Shalona, nice. Okay. This Shalona build has more defense than you need, by the way. For what it's worth, you could switch to a as far as the main reason to care, to be clear, about changing this build is primarily for Rina and min-maxing healing. If you do want to min-max her healing, you could do a healing bonus circlet. You only need to get to like 2,900 defense at a baseline to be able to get her back her full buff up from those signature weapon. So like I'm running an ER timepiece, Death Goblet, and healing bonus circlet, and I get max buff. Because with 2,900 base defense after you use her skill, you'll get up to a high enough buff to max out this weapon. So yep. Bye, Sonny. If I submit your UAD, is there a chance it'll be reviewed this stream, or would I have to wait until next stream? Yeah, there's a chance to be reviewed this stream. Yeah, because we just randomly select them. I reset the form every single time for new streams. Yeah. So, anyways, it's just a consideration for Farina, min-maxing or healing. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, as far as Chiori goes, I think they mentioned in their message about ER on Chiori. I don't think it's really a problem to have extra energy on her. Doesn't her C4 increase her burst damage too? Which one does that? Chiori. You know, I want to go to not Amber. Chiori, Honey, and Badge. Oh, I forgot this website doesn't really zoom very well. That's annoying. Okay, well, let's see. That's why I use Amber. It's because this is not a very readable website on stream. I'm sorry. I just need to look at constellations, though. 8 seconds after blah, 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 after normal charge of plating attacks, another doll is summoned. Okay, never mind. I thought C4 was burst. Is there anything that's burst? Not really. Okay. Weird. Alright. That's true. I could have just checked the character archiving game. I don't know why I didn't. Oh well. Yeah, anyways, this seems like a good Chiori build. Obviously, she can do Husk. She can do 4-piece skill damage. Either of these are good options for her. I don't think they're fundamentally very different from each other. And I imagine with Constellations and investment into her burst, that you only gain more value from Husk and slightly less value from the 4-piece skill damage set, right? Particularly if you're doing any kind of on-feeling with her. So, yeah, as far as building extra energy on her, I don't know. It depends on who you're pairing her with, and like if you're funneling particles to her or whatever. I don't think she necessarily has as high energy needs as this, since you're normally doing double Geo with her, whether it be Navia or Shalonen, or maybe all three, I guess, in your context. You do have C2. So, yeah, I don't know. If this, like, I don't think I would consider ER a dead stat. And your build overall is healthy enough that I think, like, I would be very happy to have an extra ER on her if it meant being able to burst very consistently on her. If you have different artifacts, though, and you're, like, concerned about trying to min-max your Chiori, then go and check, like, if you look up KQM's energy recharge calculator, or just look up a Genshin energy recharge calculator, but KQM specifically has a spreadsheet for energy recharge calculation where you can put in like how many skills you do per rotation on a given character, and you can input whether or not they are on field or off field particles, and it will spit out a estimate for the energy recharge you need. or it'll spit out the exact energy recharge you need, assuming you input correctly whether or not particles were on field or off field and the number of skill uses correctly, right? With these 3 units specifically all together, I suspect Shiori's energy needs are very low, if not basically nothing. And so you probably can, you know, sacrifice some ER for some more crit. But at the same time, I don't know. The pieces you have with ER, like this piece has a bunch of crit already still. This piece has a bunch of crit. So like it's mostly just, I guess, this timepiece you could improve. But would it crazily change the experience of using Chiori? I don't know. It seems like a pretty good Chiori build. So there's room to min-max things, but not necessarily that much of a need to, particularly if you're using Chiori in different teams that aren't just specifically triple Geo. Yeah. 3 Geo with some Ollie cleared both sides of this abyss without problems. I mean, yeah, I'm not too surprised. And the C2 Shalot and a C4 Chiori plus a good Navia build. Yep, I'm not surprised. Anyways. Yeah, anyways, interesting ones to look at. Thank you. Let's do a randomized one. This was technically both a randomized and a donation one, because they had gotten randomized too, and then they also donated after. But we'll do another random one. Lowney. Oh, Lowney really wants me to look at their Mulani. Alright, thank you, Lowney. We'll get to yours in a bit. I think next, by the way, if Alexander wants, would be them. Do messages from Super Chat counts as donations? Yeah, I think like YouTube, I believe, lets you do like 1 special message per month or whatever, right? So, yes. Alright, what are we looking at? Kanich. Luke is Melt. Alright. Kanich is supposed to be Hyper Bloom, but he stands on his own without St. Joe official. Nice, okay. St. Joe was supposed to be sub DPS, but something went wrong when building him. I'm not good at building at all. I mean, you have a C0. You don't need to care about St. Joe's damage at C0. Quite frankly, I think the only time you care about St. Joe's damage is at C6. He's a Hydra application bot pre C6, and you're AR 50. I wouldn't stress yourself out about like how good you are at building characters. As long as you understand that energy recharge is needed, like for characters who have a ability where their burst is important, like St. Joe, that's all you really need. But anyways, you would generally aim towards either 4-piece Noblesse or 4-piece Emblem for St. Joe. EM is not a relevant stat for him. Obviously Hydra is fine, but yeah, it's basically ER is what he needs. R3 Sack Sword should be fine. So yeah, switch to like an ER timepiece on him, and then whatever, like the circlet ideally would be a crit rate circlet, yes, but whatever amount of crit rate, whatever amount of ER you can get in substats is what matters more, honestly, for a C0 St. Joe. Just do that. Don't bother leveling up pieces with garbage main stats for your characters, unless you're desperate to like get ER, I guess. Like you could have argued that you could argue like leveling up this piece makes sense for the ER substat if you're desperate, but like no, just like don't bother. It's it's really expensive to level artifacts to 20, especially when you're at your AR level. That like it's an enormous waste of resources to level up pieces with dead main stats, generally speaking. So yeah, you are in a case where I would probably, like, the simplest path towards a functional St. Joe build is ER timepiece. You already leveled the weapon up, and then you can 2-piece Emblem, right? So just do temporarily 2-piece Emblem, ER timepiece, and that's kind of where you're at. And then it should be a functional St. Joe build for Hydra application. He has a little bit less uptime than is like preferable at C0, but yeah, don't worry about speccing into his damage at all. Don't worry about building crit that much. A crit rate circlet will do more than anything else than for increasing his damage contribution pre C6, and it's still not worth stressing about that much. Just get as much ER as possible. If you look up KQM's ER recommendation, you can see different estimates of his energy needs. At C0, it's very high, like as much as possible. So, yeah. Hence my recommendation of 2-piece Emblem, ER timepiece. And then eventually you can move to a 4-piece Emblem, but not worth stressing about. Thank you, Dishonored. We'll get your stuff in a while. Yeah, that's true. It does have a bunch of attack percent substat. So that's fair. It's not that bad for a low AR option. You use so many emojis to our need. All right. Was interesting look at a low investment account here though. All right. Singcho and Fischl, or sorry, no, just and Luke. Sorry, Kanija and Luke. I saw Singcho and Fischl in here, but I confused myself. All right, Diluc. Configured for melt. I mean, yeah, configured for melt just basically means EM timepiece in this case. For a in progress build, this is a pretty good in progress build for an AR-50 player, I would say. Yeah. The problem with melt Diluc, of course, is there's not that many cryo application options in the game for melt Diluc. It's not impossible, of course, but a bit harder than doing vaporized Diluc. But there's also, as a low AR player, there's not a ton of options for hydro. Yay, Mihoyo! And gating very relevant supports behind. Yeah, whatever. Can't have accessible hydro options in 4 stars. Nope. You use Citlali for melt Diluc. I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna assume Mitsunet has Citlali though. They don't have her on showcase, but the build here is in progress for Diluc is good. I would say be careful if you're looking at guides for Diluc. Like old video guides, we're probably gonna have very outdated information. Diluc has other potential build options that aren't just like Crimson. So I wouldn't get too lost in the weeds of the Crimson domain at your AR level. But yeah, versus just getting like good main stats, and you already put good main stats on him. So also like wow. AR-50. Look at this goblet. Look at this goblet. Wow. Wow. Lucky. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's overall still like a decent, well balanced. Do you, if you get a crit rate circlet when you're farming bosses, or maybe I don't know if you strong box for Gladiator, but a crit rate circlet on Gladiator to do 2-piece Gladiator, 2-piece Crimson is probably going to be better. Well, no, it definitely is better, obviously, because you're doing 3-piece, no piece. So yeah, this might be the best Pyro Goblet you ever get. Yay for goblets. And a lot of your Diluc's damage is going to be potentially depending on how invested your Bennett is. You did level 90 Sapwood Blade. You'll probably want to level his burst more to get more value out of Bennett for Diluc. Probably want an ER timepiece on Bennett. Bennett can heal a lot without 4-piece maidens. The only reason to really consider, sorry, without 2-piece maidens or 4-piece maidens. Only reason to consider maidens build on Bennett is for Frina. If you get her in the future. I would run an ER timepiece though. And then ideally 4-piece Noblesse eventually. Which you can probably actually yoink some of your St. Cho pieces if you end up getting emblem pieces for him. Put them on Bennett. But yeah. What I can tell is you need ER timepieces. You need ER timepieces. That is it. So yeah. A decent in-progress build, but yeah. It looks a little bit of a weird one. Look up, like, KQM's Diluc build. I'm assuming KQM's been pretty good with updating old character stuff as new characters have released and new artifacts. So, if you look at really old videos of Diluc, they're going to be very, very, very out of date, quite frankly. So, you know, not all of them. Someone might have made an up-to-date Diluc video. How long will the stream be? Good lord, I've been going for 3 hours. I guess I'm at the caught up. I didn't realize I've been going for 3 hours. Jesus. I will go and do 4 more random ones at least, depending on how long they take. At least 4 more random ones, and then I will finish up the donation ones. Which I have 1, 2, well, maybe. But some of these have no messages with them, so it depends on if the people are still here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least, yeah, 5. Donation ones if no more donations come in. So probably an hour more. Yeah, we'll do 4 more randoms at least. So this Kaniche build is obviously very good. Yeah, I don't of the things you need to focus. Oh wait, okay, I lied. I'm sorry. Yes, Mitsunet again. Don't I already said this before, but like don't bother leveling up pieces that aren't the right main stat. I did the math for this like in a unit review stream a while ago. I think actually Kaniche was one of the characters we did the math on, and I went and like saw that like an attack percent main stat versus the wrong main stat piece for most characters, but for Kaniche in particular, I think is who I did the math on, and it was like, oh, we can do the correct main stat with 0 relevant substats versus a bad main stat that doesn't do anything for his damage, and some and good substats, and even an extremely good substat piece was basically just worse than a really garbage correct main stat piece. Like use an attack, my point is, a attack main stat piece with completely useless substats will be better for this Kaniche. So like do that. Other than that, you actually have a pretty good thing going. Like yeah, the goblet could obviously be improved, but that's like quite frankly the goblet is like you get an attack time piece, and then a goblet eventually you'll get a better one over time. I wouldn't stress out over the goblet, especially for Kaniche because he's going to be pretty functional regardless. Once you get an attack time piece, the thing to improve with your Kaniche is going to be your investment in the other units on the team, not just Kaniche's damage. So, yep. How many are left by the look of it? My account will be reviewed. Omnivog, it's not a queue. It's randomly selected. So you might still get selected, you might not. It's random. I do not have the physical time to do 300 reviews. I'm sorry. The most fair way I can do this is randomized. Other than the only queue is the donation ones. But again, like right now, that's why I'm saying the donation ones are gonna be the end after I do at least 4 more randomized ones. Yeah, so don't forget Mitsunet to invest in your supports, energy recharge. Go double check some KQM guides or whatever for like Diluc to see some updated information on him if you want to see different relevant teammates for him. Different options to make Melt Diluc work, or different options to make whatever Diluc way work. See, maybe learn different things about Navia. Yeah, one thing is like don't fall into the trap of forcing 4P's bonuses with wrong main stats. Like you're using an HP piece on her too. It's bad. Don't do that. Main stats over substats, basically always. And also, generally speaking, substats over 4-piece bonuses. Not always. That's more wishy-washy. But generally speaking, like for someone like Navia, it's definitely a substats over 4-piece bonuses. It's very possible you might have the ability to do 2-piece attack on your Navia and be meaningfully stronger than this build. There are contexts where you do force 4-piece, like the stat value, you get so much crit by forcing 4-piece Obsidian Codex that it's kind of a no-brainer. You force this even with really bad pieces. You don't necessarily level it up. Like this would be a case of like if this timepiece was your only timepiece, like you only had an HP timepiece and the difference was forced to be able to get 4-piece Codex set or not for that 40% crit rate, like you use the HP timepiece, but you just don't bother leveling it up, right? You don't waste the resources. But most of the time, like for Navia, the 4-piece bonus is not strong enough to, generally speaking, be worth it to force. Yeah, if you get a crit circlet for this Navia, do a 2-piece build, your Navia build is actually not too bad. I would definitely probably stick to keeping this flower, obviously. And at least the feather temporarily would be fine for an AR-50 build. Yeah, I wouldn't go and spend a bunch of resin in this domain though. This domain is not very worthwhile to farm for a low AR player. Ignore it, quite frankly. Yeah. So, anyways, oh, you know what? Yeah, this is I haven't been plugged this in a while. Sevi, what is the Sevi? Artifacts. Yeah, this video still has very relevant information. Doesn't contain the new information, but Google the same thing I did, Sevi artifacts. I guess I'll throw it in my chat quick. But like, I haven't plugged this in a while. And it doesn't include like elixirs. She might have made an updated video since then, I'm not sure. But yeah, cheeseburger. This video is very, very good. It's like a 20-minute video, right? Yeah, 20-minute video that goes over some basic tips and like helps you avoid falling into some traps with artifact farming. Oh, good Lord, Brian! What in the my lordy? I mean, thank you for the $50. Looking for setup Pyro Traveler in anticipation for C6. All right, I'll take a look. Okay, I need to take a drink of water though. Burger is very relevant. Yes, it is. Yeah, if you detach yourself from chasing crit as much and just look at overall stat value for pieces and understand the statistical nature of like as you farm more you will get an overall your build will trend towards there's definitely like optimized artifact farming. There's a dude that did like I forgot what his name was, otherwise I would go and look it up and link that as well, but someone could probably try to search it or mention it. There's someone that did a data analysis of like when do you stop farming artifacts, right, for your build, and it's a lower, if I recall, it's a lower amount of resin than you might think, is the estimate for when you would stop farming artifacts. But, yeah. Monthly account review stream because rent is due. I mean, I do, part of the reason I do like doing it was obviously because it is a nice little bit of additional money per month. Just these streams alone, doing 1 or 2 a month, can pay for some of my bills, which is nice, so it is appreciated. Yes. Sevi hasn't posted a video for 3 months and she's on break. Oh, I didn't know that. Alright. Either way, that video was still very valid today. But interesting. With the, what's next? A random, right? Yeah. Ooh, wrong tab. There we go. So we'll do 4 more randoms, I think, and then we'll finish up the donation ones. 234 is apparently the next one. It randoms every time there's a new submission for anyone that's recently joined, or when I manually refresh. Chaska Yalon Linny Visual. Bow only challenge account. Alright. Bows only is one of the harder ones, I think, to do. AR60. Wow. I think have I seen yours before? I might have seen yours before. Geo's Spiral Abyss, is that the channel? Yeah, there you go. Geo's Spiral Abyss. Yeah, a real bow only. Crazy. All these level 90 bow units. Have you been able to 36 star the recent ones? Are you in chat, Amatori? Maybe you're not. You might have had to leap. Chaska Yalon, Linny Official. C2 Yalon with Aqua. Yep, this is a very healthy Yalon. Wow, look at this. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's a strong Yalon. I think C2 Yalon for a bow only account. C2 Yalon is absolutely, I think, one of those constellations that probably makes sense to get. Wow. Oron must have been such a godsend for this count too. Yeah. What a great banner for bows only that would have been. Chaska and Oron together, like new buffing options for many potential team configurations, and you get a 5-star with compelling like constellation value and good weapons. Like, wham, wham, and Linny at the same time. That's true. Yeah. If you didn't plan for it, it might have sucked, to be clear. But if you did plan for it, unfortunately you didn't get C6 Oron though. That is sad. But yeah. Can you do it so the owner's not here? You don't review the account. I know they might watch it later. How am I supposed to do that? Like no, like you gotta. I'm sorry, Amiveg. Can you like realize how unreasonable that request is? One, I feel like it's a dick move. For someone like if they're watching the VOD to see their account, but then not review it if they're not here. Like yes, having them be here is interactive is valuable, but like every single time I would randomize someone, I would then have to be like, oh, okay, Amatori, can you please raise your hand in the classroom? I want to make sure you're still here. Okay, thanks, you're there. Okay, we can continue. Like, that's what you want the process for this to be? Like, no, I'm sorry. I think that's really absurd. Like, I know you want me to do a review for you, Amveg, but like, no, I think that's a bit silly to do it that way. Like my expectation is people submit, like they have to submit while I am live, but then they can have they can come back and check the pod later, right? And see if they get selected. I think that's the sensible process. I don't think it makes sense to force people to have to be here. So, anyways, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. If you really, really, really want me to review your characters, then that's why donations exist. That's the best balance I can have. So, anyways, Aelon Linny Official. Do you have Elegy? I wonder if you have Elegy or just using it in someone else. I feel like Elegy is definitely a no-brainer for a bow-only account to go for. Looks like you do not. You have a lot of copies of Stringless, though. Don't know if it's who you are referencing, but VidMillo had an informative video on when to stop farting artifacts. It might have been then. Let me look them up. I'll probably recognize it if I see it. VidMillo. Have they made any artifact? No, they haven't made any videos recently. Yeah, look at this person. This dude does like really, really helpful, informative data breakdowns for Genshin. A year ago, came out with 3 banger as hell videos, 500k views, 220k, 400k views, and then just stops. Nothing more to do. But yeah, this video is the one I was talking about. So thank you. Yeah, I should probably go save it. So I'm gonna leave the tab open and I'll try to save it somewhere so I remember it's a relevant video. This video is a bit out of date. The numbers here are going to be completely wrong now because this is with the previous weapon banner. So this video, I guess, is now too dated. This is also a little bit dated now too because capturing gradients does change numbers, but it doesn't change things that much. This one is still relevant. So anyways, but this is definitely his best video. My job here is done vibes indeed. Comes in, fills a void of a video that the community needed, and then leaves. Yeah. I should probably link it in the chat. All right, and paste, flap. There we go. But yeah, there's definitely more content he could have made. I feel like there's a lot of different statistical things, and he could have gone into. I feel like, but yeah. Yeah, Chaska build. Does VV Chaska make sense on a bow only account? That's a good question, isn't it? I'm gonna guess no. I don't know. My brain's in the right space to figure out what kind of Chaska team you even do on a bow only account, but I'm kind of surprised this official build isn't better. For a bow only account, I would have expected a stronger official. It's not bad. It's a very, very decent and very functional official build with a healthy amount of crit rate. But you know, I expected the goated official build of like 70, 73, 150 crit ratio, like the perfect crit ratio. Anyway, it's still very well balanced. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, I wonder, like, what off-field units, because like the conjunction of VV Chaska's makes, I think, the most sense with other units that benefit from VV, not just Chaska's own damage. I think, and I don't really think. Yeah, I don't think VV makes sense at Chaska. So yeah, I think there's no need to worry about it. So this is obviously a very, very good. What the frick is that artifact? This is obviously a very, very good Chaska build. It could be better. Obviously, they could get like, I mean, the circlet could be better, but like the circlet doesn't really need to be that much better. Other than more attack percent rolls could have been nice, but I don't think their ability to clear is going to be determined that much by the circlet or anything. The goblet is kind of funny. Yeah, overall very good build. Yeah. Siege Wind, yeah, I mean, going for Siege Wind's bow on a bow only account does make sense, I think. Oh yeah, she also gives Hydra Res Shred, so that I honestly think that makes sense too. Does she? Is there anyone that does meaningful skill? Oh yeah, Fischl. Duh. Yeah, Siegeween probably buffs Fischl a ton. Oh, not to mention like Fischl, Siegeween, Auron combo. What was that? Fischl, Auron, Siegeween, and Farazon on like a VV DPS build, or of course Venti. I shouldn't forget about Venti. I'm sorry. Like I actually think, oh wow, you actually have like compelling options for electrocharge teams. You also have Child who could be part of an electrocharge team in some way. Yeah. I didn't realize. I think Auron and Chaska did a freaking lot for bows only. Amatore, if you're listening to this, I don't think they're in chat. Feel free to like message me or at me on Discord. I need to go look at my DMs on Discord. I haven't looked in like 2 months. I'm sorry. I haven't looked at my incoming DMs in a while, other than when I'm told I need to look at them. So anyways, yeah, I'd be curious to see some of their playthroughs, or if they have any recordings of going through recent Abyss cycles, because I'm assuming they are clearing Abyss. So yeah, anyway, interesting account, obviously. All right, well, that was a cool one to look at. Let's look at the next one. So 3 more random ones. This is one of, okay, well, correction. You know what? If we're just looking at Nuvilet, we'll do this is a freebie. This is a freebie. We'll do 3 more after this one. Yep. All right. Yep, this is just a Nuvilet flex. I mean, look, if the only thing to do when you see a C6 Nuvilet randomized is like, we need to make fun of it, right? And clearly, there are 2 problems in this build. One, it's probably not enough ER, unless they have Fab Farina, which we know they don't. Because of course they don't. They're using some ugly stupid blue stick rather than Farina's signature weapon. I don't understand why you would choose to use this weapon over Farina's signature weapon. Let's be real. Like, I'm pretty sure even with, I don't know. Is Farina, what is it? I don't know what his ER needs are actually with Farina. Farina Nuvilet combo is so, I'm sorry, it's so boring. It's such a boring combo. No, whatever. Oh wait, it's R5 Tome. I forgot. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even notice the R5. I didn't even think about the fact that R5 increases the energy refund. That's true. Okay, never mind. It's probably fine. Okay, well, I can't make fun of ER, technically. So, I'm gonna make fun of the Goblet. Because, like, sure, the Goblet is extremely good. I understand this. Actually, wait, is HP Goblet better with Farina? Like, Farina C3 is giving, like, 125% damage bonus. He's also getting, I think, extra damage bonus or crit from C2. I think HP Goblet might be better. Frick. Help, guys. I have nothing to criticize. It might actually be better. Normally, for most people's Nubilets, it's not, I think. But I think it is in this instance for this insane person. Hey, look, they show some restraint. This is what restraint looks like, this person. Yeah. They do have some restraint, that's good. Anyways. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Sui. Well, that was a freebie. I spent too long on that one. Number 1, it just randomizes to number 1? Wow. Wow. And 2 more after this one. Myro, I can't even speak. I need to see. This is why I need to cut off the stream at some point. I lose my ability to exist. Monopyro, Plunge Sinyan. Set those for both playstyles. Charge attack with Tignari, Quick Swap, nice. Quicken Kaching, and normal Nilu Bloom. Alright. Nilu Kaching we'll look at first. Yep. A little bit low HP, honestly, for a... Oh, they're doing 4-piece flowers. Okay, I mean, that is a fair approach. Like, Nilu can trigger some blooms herself. That, like, sacrificing a little bit of bloom damage bonus for her blooms to be higher damage is not irrelevant. So, it is an option. theoretically, when everything is going ideally, and you know Nilu is not the one triggering blooms, it is better for her to have 2-piece HP. But this is a fair approach, and you know you already have Kyokage's suit, and if you have Nahida, it's like, you know, I think it's not as bad as some people might expect. So yeah, it's Furina's signature weapon. Sorry, it's Furina's second signature weapon. And then this is Furina's third signature weapon. Furina has 3 signature weapons: Fav, Kyokage's suit, and Festering Desire. And then there's the blue stick for some reason. Anyways, it was Nilu and Kaching. Hey, Thundering Fury Kaching, nice. A little bit low crit rate, I think. Yes, she gets some free crit rate from her passive. The pipe. Oh yeah, that's true. No, yeah, that's true. Pipe is not. So you have Furina's signature weapon priority. Fab is her signature weapon, and then signature weapon number 2 is Kyokage's suit, because you have weird min-maxy things and value you can do for it. It is literally better than the blue stick, in context where Furina does, you know, vaporizes and the EM is relevant for other teammates. And then Faster and Desire is number 3, and then number 4 is the pipe, and then number 5 is the blue stick. Unless you have C4 Furina, then things change slightly. Anyways, nice Kaching build. I don't know. Do you run a crit rate circlet here? I think you do, ideally. Like, it's hard to say exactly. Yeah, EM is a bit low too, right? Yeah, I think you probably do want EM type piece in this build. Yeah, you're already running an attack % weapon anyways. I guess the way that you fix this is what? Is Harbinger of Dawn better, assuming you're over 90% HP? Does that fix this? Do you Harbinger of Dawn EM timepiece? Yeah, I know it feels bad to not use this timepiece, but yeah. Does attack matter that much less on EM on her? Generally speaking, I think EM is better just because you're getting like big charge attack aggravates. And that's the main. You just like, you do E, Q, and then after your Q is done, you get another E with Thundering Fury. And then you do like some charge attack spams. Is that basically what her playstyle is like? So most of her relevant damage is aggravated. So meaning EM is valuable basically. If they had an EM weapon or whatever, like, yeah, I don't know. Attack is better with Nahida in the team. That's true. It might, yeah. I assume because of the 250 EM from Nahida. So yeah, I don't know. It's not a terrible option, to be clear. I would be more concerned over the crit rate issue more than anything. Hence why, like, the question mark of Harbinger of Dawn, because if it's over 90, if you're focusing on more of an EM focused build anyways, and you have over 90% HP, like, yeah. But it's still not the end of the world, right? They do have like 60 whatever percent HP, or 60% HP crit rate. It's not dysfunctional. I don't know. It looks better than it is my point. Or it is slightly better than it looks, but it's not perfect. I would personally, if you really like Kaching, I would probably still be farming a little bit, maybe for a slightly different circlet, or maybe EM timepiece question mark depending on the team. Yeah, 65% crit rate. It's not unusable though, so yeah. She's in a weird like middle ground state right now is what I would describe this build as. It's interesting though. Xinyan. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of glad this one got selected. Let's be real. Infused Xinyan with Mavuika signature weapon. What is Mavuika using? Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Yep, MH, obviously, because you're doing Furina, C6 Bennett, Infusion. Yep, yep, seems like a good Plunge Xinyan or Infusion Xinyan build. I love it. Let's go. And then Sethos, which this was a both playstyle build. They said with Quick Swap Tignari. or just charge attacks. And yep, this seems like a typical normal like strong slingshot Sethos build with C6 notably. So they can get 4 charge attacks out very easily in this kind of build. Nice. I would love to double crown him eventually, but not the priority. I don't know. I really like him. I've not gotten bored of playing him. He's a fun character to play. He's been one of my go-tos to like, all right, how does Sethos do in this Abyss cycle? And I pretty much have always found a way to use him in some form. So, yeah. All right, very nice. There's 2 more after this. All right, number 135 next. Mavuika Farina officials. Also, I need to file a complaint with you guys. We've seen some requests for Mavuika. There's notably, this is the first unit review stream I've done since some other character was also added to the game. I don't think like I have looked at Citlalis. I've looked at them. This person has Citlali in their profile picture, and they didn't ask me to look at their Citlali. I think I'm pretty offended. To be clear, there's not that as much interesting to look at Citlali because most of the time it's just like meat ER needs and whatever. But like, I'm pretty offended that we haven't gotten a specific request to look at a Citlali. Like not even like a DPS Citlali maybe, right? I don't know. We have Farina official. Is Farina? Hey, she has one of her signature weapons. This is a very healthy Farina. Good lord. What the frick? Look at this build. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 line value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. Yeah. Wow. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Wow. Nice Farina. Mavuika. Who's the other one? Official? Alright, official. 1,000 Blazing Suns. That's Sin Yan's signature weapon. We just saw proof of that. Exactly 200 EM's kind of satisfying. Yep. This is a very healthy build for her signature weapon. This actually looks, I think, pretty similar to what my build looks like. Oh, they have 200 EM in substats. What? That's kind of crazy. Alright. I definitely thought this was an EM timepiece until I looked closer. Yeah. Normally EM timepiece would be better on her, by the way, with her signature weapon. But, this balance I think is perfectly fine as well. I don't think it's like yeah, if you're gonna not do EM timepiece and you have a bunch of EM substats and overall just healthy balance, yeah. There's very few like dead stats in this. Yeah, it's just very good. Alright. There's not that many dead stats. Like, I mean, yeah, okay. Flat attack is not a dead stat. It is like half of a dead stat because it could have been a better roll into crit or EM, right? But it is not providing no value. The only dead stats in this build are here. Anyways, official. C4 fish, sad. C6 Fischl does obviously make a difference. And this is a pretty strong Fischl build. Yep. I would not really stress about improving this Fischl build, other than, I mean, situationally, you know, the EM timepiece maybe would be better, theoretically, but like, generally speaking, attack versus EM timepiece is pretty similar for Fischl, and it's not worth stressing out about. I keep Fischl on a 0 EM build too. With Skyward Harp, because I use her a lot in teams where her EM doesn't matter on her, and I prefer the more universal option, and she still does decent damage in teams where she's doing aggravates. So, yep. But, you know, there are situations where it is possible a R5 stringless can beat out a Skyward Harp build, and in this kind of build you could probably literally just change to a R5 stringless and it would do well, right? It would still do well. If the EM is relevant, so yeah. Citlali. I mean, it's an approach. I will say it is an approach to using Citlali. You can do it. If you're using Shallonen on scroll, right? You can put Citlali on this. The problem is her ER needs are, generally speaking, higher than this. And meeting her ER needs with like Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on a 4-star artifact set. Generally speaking, I think if you're talking min-maxing the value with artifact sets for like your Mavuika damage, that's what I'm guessing they were operating with. They're doing like Mavuika, Citlali, Bennett, Shilonen. I would actually think doing Petra on Shilonen and Citlali on Scroll would be a better balance, personally. Yes, picking out the crystallized shards can be kind of annoying on Shilonen, but she's also one of the best ones at picking up her crystallized shards compared to like other units in the game. I think it's a better route for min-maxing than doing this, personally. But this could result in slightly bigger numbers, theoretically, so yeah. Also, you can technically put instructors on Shilonen. But technically instructors makes more sense on her if you are putting instructors. But yeah, anyways, this is still not enough in ER, I think. No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, without 2P scroll giving her flat energy refunding in the team, this is not enough energy. I'm quite confident of that. So your Citlali needs some work, I think, King Logan. But I believe in your abilities. Anyways, alright. Next one. Oh, well, I don't even know what it was. It was 190 something, but I'm sorry. Whoever it was, you have been banished. Xiao and Yelan. Okay, only 2 characters. You know what? Fine. I'll do one more random one. I think I got the energy in me. I still got all the donation ones to finish up, to be clear. Another Citlali profile picture. Wait, or no, that's not. This is this. Wait, no, is this a different person? Yeah, it is a different person. Okay. Why is everyone forgetting they need energy recharge on Citlali? I feel like is this representative of people might not be realizing they're not using a functional character if they have Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers and they're not bursting consistently? So anyway, switch to ER timepiece and you're mostly fine. Yeah, that's basically it. Switch to ER timepiece and you're good. Yep. Anyways, what are we looking at? Xiao and Yelan. Yep, that's a healthy Yelan. This is another Yelan builder we've seen that has an insane amount of ER substats, but also still manages to have a ton of crit. What in the world? What in the world? Like, wow. Like, this looks very similar to that Yelan we saw earlier. The difference was that Yelan was C2, I think. Like, okay. Good lord. Yeah, very good Yelan. Xiao. There we go. Homer Xiao. The Staff of Homer build. I thought it was 4-piece emblem for a second when I saw the emblem goblet. Overcap crit rate. How dare you? Also, overcapping on this set is kind of impressive, honestly. They're overcapping crit rate with a Staff of Homer build. Like, he does a semi crit rate, to be clear. But, like, anyways. If it's to meet their ER need, I don't know. Like, is it optimal to overcap crit right here? Probably not. Like, a crit damage circlet is probably better in this circumstance, right? You get to 235, or no, you did like crit damage circlet be 240 crit damage, and then you drop down to like 84% crit rate. Is probably better, I suspect. But at the same time, this is a very consistent build. So, and if they need the ER, they need the ER, right? Xiao does have energy needs, but overcapping on Vermilion, that's definitely a rarity, for sure. And overcapping by 1 roll is not that big of a deal. It just makes like this goblet technically slightly worse or whatever. They also don't have anything for attack percent substats, so yeah, I don't know. There's a room for improvements technically in this build, whether it be for ER, attack substats, or crit damage circlet. But is it to a degree that's necessary? Not really. Again, Xiao is definitely again so one of those units that's going to depend on your supports. C6 Farazan, Cloud Retainer, Farina, whatever. Your options for supports will matter more when you get than the build, especially when we're talking a build like this. So yeah. Oh yeah, Shan Yun gives crit rate too. That's true. To be clear, Shan Yun gives crit rate. That's variable. And she gives more crit rate in AoE situations, but her buff only applies in single target. Anyways, yeah, I think, but yeah, if they have Shun Yun, they should probably do a crit damage circlet. Even more so is correct. Is the notable thing there. So yeah, 4 to 10%, which, yeah, 4 to 10% a crit damage circlet with 10% crit rate, right? And then Shun Yun buff going on would put them basically perfect. And it had an insane build. It's just a question of getting the ER probably. So I don't know, maybe use elixirs for crit damage, ER, crit rate substat piece, and hopefully it rolls attack percent. Maybe that's how you perfect the build potentially. I don't know. Still a very good build though. I don't know if it's worth stressing out that much about. So yeah. Citlali just needs an ER type piece though, and then you've got the best account ever, Excalibur. That's my verdict. All right, that was a simple one, so we'll do one more, and it's number. You know what? Okay. If we don't know who 96 is, instead of doing 96, I'm just gonna spam the button. I'm gonna close my eyes for 5 seconds. I'm gonna spam the button. You don't know which number you are, to be clear. But if you've submitted some more recently, that means it would be a higher number. 96 would be probably someone that was like submitted in probably in the first hour or two of the stream. So, you know, I'm gonna spam click this to refresh the number, right? Doing this, and then I'm just gonna close my eyes. I don't have a camera on here, so trust me. Count to 5, I think, and I'll do that one. And that's gonna be the last randomized one, and then we'll finish with the donations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 283. Ending with Mavuika. You know, I would have been much happier if it was Citlali. I guess we'll do one more because one Mavuika review is too simple. Yep. This is a pretty healthy Mavuika. I think. Interesting that they have a crit rate circlet. I think it's relatively rare to do a crit rate circlet in Codex in general. But this is a context where they had absolutely crit rate circlet probably makes sense with how their rolls went. Healthy amount of attack percent, yeah. And it's an overall just healthy balanced build. It's not insane. Could they min-max it further and maybe get to a crit damage circlet eventually? Yeah, but it would require like more crit rate rolls in other pieces that I don't know if it's really worth stressing about. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting though. Yeah, it's like it's right in this weird arse line of like probably not worth like farming for. Like if they go watch the when are your artifacts good enough video, this is I'm fairly confident this build is past that threshold of the artifacts are good enough. But I can see why you would maybe still like me as a higher player that likes to do higher investment builds. I would not necessarily be satisfied with this. Like my monkey brain is just like, no, I dislike. But it's also, I think, definitely good enough. So it's just kind of weird. Yeah. So I don't know. It's definitely good. Has a healthy balance of pretty much everything going on. Yeah. All right, fine. We'll do one more. And you know what? It's going to be number 14. Cursed by Mavuika. It's Pyro Raiden. It's Pyro Raiden. Yeah, Mailed Flower was like a year or two ago. It's pretty old. To be clear, like Mailed Flower is not like insanely. It's a nice, more universal option for Mavuika over like the Fontaine craftable because you don't have to worry about like the healing restriction. But, yeah. All right. Mavuika, I'll hit them right in. All right, this is the last randomized one. So my apologies to anyone who didn't get randomly selected. Citlali, more people like. Okay, you even have like a better Citlali. Oh. I do. Yeah, whatever. Don't get distracted by Citlali. Mavuika, Raiden, and who? I'll hit them. That dude. Harbinger of Dawn. Nice. Yeah, it seems like a very strong Alhaitham build, other than ER question mark, but And I still think, like, I don't know, my experience of playing Item is that, like, using his burst, while you definitely, like, want to, is not the end-all be-all, because his teams generally involve forms of damage that it's not like his clear times vastly are reduced or something by not bursting consistently, is my overall feeling. So, yeah. It seems like a nice Alhaitham build, assuming, you know, you stay over 90% HP. If you don't stay over 90% HP, probably not ideal. Donation reviews from Super Chat? Yeah. Eventually I will, hopefully eventually, I will set up some way, because I know some people can't do Super Chats because, like, it's not available in your region. I will hopefully eventually set up through Ko-Fi. If you do go use my Ko-Fi, I will give you a unit review, but, like, I'll do, like, private messages with you in Ko-Fi. It's linked below the description of most of my videos. My intention is not for the Ko-Fi to be for unit reviews, to be clear, but if you're desperate to get a unit review from me, and you can't do a Super Chat donation because of country restrictions, you could try the Ko-Fi, and I will message you. But yeah. Anyways, oh yeah, ER. Oh my, this Raiden build wants an ER timepiece. Yep. Other than that, I think it's fine. But I think it wants an ER timepiece. This Raiden does not burst. This Raiden does not burst. No. I'm sorry. Where's your ER at? Oh boy. Yep. Other than that, I mean, the overall stats is pretty decently balanced, right? Ignoring the ER problem. Who was the last one? Mavuika. I think we mentioned before, EM timepiece is better, but again, doesn't matter. You already have a signature weapon, already improves their damage. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Does it actually matter? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Depends on the kind of player. It's a consideration. Other than that, though, you have a very healthy amount of attack percent. Good amount of EM. I think EM timepiece would still be better, even with this much EM and substats. And, yep. Well, yeah, it's just a very healthy Mavuika build. It's pretty easy to build Mavuika. I mean, not super easy. They're like different weapons will change your build requirements a bit, but yeah. Let's go. Valen, thank you. Hey, Citlali, let's go. Let's go, Valen. That makes me tempted to skip the queue, but that'd be rude to other people who are waiting, so I'm gonna have to make you wait. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, it is very easy to fix Raiden. That's true. Alright. That was a nice simple one to end off with. Yeah, look, ER timepiece. Crazy. I don't know if this is a... Oh, this is a 4-star piece. Hey, yeah, if this is a 5-star piece, this Citlali is basically perfect. Anyways, there we go. Yep, that's it for the randomized ones. So, it's probably going to cause most of the viewers to drop off, but let's finish the donation ones. Again, my intention, hope, has been to try to do these every 2-ish weeks. It's definitely been a bit more like every 3 weeks lately. And normally I want to do them on weekends, but yeah. I still main Yai? Yeah, I still use her quite regularly. I don't think there's a single Abyss cycle I haven't used her since I got her. Okay, who's next? Alexander and Kurumi. So Alexander did they joined membership. So Alexander, if you have a quick donation request, we can. I have C2 Yai, which in many teams does not matter. Lately, since I've been doing a lot more Chevrolet and Electro Charge things with Yai, it does matter. Not insanely so, I don't think, but it's there. C2 Yai I mostly value for the range increase, and that's why I wanted it in the first place. Yeah, Alexander, if you're here, I can do a review for you. Kurumi, if you're here, I can do a quick review for you. Hopefully you guys are. But otherwise, let's skip to Catherine. Oh, come on, please let me copy this. Oh no, there's Kurumi. All right, sorry, Catherine, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. All right. Alexander, if you're watching the VOD, if you're not here, feel free to either bug me on Discord or you can bug me in the next unit review stream. All right. Arlecchino and Mulan. What do you want for meaningful improvements on them? Sure. Mulan. You feel like you need to improve your Mulan? What? Like, I mean, what is there? Why do you feel the need? So your build's fine. I think your build is fine. If you feel the need to improve your Mulan, I think it's down to the team more than anything, and how you're playing her and getting used to how enemies interact with like the timings of when to launch her attacks. Like that's the nuance of Mulan, is enemy movement relative to Mulan's movement, relative to whatever setups you have in a particular team, right? So yeah, you could get more crit rate, true. You're only at 99.6. Yeah, so that would be my overall verdict. Your build is very good. I do not think there's any need to care about improving this build meaningfully. Yes, you could get... Actually, no, I lied. I was going to say you could get more HP substats, but no. Like, you have an onset goblet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of stat. No, sorry, that's EM2. It's a 0 dead stat onset goblet. If you were sad about this goblet and you're like, oh, do I need more crit in this goblet? No, you don't. And in fact, in some ways, maybe the HP might have been better to help balance out the build, since you already have so much crit. Like, it actually might have been better to get HP rolls here than crit. I'm not kidding. I'd have to go do the math and double check if that's true. But it's like, the point is, HP is going to have similar value to crit as far as how these rolls went. And this is an insane goblet. So yeah, I would say, you know, just look into whatever kinds of different teams people are using with Mulan. The like most speedrun highest damage and therefore technically highest damage Mulan teams that people are using are generally, I think, like Sucrose Candace teams, if I recall. So I don't know if has Mavuika changed that at all, or is it still Xiangling? But I think it's like Candace. You do Candace, EQ, into Sucrose, into your Pyro, which was Xiangling before. It probably is Mavuika now, I assume. Mavuika changes some of the gameplay potentially slightly a little bit. And then, yeah. There you go. I think that's basically it. Shilonen instead of Sucrose could be an arguable swap. For scroll buff and whatever, but Mavuika could also use scroll. So yeah, Mavuika's easier because no ER issues. Yeah, that's what I would lean towards. Only reason I don't play that Mulan team is because Candace C6 actually Fs with it. It's another example. Like, I don't regret activating Candace C6 because there's other ways I really enjoy having Candace C6. But like, it's definitely like Candace C6 with Mulan and Mavuika in particular, because Candace C6 with Xiangling you can technically kind of work around it. It's a little awkward, but like Candace C6 with Mavuika kind of just doesn't work. Candace C6 Mulan Mavuika, but yeah, so I don't know, like as far as like people complaining about not being able to disable or being scared of activating constellations, I actually think if you really like Mulan and want to have more team options for her, don't activate Candace C6, quite frankly. Like if I hadn't activated Candace C6 before Mulan release, I probably would consider not ever activating it. So problem is Mulan can't vaporize last hit with C0 Mavuika. Wait, really? She could when I was playing her. I definitely was able to get her to vaporize her last hit. Anyways, in my experience, C5 Candace is already tough for Mavuika's app. I showed it in my Mavuika video. You do a normal attack with Mavuika to get Pyro. Do one instance of Pyro application with a normal attack after you EQ on Mavuika, and then you switch to Mulan in order to make sure Candace doesn't overtake. It's just timing. Yeah. So anyways, it might be more awkward with Mavuika in some ways than Xiangling. But also Xiangling, solo pyro, EU. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other as far as Mavuika versus Xiangling. Anyways. It wouldn't be fundamentally that different, but yeah. She has 20 seconds of pyro app. There's no way. I mean, Mavuika does not have 20 seconds of pyro application. She has like 12 seconds of pyro application after you switch. But that should still be enough to get all your hits on Mualani. Just, yeah. Anyways. Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, that's what we're looking at, right? Yeah. So, anyways, as far as improving the builds go, I don't think there's much to meaningfully improve at the end of the day. Is my overall verdict. Yeah. Thank you, 1010. We'll get your donation in a little while. No, Arlecchino. Did I look at Arlecchino? I almost forgot. You didn't want me to look at Mavuika, you want me to look at Arlecchino. I don't think you need to. I mean, like if you're, I'm assuming Kurumi are probably maybe wondering, oh, should you farm 4-piece of Whimsy? In my opinion, no. You have a very healthy, balanced Arlecchino build. You got Citlali for Arlecchino, Citlali C1 even. Like, I don't think, like, I'm using a Gladiator build. You know, a little bit different build than you are, but I think you will be more than happy enough with Gladiator and the very, very minor improvement from 15% more damage bonus. Like, like if you want to see the difference 15% damage bonus makes, put how is the easiest way to see that what difference 15% damage bonus makes for like 4-piece Whimsy versus Gladiator? You could put a unit on scroll, maybe. A non-outline unit on scroll, or yeah, or a food buff. Yeah, like you could do a food buff and like see what the difference is, and then be like, okay, it would take me 15,000 resin to get an equivalent build on Whimsy. Is that very, like, in my opinion, just no, straight out no, because it's basically never going to require, like, when you're comparing this invested of a Gladiator build compared to a similar investment Whimsy build that could actually make it better, it's probably not going to reach new breakpoints of like actually beating enemies faster. Like, you're going to have the same clear times, so it just doesn't make sense at all, in my opinion. If you want to make your Arlecchino stronger at this point, you're at the point of constellation investment is how you make her stronger. Not saying you should. I'm just saying that's how you're going to make her meaningfully stronger at this point. I don't think the build investment matters that much. Yeah, Whimsy is just not worthwhile at the end of the day. So anyways, I might use my elixirs for a freaking EM timepiece. An EM double crit timepiece. When I get the whatever the elixir is from this current patch. Actually, wait. Did I get the elixir from the battle pass yet? I don't remember. Can I have my mouse? Please. Hey, why does Windows do this? There we go. Jesus Christ. I did already get it. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't sure. Yeah. I'll get one more from the lantern, right? I might use it for a Gladiator EM timepiece. Anyways. Alright. So yeah, your builds are good. And especially this one has a very healthy balance of attack and EM. Your substat situation here. No, we're not doing that. Alright, thank you, Kurumi. Okay, I don't think I missed Alexander, so now we'll move on to Catherine. Farm Whimsy just because you wanted more 2-piece attack pieces? Yeah, that is like the main... The only thing that the domain has going for it is that, yeah, 2-piece attack is... Yep, that's one of the most universal generic 2-piece bonuses you can use. So, yeah. Binoculars. Alright, we're looking at Fremenez, Sijuin, Chiori, and Farina. It's always Farina. Alright. Fremine, Mars Sensei Hunter, so doing Farina cryo, or either cryo or physical damage. Which makes sense. ER check. I do think he needs to burst consistently. I don't remember what his ER needs are. And just be aware of that. Like, you guys skipped in the donation review, did you? No, you didn't. Wait, did you? Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I thought you were upcoming. But no, you did. Sorry. Sorry, Louis X. Did I do Miles? No, I think I did Miles, right? Frina, Hutao, Yelan, Jaska. Okay, well, we'll go back and do that. Alright. The Framine Chiori, Sieging Frina. Alright. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the question is ER check. Oh, you're doing attack, I guess? I don't know. Yeah, no, attack. I think for the mixed cryo physical, you're doing both. And there's an argument to be made for attack. Farina and Lisa on Fab plus Mika, he can burst on cooldown. Nice, okay. Sweet. Yeah. Are you doing physical then, or were you doing cryo focus? Just out of curiosity, I don't know if it really matters that much, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing I'm guessing Farina on Fav? Okay, yeah, I mean, if you're doing Farina on Fav, Mika on Fav, and Lisa on Fav, that's probably why. Like, Sylveon is saying they need like 130 minimum with C2. C2 must be these energy constellation. But if you're doing 3 Fab users, you know, that might be why. Physical focus, but is cryo damage still meaningful enough? Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Alright, nice. Yeah, I don't think there's that much to improve on the build then, if that's the balance you found that you like. Yeah, theoretically, yeah, physical goblet could be better versus physical damage or whatever, right? But realistically, probably not that much to improve here. Without getting into very min-maxy territory. Yeah, very nice. Siege win. Hunter's Path. What? The passive doesn't do anything for her, just in case you were not aware. Her burst damage counts as burst damage, not charge attack damage. Exactly 200% crit is funny though. She still is buffing a little bit. You got double HP. I don't know. It's an interesting approach. I don't think it's the approach I would take, but it's an interesting approach. I have found she needs more ER than this with Farina. Personally, it's probably one of my main gripes with Sijuin's build, or Sijuin's kit, is actually just her ER needs. The Sijuin Farina combo is a real thing, and it is compelling when you build her for damage. But ER needs are annoying. But yeah, very nice. Farina, hey, it's a Fab build with it. Yep, this is a very good Fab build, Farina. Indeed, it is not too dissimilar from my Fab build. In fact, is it better? It might be better. I don't think it is, because my Fab build has 85 crit rate, and that crit rate obviously matters, but ignoring the crit rate, it's just extremely similar, so yeah, it's very good. Nice. Chiori. C0 Chiori. Overcap crit rate, how dare you? No. Yep, that is the Jade Cutter, she sends a crit rate, if I recall. So getting Jade Cutter is a very good option for Chiori, but building her with Jade Cutter is a little awkward because of how much crit rate it gives her. I have my Jade Cutter build, I think, has a bit less crit damage than yours overall. It's a similar situation of just, yep, it pushes you towards more specific stats, like crit damage and defense percent potentially. Yeah. And overall, I think very nice Chiori build. There's not much to complain about the build. Nice. I'm sorry I don't have any meaningful thoughts gathered. But you just got decent builds. Alright, let's go back and do the donations. I'm stupid. I skip past. I'm sorry, Louis X. They said they wanted a Natlan character speed run. I don't know why I skipped you. I'm sorry. Alright. So 12% Hydro damage from on Sijuin. I think she has inbuilt 12% Hydro from her passive, if I recall. I had to just double check that, but they have Natlan character speedrun. Yep, it's a Shalona build. It's a Shalona healing focus build. She can burst consistently. Wow, crazy. It's a good Kinich build. Has a signature. You got 100% crit rate. You got some attack. is a Kinich build. Is the best boy. And that is a lot of crit. And also still a healthy amount of ER. Man, this is a very good Auroron build. Probably one of the better Auroron builds you could have. I have found interesting results in like seeing very similar performance from him with EM versus attack timepieces. I've kind of settled on liking an EM timepiece more on him because of the fact that I use him in teams where he like triggers hyper blooms or something on occasion, right? So yeah, but other than that, I don't know, very healthy balance. I do like Elegy on him. I've definitely stuck to that. But Fab is also obviously a good option too for just energy needs for the team, and arguably better in some ways because energy good. But yeah, as far as min-maxing his personal talent damage, this is the route. You know, that's probably near as strong as he could be, ignoring any constellations or whatever, increasing things obviously. Mavuika, well, 93% crit. This is a build that would definitely see meaningful value from an EM timepiece. Other than that, obviously it's good. But yeah, EM timepiece would be a significant upgrade for this build, I think. To enough of a degree that it's definitely worth checking. Actually, you're using an off piece, so hopefully you just have an EM timepiece. But even if you had like meaningfully worse substats, it could still easily be better. So yeah, I would try an EM timepiece. And Citlali signature weapon. Hey, you have 199 ER. So yep, you know what? This is kind of what you have to do. I would love to have a timepiece like this that's on set, with around 100 EM on Citlali. Yeah. Yep, just a good 4-piece scroll build with their signature weapon. It's basically just the better. I basically consider this an upgrade over Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, generally speaking. Even if technically in some team situations it might be worse, but it doesn't have the rotation downtime potential problems with shorter rotation teams, and also is just universally beneficial, whereas the Thrilling Tales is only beneficial to the attack scaling units, and then on top of that, you know, for Citlali's own damage potential and shield potential. Yeah. So anyways, it doesn't mean it's worth going for. Don't get baited by this weapon. I did find that I preferred Sack Frags on her C0 kit over this weapon, but yeah. I am using it now on her, though, now that I have C1. So, yeah. Nice. Thank you, Louis X. Is it worth going for cryo damage and crit on Citlali? Generally speaking, no. But in context where you are... You know that instructor Citlali that we saw before? Right? Where they were using instructors with presumably Mavuika and Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on Mavuika, and like just trying to buff Mavuika even more. I think there's an argument to be made in that team, right? So like as that team format as an example, where Shalon is on scroll, you're doing Mavuika, Shalonen, Bennett, Citlali, and you normally do Bennett burst into Citlali, and get a big instance of potential damage from Citlali, such that if she crits consistently, that could be a very, like, that burst damage could be a very significant form of front-loaded burst damage. That could help you clear out waves of enemies. If it reaches the point of it helping, like, critting on Citlali's burst with a damage-focused build, kills, like, the trash mobs, like, for example, the 3 dinosaurs before the hamster, in the current first chamber of the abyss. If you can get to that point, where you could kill them with Citlali burst, and not have to activate your Mavuika burst in order to kill those trash mobs, you can then save your giant, you know, potentially, in this kind of build, you can probably get 800, realistically, the talent levels, you're probably talking towards 1 million damage, right? On her burst, right? Having to waste 1 million damage hit on trash mobs sucks. So, generally speaking, you would probably just wait for Mavuika's skill to kill the trash mobs, right? And either way, my point is, like, think of that circumstance of, like, if you could do Codex on Citlali instead. So if you do Codex, and then the most likely to meet her ER needs on Codex, you do Sack Frags. This is what I tested around and played around with, and where I had that realization. You have someone else in scroll already, so you do, you know, Mavuika, You have the scroll buff going, and then you do Citlali, EQE, and like Citlali can hit, like I have a build with like 90% crit rate that I played around with on sack frags with C0 Citlali. And it had, I think, only like 140 crit damage, to be clear. But I was hitting like removing C2 Shalonen, with C2 Shalonen, I was hitting like 350k consistently. Without C2 Shalonen, we're talking like probably 250k. So that if you have the right artifacts for it, right, doing Codex on Citlali just to ensure that you can consistently get a big instance of front-loaded burst damage could actually result in faster clear times by allowing you to save a really big damage hit that doesn't need to be wasted on trash mobs, kind of thing. That's the idea. Like, it could result in faster clear times. There is potential actual like speed running clear time reasons to do a DPS build on Citlali. And yes, that build was one where I did a EM timepiece, a crit damage circlet, or sorry, a cryo goblet, and a crit damage circlet. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Luix. Let's go. Did I do Miles? Let me double check Miles. I don't remember if I did Miles. They're asking Farina, Hutao, Yelan, Chaska. I can't remember if I did Miles. I don't think I did. I don't remember this one. All right. Good thing Louis Axe mentioned, because otherwise I would have skipped Miles too by accident. I think I did everyone else though. Yeah. Okay. And then after this should be Lowney, Dishonored, Brian, Biomersh, Valen, and Tauntaun. All right. Is 200k enough to wash trash mobs in this abyss? Let's actually check. Homescat. Again, you don't have to necessarily specifically, you don't have to use Citlali to kill them 100%. Yeah, so it is. It is enough to kill these ones, right? So these dudes are 367,000. Wait, are they each 367,000 or individually? Or all together? I actually don't know if they're all together 367,000 HP. I guess we can, so this is 4 million. No, I don't think they are each. Okay. If they are each, then that makes it a little bit harder, but notably, right, the difference is if you do the 250k, right, to each one of them, they only have 100k left. Like, they're close to dead, even if you don't specifically kill them with Citlali. But then your Mavuika skill, before you can go on to Mavuika, activate Mavuika's skill, and Mavuika's skill can get some melts and hopefully kill them, rather than wasting your burst right away, right? Like you would want to let Mavuika's skill kill them with that last little bit of HP, but if they didn't have, if Citlali didn't deal 250k damage to them, you'd potentially have to wait, say another 5 seconds for her skill to hit, or you use her burst, which is what you would normally do. So, and is there always going to be situations that result in that? Not necessarily. Like, it's less valuable in the literal next chamber because these things are way tankier than these things, right? So you're probably going to have to burst a Mavuika for these things regardless, kind of thing. So it's not like it's always relevant. I'm just saying there is weird situations like that. But yeah. Anyways, what are we looking at? Farina, Hutao, Yelan, Cheska. Hutao first. MH Hutao with Homa. Yep, this just seems to be a really healthy Homa MH Hutao build, dude. Like that, you get 32,322 HP. Nice. Yeah. Healthy Hutao. C1 Hutao too. Nice. Farina. C2 Farina. Signature weapon. Let's go. Yes, more ER than you need, but hey, more ER than you need on Farina feels great. I do like having more. It shows total chamber HP. Just do the math. I know. I just didn't want to do the math live. I was trying to do the math real quick, but yeah. Anyways, yeah. ER and Farina is addicting. Yeah, it kind of is. Alright, yep, no, I like this Frina build. Obviously, you could get more, like, yeah, this is not the best Frina build we saw this video or anything, but, I think it's more than good enough, particularly with a Z2 Frina. I just don't think it matters that much, but, you know, if you want, can you farm more? Could you get a better Goblet than this? Can you get a better Circlet? Potentially, yes. You don't need these ER rolls, so you could definitely get some better, like, higher crit pieces or whatever. Particularly the Circlet could be improved, but, you know, it's in the territory of, it starts to be hard to find those improvements, right? In the territory of probably good enough, so is it worth it? Only if you really like the character. Jaska. Yeah, seems like a healthy Aqua Simulacra Chaska. I suspect an Aqua Simulacra Chaska. Actually, I don't know. No, we don't know. Let's not get too lost into talking about VV Chaska. No, this seems to be more than a healthy Chaska. Yep. Yeah. 84, 292. Yeah. I think this Chaska is more than healthy. I don't. There's anything to complain about. You could get more attack percent substats maybe, but like I think it's fine. Healthy balance of EM, attack, and crit. A little skewed towards crit damage though, obviously. C1 Fab. This is a very, very healthy Fab build. Yeah. Well, that feather. Jesus. Wow. Not much for HP substats. I don't think that's that big of a deal. Yep. Healthy Alon. You could probably get away with less ER, potentially, in some situations. But you don't really have the ability to do much less ER than this. And the reason for that is because they're doing Fab and C1. But I would just be happy with this build. I don't think it's worth caring about. Oh, there is a HP Goblet. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I don't know. HP Goblet is still more than functional, especially for an onset Goblet that enables this strong out of an off piece. I could easily see this being their best option. Yeah. Alright, thank you, Mouse. Sorry for making you wait longer at my bed. Don't know why I missed it. Alright. Lowney. Mualani time. And the rest. Oh boy, what do you mean the rest, Lowney? What do you mean the rest? What do you mean the rest? Like, Lowney. I got some other people waiting. I don't know if I can do everyone. I can very quickly glance through maybe. Mavuika build good. Like, very good actually. But yeah. Yep, good scroll. That's probably way more ER than I think you need actually on a scroll build on Fab. You can definitely do an EM timepiece on this Citlali. And in fact, I think one of the benefits of Fab is similar to Sack. You might be able to do more crit on her. But that's just going to depend on your substats. So, anyways, started in 1.8. You're unsatisfied with the state of my account, so you restarted in 4.8 and recently got second, 36 stars in the account. Wow, nice. You have just Mavuika and Chaska for 5 stars. What do you mean? You just call Citlali a 4-star, Loudy? Are you trying to get me to? Oh yeah, Chaska doesn't have equipment. I didn't even notice. What? You just implied Citlali's not a 5. Also, wait, you have Mualani. What do you mean you don't have many 5 stars? You have 4 or 5. You have 5 stars. What? I'm so confused. What do you mean? What do you mean you only have? Anyways, kick Fab and bring back TDDS. Yeah, actually, this is true. This build could probably just use TDDS and be fine, realistically. So you can count, okay? Yeah, you were only off by like an order of magnitude of 5 stars. Oh boy. Anyways, this is, I mean, comparing to the Mualani build we saw before, this basically looks like a more optimized version of that Mualani we saw before, right? That had like 44k HP or whatever with this weapon. Still a little bit low on EM potentially, but you can, again, depending on the Mualani team, you can potentially have a good chunk of EM buffs going on. So, you know, yeah. Was there a specific question you had with Mualani, Nani? I forgot. Yeah, well, this could have been HP time because I don't know if I would bother with EM. I would rather get EM buffs elsewise. Like, I used a Mualani build for months after she came out with no EM and just used EM buffs in the team. Through Dia on instructors and the Claymore that gives EM. Yeah. Or her ER earlier. Okay, yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Fab Kazuha. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Fab Kazuha with a healthy amount of crit. Yeah, good Kazuha. Anyways. Yeah, that's a healthy Raiden. Wow. 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 Yep. All that attack percent. So much attack percent and substats. Jesus. Yeah, wow. Mualani's talent damage is almost all from her skill. Her burst is a little bit relevant, but yeah. You don't level up her normal attack talent normally. So, anyways. Alright, what about Auron? Well. I think you probably want a crit circle into your Auron. I think you probably want a crit circle. Anyways. C6 Chevys. Nice. Well, not perfectly nice. Anyways. Some of your characters share artifacts. That's fair. That's understandable. That do be how this game works sometimes. Alright. Thank you, Lonnie. Dishonored for life. Check out Mavuika, Wu-Tao's, Chlorine, Raiden, Farina. All the DPS at their best supports. All 4 stars of C6. Wow. Alright, Mavuikers. C2 Mavuika. Probably one of the most pointless constellations in the game, I'm sorry. Yay, I killed in 1 rotation versus 1.2 rotations. To be clear, like that's what C2 does. C2 is like C2 Mavuika is the 1 rotation killing constellation, where like enemies are sometimes like big fat hamsters with 3.7 million HP. With a C0 Mavuika, can oftentimes survive 1 rotation. Can. They won't necessarily, to be clear. Probably not. I'm pretty sure a C0 Mavuika with Citlali teams can kill in 1 rotation. So like the difference is, I don't know, C2 lets you kill with 1 burst hit or something, I guess. I don't know. It's does that Auron have a Hydro or an Animo Goblet? That's really funny. Anyways, point is your Mavuika build's really good and you have a C2 and it's just like, I just think C2 was like such an unnecessary damage increase for her. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a very strong Mavuika. Wu-Tao's. This is also a very strong Wu-Tao. Yeah. Hey, look, flat HP is not a dead stat. It's just funny. Just funny. That's all. Yep. Nice Wu-Tao. Like it. Well balanced. Yeah. Chlorand. I am curious how much the Chlorand and Arlecchino, but notably Arlecchino. I would be so happy to see Arlecchino get more, like on Paimon.moe, like to see more people wish for Arlecchino than Mavuika. It would be great. That's the reality I want to live in. I don't think it's gonna happen, but it's the one I want to see. Anyway, your Chlorand build is very nice. I suspect Chlorand will not be super popular as far as a rerun choice goes, but we'll see. Yeah, this just seems like the Finale of the Deep is really, really good on Chlorand, by the way. So this is a very good build. She gets free crit rate, right, from her passive too. So this is a very good Chlorand build. Normally you do attack percent type piece, I think, even with aggravate stuff with Chlorand, if I recall. It's also worth noting that, hey, C2 Mavuika Shevers teams probably makes Chlorand quite strong. You get Death Shred, and you get the damage bonus. Yeah. Anyways. I don't know if they have Shivers, but, you know, hopefully. Who's next? Raiden, Farina. Always Raiden. It's always Raiden. C2 Raiden with Dragon's Bane. Let's go. Hyperbloom Raiden, but C2. 10 out of 10. Oh boy. You have Chevy? Nice. Nice. That's good. Oops, wait a second. Nope, you can't take it back. This is your Raiden build. This is your Raiden build. Nope, nope, you can't take it back. You're not allowed. That's your Raiden build. That's the one you've chosen to show off to everyone. Look, I'll refresh it and show it for like 2 seconds. But this is, we know, you can't trick us. You can't trick us, Dishonored. This is your true Raiden build. This is your true Raiden build. I mean, you can update it and I'll refresh it, but like, it also takes too long. But this is your true Raiden build. You can never escape it. Doesn't matter if you change it. This is the one you left her on, so clearly it's the one you actually use. Nice Citlali build. Oh wait, no blast. Ah. I quite frankly can't think of a real reason to use Noblesse on her. Instructors, sure. Codex, yeah, of course. I just thought about that. Scroll makes sense to keep her on because of, like, even 2-piece scroll because of the energy needs she has. Like, I don't think you're bursting consistently in, even with, like, the Mavuika Citlali team, in my experience. Well, actually, I don't know. Well, no, okay, you have Citlali on Fab. That does change things a little bit. So it actually might be fine. I don't know. Well, it might be fine with her on scroll. I don't know. With her not on scroll. But yeah, I don't know. Like, oh, you have Bennett on instructors. Wait, what do you do? Wait. So if you're playing Mavuika, Citlali, and Bennett, you're doing like... Normally you do Bennett into Citlali. Are you doing like Mavuika into Citlali and into Citlali into Bennett? Is that what you're doing? I mean, it's an approach you can do, I guess. It's fair. Sure. Doing that. I would do the reverse, most likely, but it's obviously harder to get the build needs. Like, I don't know. It's a thing you can do, yeah. I don't know how the cryo application timings change, because doing Citlali differently changes the cryo application timings for when it lines up for Mavuika's hit, potentially. So that's weird. But, yeah, anyways. Yeah. So... I don't know, the scroll energy is the confounding factor with the Citlali, though, as always. It's still Dragon's Bane. See, you can't lie to us. It's still Dragon's Bane. Why did it update and only it says 3-piece emblem? What happened? What is going on with it with Enka? I don't know. Is this meant to be a hybrid Raiden build? Is that what you're saying? If it's a non-Staff of Scarlet Sans hybrid Raiden, I imagine this works decently okay. As far as just have your Raiden burst to do some damage when you need it. You have C2 anyways, so yeah. Anyways, I like any and all approaches to hyper Raiden, even if this one might be not quite what you intended because of things. Yep. That is a healthy Yelan. It's worth mentioning, like, this Yelan has very slightly less HP than the other Yelans did, and those Yelans had HP timepieces. So, you know, and that's because they have a bunch of HP and substats. They basically have a timepiece of HP and substats. So, yeah. It doesn't matter if you get your HP from your main stat or your substats. Very nice build. Alright. TDDS and Citlali will ruin that rotation. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. So you're just doing... Yeah, because if you have to do Citlali into Mavuika for TTDS, so you're doing Mavuika into Citlali into Bennett into Citlali, but like Instructor's buff only lasts 8 seconds, so and Citlali is going to take up like 3-4 seconds of that, I think, like probably 3 at minimum. So you only get, like, you do get the Instructor's buff still for Mavuika's burst hit, so like, I don't know. Yeah, anyways, we talked about that already. Thank you for letting me look at the things. It was interesting. I appreciate at least seeing all the different builds in Citlali. Citlali does have a problem of, like, she has no such thing as a universal build. Like, absolutely no such thing. So, it's not invalid to technically do Noblesse on her, but I kind of hate it. Yeah. Try riding now. Oh my god. Alright. I can't even refresh it right now. We'll refresh it one more time. Alright, Brian. This is Brian donated $50 because they're insane, but I appreciate it. Thanks for the enjoyable content. Pyro Traveler in anticipation for C6. Uraku, yep. Uraku should be one of Pyro Traveler's best weapons. C6 Pyro Traveler. The big question is, of course, energy on Pyro Traveler. They do have a very relevant burst damage, but even ignoring that, if you want to like do more on-fielding with them, or you want their skill to actually last a relevant amount of time, they have to burst consistently. So that is the question mark factor of Pyro Traveler. I haven't seriously thought about what Pyro Traveler's DPS teams look like. I suspect they might end up having more ER needs in this, but it depends on favs on the team, depends on energy funneling. But it's safe to say that ignoring the ER needs, this overall balance is pretty good. I think it might end up being a similar situation as Mavuika though, where because your damage output is going to basically be your skill damage, getting their highest damage teams are going to be let's assume just Frina, because I don't know if you have Citlali, are probably going to be vaporizing on all their hits, so all their skill hits and their burst hit can be a meaningful amount of damage, and then you do charge attack spam, right? So probably EM timepiece is better, I suspect, is my point. And since using an off piece, that's the main consideration here. Although that is where you have 12% ER. Also, what the frick? Wow. Okay. Meanwhile, the goblet. This is you paid $50 because you wanted to show off this feather, didn't you? And I almost didn't notice. How does Bennett trigger reaction when doing Shalona into Bennett? Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Okay, yeah, so Bennett instructions just doesn't make sense. Not with Citlali on TDDS at least. That's true. I didn't even think about that either. So thank you, no. So there's so many problems with that, with the instructors on Bennett situation there, and with those specific builds. Anyways, nice flower. Good job. Congrats. But also it is amusing that I feel like I didn't notice because like the overall stat distribution was just like, hey, a highly invested build. The weird thing that like these really high crit value pieces cause is that it mitigates the fact that, hey, if you don't have much crit on, say, a goblet, you still have an overall healthy balance. But you could also just pretend like this build would be the same, right? If we remove 10% or 20% crit damage from here and add that 20% crit damage in the goblet, it's the same exact build, right? It just doesn't have the, ooh, it's a 50 CV artifact. So anyways, you have to farm more, clearly, to get a better Pyro Goblet to truly give you the value. You need to have, like, 250 crit damage. I'm joking. You don't have to. But maybe you'll want to. I don't know. But yeah, EM timepiece would be the main thing to actually test. And you can test that now, to be clear. Because you can just C6 Bennett, assuming you have C6 Bennett. And test out how that goes for their damage potential. Right. Yeah. Anyways, it's worth mentioning C6 Pyro Traveler gives their normal and charge attacks 40% more crit damage. Not their other damage, just their normal charge attacks, if I recall. So, yeah. Anyways, nice. I have decided, by the way, I am going to level 90 Pyro Traveler. I'm farming extra ley lines in anticipation of that. I'm not going to do it until I see what my resource situation is like once I'm done with Lanyan and Shenhe. But I do want to do at least some Pyro Traveler Dendro shenanigans. And then in the future, I might do something similar like this, a DPS Pyro Traveler. So, yeah. We'll see. I look forward to that from me. Okay, let's go back. Thank you, Nut/Brian. Refresh this one more time. Wait, I can't refresh it? What? Oh, now it has 4-piece emblem. I see. Okay. Okay, yeah, so a hybrid-ish emblem, or hybrid-ish Raiden. I don't personally know if I can classify Dragon's Bane builds. I mean, well, okay, with C2, with C2, I think Dragon's Bane Raiden can be hybrid. Your crit is a little bit inconsistent, and your ER is not enough to burst consistently. But, you know, for the mix of being able to use Raidens for some off-field potential and still get a decent bit of burst damage if you're like bursting every other rotation with her, there is circumstances where it could be fun and have value, right? The true hybrid Raiden is very hard to near impossible to do without, you know, some specific weapons. Pretend the Sans is ER with 40 CV and she has engulfing. Oh. Okay, so not hybrid Raiden. You just want me to pretend it is a normal Raiden build. I see. Okay. So it's just a good engulfing build. That's what you wanted me to see. I mean, yeah, it's a good Raiden build. It was better Raiden build before though, let's be real. And we all know you can't pretend we all know the Raiden build you're actually using. So, anyways, what does Sans mean? The timepiece, because they're like hourglasses, sands. Sand falling in an hourglass. Anyway, alright, we need to hurry my butt up. I've been streaming for way too long. I have, how many do I have left? I have Biomech, Valen. I only have 3 left. Alright, we're fine. Alright. Biomech. Yeah, Enka's updating is a bit weird. Mavuika Citlali, Candice, and a new flower on her build with Candice. Nice. Alright. C6 Candice. I don't know. I think you've done it before. I think I've looked at this build before. Yeah, so 2Ps, mostly attack focused build, but Homa does, you know, get you some extra HP, so you still get some decent skill and burst damage. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I did like a normal attack or plunge focused Candice. I still like doing Candice with different kinds of weird infusion shenanigans more than anything, realistically. But yeah, nice. I like it. The flower is definitely very good, if that's the main thing that's changed. I don't remember exactly if anything else has changed, of course, but healthy balance of ER. Only thing you're really lacking is maybe an attack and HP substats, but it's kind of hard to do that over prioritizing crit or crit and ER. That's obviously more important. So yeah, very nice DPS Candice. They're just the flower that changed. All right, nice. Yeah. I suspect it was that extra ER roll enough to get you to burst more consistently. Were you having issues before? I don't remember. Nice. You potentially don't need this much ER, or you basically definitely don't need this much ER, I should say, with a Sacrifice build, by the way. If you have like a flower or feather with more EM, or maybe a flower or feather with more crit. Because I do think that's one of the big values of Sacrifice, is just being able to build crit more easily on Citlali. It's a fun aspect to it. So, you know, maybe changing the flower or whatever, because I was the highest ER I ever found I needed with Sacrifice was like 140-ish. So you could easily get away with like something different in the flower or feather here if you wanted. Not that you have to. It's still a completely functional Citlali build. And will still occasionally crit with 20% crit rate. So you still see a big number often enough that it'll be fun, right? ER can help if I give her Prototype Amber. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, no. I mean, you get ER refund from Prototype Amber too. I found my energy needs on Sacrifice versus Prototype Amber to be pretty similar, but I haven't messed with Prototype Amber as much. Wolf's Gravestone, C1. I think EM timepiece is generally speaking better, but not that you would always like, particularly if you got C when you're using her for off field. You know, she's not necessarily always triggering a reaction if she's off field, so attack percent timepiece can make sense. But it's a support Mavuika, yeah, that's fair. I still like EM timepiece on my support Mavuika, but I have her signature weapon, so that changes things a little bit because I'm getting, you know, a bunch of additional functional attack by the base attack, and the attack percent it gives it its passive. I'm happy with her on an EM timepiece as the mixed balance, because of C1 also giving attack percent too. So like I functionally have the same as a C0 Mavuika would have with attack percent. But anyways, there's still, like, sometimes you'd want to do EM timepiece, sometimes you'd want to do attack percent timepiece, even for support Mavuika. It just depends what the team is actually doing. So in like this team that I'm using, where Mavuika can trigger melts and vaporizes off field, EM timepiece is definitely quite good, I think. I try to do these streams every few weeks. Ideally every 2, but it's been more like every 3 recently. But yeah, Prototype Amber, but it's +2. You definitely don't need Prototype Amber R5 with 200 ER on Citlali. It refunds 16 flat energy. It's fine. Anyways, yeah. This is not too dissimilar from what my Mavuika build looks like, but I have her signature weapon, so if I put Wolf's Greystone on her, I'd actually have, I think, less crit rate than you, and so yeah, it seems like a more than usable Mavuika build. With the only downside of not having the most consistent crit rate for off-field critting with a non-crit weapon, of course, but easier said than done to solve that problem, to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only way you really solve it is by swapping the flower, realistically, but that kind of hurts to lose that much crit damage, so yeah, I would be probably perfectly fine just chilling with that weapon, or with this build. It is one of the things of like this exact situation where the little bit of crit rate that her weapon does give is just barely enough to put her in the I am satisfied with my Mavuika's amount of crit rate for this build, right? So, and this is pretty much, I think, our permanent build. It's just gonna stay on most of the time for me. So anyways, you're in the situation I would have been in, basically, if I didn't have her signature weapon. But yeah. Nope, not that. We got more donations to finish. Alright, thank you, Biomech. Alright. Valen. Citlali. Let's go. All the Citlali requests finally. Figures that, you know, the donation reviews know where it's at. Alright, Citlali. What is it? Is it a DPS? No. Alright, I was kind of hoping to see a DPS. It's fine. Signature weapon with... Oh my god. I don't know from which context... Okay, so this is a DPS Citlali build, actually. It's just a... Porque no los dos DPS Citlali build, I suppose. Is this enough ER in some context for, like, on-field DPS Citlali? Potentially, yes. Like, if you do 2 Shenhe skills per rotation, on-fielding Citlali, funneling particles, yeah. And with Favs, maybe. And if it is enough, then you're probably hitting some pretty big numbers on the Citlali build. For generic supportive utility Citlali, this is probably not enough ER. But it gets up to basically probably enough ER if you just swap to an ER timepiece. And just having to swap one piece to be able to get the build to be functional is not a bad thing, right? So, yeah. Nice. I'll let you review my supports next time. Alright. Alright, Dishonored. I should try it in all DPS and all tomorrow. Yeah. It's one of the things I'm going to be messing around with. So, that's probably... Well, okay. Problem is, I want to do a Zenless stream, but I also got to do Shenhe streams. Oh boy. Maybe I just don't stream that much this week in favor of making dedicated videos about this stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow in the day, but if the Zenless update comes out tomorrow evening, I'll probably stream tomorrow evening. But anyways, yeah. Anyway, that fair approach to Citlali. I like that. Hey, we saw a DPS Citlali, just not the DPS Citlali I expected. I expected a Codex build. So yeah, I like it, Valen. I think Valen's not here anymore, so sorry for making you wait. But yeah. Just a problem of, as long as you have the option to have enough ER, I think you could do Cryo Goblet and crit if you don't care about the shield durability and you just want to see more consistent crits on her. It can absolutely make sense if you like to potentially put some crit on her instead of just doing full EM. With this kind of build, it's just, yeah, the ER question is always the ER question. Oh, hi, Valen. The shield is a wet paper towel anyways. I mean, if you're used to Zhongli's shield, maybe. But most of the teams I've been using Citlali in, it's just a nice form of additional interruption resistance. rather than something I'm usually entirely relying on keeping alive with, in my experience. So, hence why I don't really care about the durability. And even then, I don't care that much about the durability, even if, like in circumstances where I am relying on it, because I am fine with having to dodge on occasion, personally. But yeah, anyways, I like the approach. What team are you using, Valen? What kinds of teams are you using for this build? You just trying to do normal support things? So if you are, I imagine you do have to use an ER timepiece on occasion. If you're having issues and we're wanting advice, Mavuika. Signature weapon, we talked about EM timepiece thing. Particularly in this circumstance where the attack timepiece you have is not that crazy. So it is possible an EM timepiece with 0 crit stats might be better for you. In fact, I'm actually fairly confident that is the case. It's a very nice onset goblet though. Also a very nice circlet. And honestly not that nice of a off piece. Like, it's not bad, but it's just not that crazy for being an off piece feather. I would consider actually using an EN. I don't know. I don't know what you have for onset feathers. I'd say the ideal for your build if you wanted to improve the Mavuika build is onset feather, switch to EM timepiece offset. On the feather is very good, so I mean, actually, okay, it's not insane. It kind of has low rolls and then slapped you in the face with defense, but hey, it's not useless. I'm actually surprised with her shield durability. Yeah, I'm happy with her durability. I think for the balance of her offensive strength, and the things she enables, I think it would have been really stupid for her her shield to be like Zhongli strength. I definitely don't think it's a wet towel, personally, but yeah. Best pieces are in your Farina and Child anyways. That's fair. Oh my, I see. I see. Chaska. Yep, nice Chaska. No EM, little sad. And also not VV, even sadder. I'm sorry. I can't not mention VV Chaska anytime I see a Chaska build if it's not VV. Let's be real. But, you know, it's obviously still a very good Chaska build. A very healthy amount of attack. I didn't even notice that much attack. Jesus. That probably makes up for a lot of the loss of some other stats that you could have had. But, yeah, anyways, very healthy Chaska. Chaska's down to her team configuration far more than anything else. Oh yeah, I used Chaska in the second side of this Abyss to see how strong she was with the buff. And with whatever. And yep, that was some of the fastest clears I've had in this Abyss. To be clear, I haven't tried Mavuika DPS herself in the second side because I don't care. But, and it's possible, good gameplay in Mavuika, but Chaska is very simple gameplay. This would probably one rotate basically the entire Abyss. Just like Chaska, Farina, they don't even have to put prototype member because they have freaking C6 Farina. Chaska, Farina, Citlali, Mavuika would absolutely wreck the second half of this Abyss, without even having to think about anything. Chaska works on VV, or is it a meme? I had a bunch of streams where I talked about and showed Chaska on VV being better than 4-piece Codex, and I did the best I could to try and balance out the 4-piece Codex stats. Sorry, the 4-piece VV stats to be like a similar like overall like substat value, like a similar investment. And at first I thought it was just a circumstance of maybe it was only because I first noticed it on my brother's account, because he had good enough VV artifacts that I just tried it, and I was like, oh, this is better. But he had C1 Chaska, and I was like, okay, maybe the extra elemental bullet maybe just makes the relative value like higher. But then I spent like 2 days farming VV on my main account and happened to get a compelling 4-piece VV build on my Chaska with my existing VV artifacts, and I also found it notably better. Like, it was more obvious even with a C0 Chaska. And I'm running a crit damage weapon, Thundering Pulse, so similar, you know, stat distribution as this. And if you're doing a crit rate weapon in particular, I think there's very, very high potential for VV to be better, because of the crit rate issue with Chaska and Codex. But it depends on your artifacts ultimately. I wouldn't necessarily say it's insanely worth it to farm VV, but it is a way to get more value out of Chaska, is what I would say. And I also really like just being able to leave my good crit DPS VV pieces on her, so that she can just be usable rather than having to be yet another unit to swap around Natlan artifacts to, which is particularly a problem because I have, you know, multiple of the Natlan characters, right? But yeah. So, anyways, Vivi has more potential with more off-field sub-DPS. Now she's only meaningfully buffing Farina and Chaska. I mean, what I noticed it was that it was better for her damage on top of the potential for buffing Farina. Like, I was mostly testing with Bennett or on Farina. And now there is, like, Farina, Citlali, Mavuika combo, which has more potential for even Vivi to be better. So, yeah. It's weird. Anyways. Not necessarily worth it for the difficulty of acquiring it compared to how easy it is to just have her on this build, but this build is out of balance where, I don't know, if you have good VV artifacts, it could be something to test, and you might notice it being better. Particularly with C2, honestly. Like, the C2 big elemental hit of AoE damage, I don't know. Like, I feel like the higher investment you go on Chaska, the more VV makes sense. It's just funny. Anyway, they also want me to look at Shivers. Shouldn't forget about that. He's a DPS Chevy. Let's go. 2-piece with Homas, Staff of Homer, and not enough crit. Or ER. I'm sorry. You probably need more ER and more crit rate. I would use a crit rate circlet and more ER in this. Also, like, all your ER is coming from the crit damage. No. It's all coming from that circlet. Well, other than the crit rate and ER issue, because if you don't burst consistently on her, you're not getting the 3 shots, right? You gotta have your burst back to be able to get the 3 big shots out on C4 Shivers. So, it's a meme build. That's fair. But unironically, DPS Shivers. I'm probably gonna do a DPS Shivers with C1 Citlali, because, like, holy, can Shivers front load a bunch of damage with C4 and Citlali. Citlali, Citlali C1 does help that, to be clear, but, like, I don't think it's strictly necessary. With C1 Citlali, when I tested it before, the quick napkin math that I did was that, like, she front loaded, like, just by doing burst and her 3 skills really quick, like 800,000 damage. Like, oh, okay. In AoE for a 4-star. So, anyways, yeah, Shivers has no meme build, true. It's also worth mentioning because, like, yeah, you can use this kind of Shivers build even for a normal situation. Like, yes, you're getting 14% less attack, right? Than you could with a full HP build or whatever, but it's not like it's generally speaking not gonna, like, result in not being able to clear by having a few less attack rolls on buffing going on. I like having her on a 40k HP build, generally speaking, as my default, but it's not the end of the world to even have Shivers on a DPS build for normal Shivers utility. Alright, last one, Tantan. Hello, Mr. Streamer. Can you check out my new Farina build and also Arlecchino and Mavuika? Alright, sure. We'll end it with Farina. How about that? Mavuika. EM typepiece. A really good EM typepiece. Jesus Christ. Also the really good goblin. What in the world? This is a very healthy Mavuika, to say the least. Yeah. Like 30 CV, 2 extra rolls. 30 CV, 2 extra rolls. 40 CV. And then basically 40. Like the goblet. Okay, no, the circlet I guess is the worst piece on here, because, like, if the circlet had an extra crit rate roll, you'd basically be at 100% crit rate. So, like, that's, you know, whatever. But, like, it's funny that if this was crit rate here, pretend this is crit rate, you'd be at 100% crit rate, and your goblet, despite how really good this goblet is, your goblet would have potentially been the worst piece on the build. Still not the worst piece, actually, because, again, the goblet is what enables the off piece, so, you know, that is like a false comparison, kind of, but anyways, yeah, very healthy Mavuika. Look, all these people that have like a crown Mavuika. You know what that makes me want to do? You know what I'll end the stream with? I'm gonna end the stream with doing my weekly boss farming, and if I get the right materials, I will crown Mavuika's friggin' skill in this video and leave her burst level 1 forever. Just as a funny way to send off seeing all these people that crown Mavuika's burst. I can do the opposite, the literal opposite. Anyways, the Frina Arlecchino. All right, Arlecchino. That is a quite healthy Gilded Dreams. Gladiator Arlecchino. It is interesting. Like, I didn't feel that much care about like having an EM timepiece on Arlecchino in vaporized teams, but because she gets so much additional damage from melts versus non-melts with Citlali, now I really do want an EM timepiece on Arlecchino. So I'm just like, like now my perfect timepiece is like a 30 CV timepiece with like 2 extra attack percent rolls, and then I can just like be fine with that. Anyways, why would you need Mavuika like that? Because I don't use her on field, and I don't care about how big her initial burst hit damage is. And in fact, I have now decided I actively prefer it being lower damage to show, 1, how pointless it is, and 2, because I think her skill damage focus is more fun. Like, unironically, I'm already just considering never touching Mavuika, even though I pulled C1 kind of specifically so I can always burst. I might just... I might experiment around with just not Mavuika bursting in some videos and not mentioning it. And then people will be like, in the comments, why aren't you bursting on Mavuika? And then I'll just reply to them and be like, I didn't want to. Because I didn't need to. And like, you might be like, well, that's just stupid. Why would you not do that? Why would you not burst? Well, my argument would be it lets me spend more field time with other characters, rather than, because it does take rotation time to burst on Mavuika. And maybe I don't want to see the animation. So like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to level her past level 1. I will probably continue using her burst because, like, hey, it gives a damage bonus to my on-fielder. And that's fun. I like damage bonus. But anyways. Nice Mavuika build. This is a very, very, very good Mavuika build. Last one. And maybe not least, if she has her signature weapon. Ah, frick. Why do you have number 5 of her signature weapon? let's list them again. Triple Crown is nice, I get that, but let's list the signature weapon. Number 1, Fab. Number 2, Key of Gauge Suit. Number 3, Festering Desire. Number 4, the Pipe. Number 5, Splendor of Tranquil Waters. I'm sorry. Also, HP Goblet is probably better. Yeah, HP Goblet is probably better. It's possible this is your best Goblet, to be clear still. But just, I would double check your HP Goblet. But fashion, Fav looks so good on Frina. Look how good Fav looks. Look how good Fav looks. Look how good Fav looks. It matches her like accents perfectly. It's not a weirdly overly showy weapon. It is like a showy weapon because of like the handguard still. Cope? What do you mean cope? I have it. I don't use it because it's not her signature weapon. Anyways, now she looks useful in a fight compared to the stage cane. That can be a stage weapon too. You think anyone, if someone's using this, like, first of all, like every single Genshin weapon looks like it has a dulled edge. Like they don't actually look sharp. Not a single one looks sharp. So like ignoring that, like the freaking handguard on Fav looks sharper than the blade. But like anyways, the accent color, it matches her freaking perfectly. I love it. But like, it doesn't attract attention from Frina's design itself, right? This thing attracts attention from Frina's design because it's like, look at me, I'm bluey, I'm glow. Oh, look, wow, I'm so glad you pulled for a signature weapon. Ooh, shiny. Whereas like this is just like subdued, like nice, blends in with like it actually just like, yeah, it doesn't draw attention to itself overly. Anyways, it's still like a prop weapon is my point. It could still easily be like a on stage weapon. Let's be like you think no one in the audience is gonna be like, that blue that sword Farina's hand. She's leaning on the sword like it's a staff or like it's a whatever, it's a crutch. I really wish that was blue and shiny instead. It ruins the theater experience. Anyways, Farina's signature weapon is garbage. I'm sorry. It's not technically garbage. And this build is very functional. To be clear, to give them some credit, this is a Farina build. It's relatively rare to see a Farina build with Splendor of Tranquil Waters that has enough ER to burst consistently in most situations. And also still has a healthy amount of crit. Like, they are actually making use of their Farina signature weapon, okay? Leaning on a sword is cooler than a cane? Yeah, that's true. Leaning on a sword is way cooler than a cane. That's true. I bet the audience goers would find it way more interesting to see Farina leaning on that rather than a stupid blue stick. Festering is better on Farina compared to Fab? I mean, probably yes. I think I would still use Fab though. Because like, Fab energy is real nice for the team, yo. I'm considering leveling up another Fab to put Bennett on Fab. So... leaning on a pipe? I mean, the pipe is its own vibe, you know. Anyways, well, that's one to end it off on. Nice Farina build. Nice Farina build. Alright. Let's end off the stream. We need a couple drops. Oh, okay, I should have just done through the menu. Her signature should have been the execution sword. Oh yeah, that would have been funny. Alright. This boss sucks. I hate everything about this boss, by the way. It's... I as far as the experience of fighting it goes, ignoring visuals, whatever, I think this boss is the worst designed boss in the game. And I don't even think it's very close. It's so god-awful. Like, this is gonna take 5 minutes, probably. I should... Oh my god. Why is Shalona almost dead? God, I hate this boss so much. Why can't I see what's happening? This is a new extra layer of bullshit with this thing. Yeah, I probably should have just used Chaska, let's be real. Alright, do that. Really, Neela, can you crit? You're gonna hit if I do this? You did, but we didn't melt. That's annoying. Look, we have Pyro Traveler. Or we have Hydro Traveler. I mean, as far as like the ranged attack comparison goes, Nilu is kind of doing the same thing Pyro Traveler did. No? Really? Really? And yay, welcome to Genshin Impact, where characters have burst-reliant abilities, and then enemies have mechanics where you don't generate energy off of them. Cool. Gameplay. I didn't use Citlali. It'll be fine. Definitely should have used Citlali there. There we go. Wham. I mean, I got 3 drops and a Dream Solvent, so I'll take that. That's acceptable. And this is not Lanya materials, so I am fine. I didn't want to convert any Lanya materials. So hey, we can crown her. Let's go. Wait, no, we can't. Can I? Wait. Oh frick. Can I? I don't know. I'm gonna double check. Is she at level 8 or 10? Or is she at level 8 or 9 right now? I don't remember. Eight. Ah, frick. Okay. Ah, frick. I don't think I have enough to crown. Oops. Well. Wait, can I farm it today? Yeah, Dream Solvent in 3 drops is lucky. Oh, I can farm it. Oh, sick. Okay, well, I guess maybe I will crown it today. I mean, should I? No, probably not. I should probably save my resources for other things. But it would be if I crown Mavuika, I am done with her. I'm done permanently. Not well, I shouldn't say permanently. I'm done. I'm done. Like I don't need to worry about anything more with her. I actually maybe should have not done that, but whatever. All right. So let's see. Also, oh, actually, oh frick. Well, no. The stuff I'm gonna do with Pyro Traveler right away is mostly the Dendro thing, so I don't need Pyro Traveler's talents leveled up for that. Alright. Didn't double, it's fine. Alright. We made 21. Layla? Wait. No. Wait. No, yeah, Layla, I believe in you. I believe in you, Layla. Give me 4 extra. Wow. 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 Okay. And yes, I might still crown her normal attack. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet. Because I might do physical Mavuika. I might do some physical Mavuika things in the future. Anyways, show physical Mavuika being stronger than Eula, probably. Anyways, Eula would have given 5 extra, probably. This is probably true. Alright, we need to craft, well, one of these at least for now. What do I have for Lanyan stuff? This is Lanyan's 3? Okay. I mean, my intention is to take Lanyan to level 6 normal attack. Probably... I don't know what I want to take her skill at. Because her skill, like, I haven't decided whether or not I want to take her burst to 6, or burst her to 8, or... Because, like, I want to do damage builds on Lanyan. I'm probably going to do... I'll probably leave her skill at 6, because, like, I want to have her shield up to a baseline scaling enough that I'm fine. So... That's where I'm at. How many of these do I have? Only 2? Oh, I have to use one of my Lanyan pieces. I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. Oh, not that many. Use one of my Lanyan things. It's fine. I'll do level 6, 8, 6 on Lanyan. At least to start. If I really end up liking her, I'll do more. But I think she's going to be a level 80. Leave at usable investment level most of the time. Type of character for me. Alright. Bam. 204 to 217. How exciting. Alright. I need 7 more of these. And you're gonna give me that in less than... Ow, I just bonked my knee. You're gonna give me that in less than 4 resin. Citlali, oh my god. Blech. Citlali and Shilonen builds when they're together. I mean, because I have C1 Citlali, I have a 1200 DM build with 2-piece Gilded Dreams, 2-piece. So this is like this team, right? So Shilonen's on scroll, and so is Mavuika, which is actually on purpose, and it does have benefit. Yeah, this is a min-maxed EM value build for EM and ER value build for C1 when I don't need 4-piece scroll on Citlali. Yeah, so, and Shalonen is just on a... has enough defense, has enough ER to burst consistently if need be. Oh, classic. First thing I'm fighting with Mavuika having more talent damage is an enemy that is Pyro. Charlotte's still in the basement. No, Charlotte's gonna... Yeah, I gotta... see, Charlotte is one of the... like, DPS Charlotte is the one I'm gonna return to shortly. Soon. TM. So she's not in my basement, but she is in Hoyover's basement. She's coming out of the basement for now. For soon. In fact, you know what? The title of the video will probably be Hoyoverse won't rerun the Charlotte. So I need to give them a reason to. Something like that. Because I wanna with Shenhe or Citlali C1, maybe both. I don't know. I gotta mess around with it. I think DPS Charlotte might actually get some pretty satisfying numbers. We'll see how it goes though. Nilu, can you crit? I saw like 5 non-crits in a row. She has a 75% crit rate. Yo. So, the DPS Charlotte revisit will be coming soon. Charlotte will have her revenge. Alright, what are we at? We can make 3. At least 1 more. Alright. Yeah, when will Charlotte get a rerun? Who knows? Supposedly she's not rerunning next patch, it seems like. So, you know. We'll see. What's Nilu doing in this team? It's a DPS Nilu team. Where Nilu's also doing buffing. She's doing buffing, damage of her own, and she's just fun. I don't know. Wow. That's lucky. Sick. She's C6? Nilu? No. No. No, 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 no. Alright, I should maybe actually farm more for Traveler, but yeah, whatever. Layla, should I give Layla? No, you know what? No, Layla. I gave you 20 chances of crafting, and you didn't pull through. We'll give Eula a chance. Alright, Eula. You can save me some materials for Pyro Traveler if you duplicate this. Why do I even bother with the 10%? Come on. What? Come on. I tried to show some appreciation for Eula lately, and she's decided to betray me. Wow. Okay. Okay. Alright. You get one more chance. This actually doesn't even matter this time. Nope. Still nothing. Alright then, Eula. And goodbye to 700,000 more. This is definitely not, I would say, worth it on a resource level. I just think it's funny. And this is how I'm actually using Mavuika. I would rather min-max her skill more than anything. Her skill damage. So, you know, that extra 13% scaling makes all the difference in the world to me. But hey, just be happy that I have one aspect of her kit that I like enough to feel like it's worthwhile to give her a crown. Because it was very possible that I just left her at level 1 talents. Anyways. And maybe I'll do Because it would look much better if it was 10-10-1, I'll be honest. So I would like to do a crown on the skill, or the normal attack eventually too, but that's going to be not a priority. I got lots of other characters to potentially put resources into that, so it's very, very low priority. Claim. Claim. Well, that's actually a hard question. I have enough for Lanyan already. So I don't think I need to choose Lanyan or Shenhe materials. I guess. I either choose Citlali, because I do want to like triple crown Citlali. Or I choose Pyro Traveler materials. I think I just choose Pyro Traveler materials because I'm probably going to want them eventually for Pyro Traveler regardless. So I'll just take that simple answer for now. Alright. And end off the stream with a 5-star. Yep, told you. Alright. Wow. Wow. Alright. Well, thanks for watching. Probably will have a Zenless stream tomorrow, assuming if the update is live tomorrow, I will have a Zenless stream. Not 100% getting Astra. We shall see. What happens. If I get an early, I will, yeah. So anyway, but anyway, I have a bunch of things to talk about and show in Zenless and thoughts. But yeah. Bye-bye. I'm not a dedicated Mavuika hater. I'm just a dedicated on-field motorcycle Mavuika hater. I like support Mavuika. I actually think she's fun. For support.